Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Before we start the story, I want to say that this video will have no ads, so enjoy the story. I hope you give this video a chance, because I truly believe you won't find stories like these anywhere else. And before you get comfortable, a like or a subscription would mean a lot to me, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It really makes us feel like the global community we are. Now let's start our night together. Elena Vasquez adjusted her grip, pulling back the tissue with steady hands while Dr. Patel worked the suction. The appendix was a mess, perforated, leaking, the kind of case that would have killed the patient 100 years ago. Now it was just a Tuesday afternoon. "Irrigation?" she said. The scrub nurse handed over the syringe without being asked. Elena had worked with Denise for 3 years. They didn't need words anymore. The patient on the table was Mike Garcia, 45, construction worker. He'd ignored the pain in his side for 2 days because he couldn't afford to miss work. By the time his wife drove him to Denver Health, his appendix had burst. Elena had been in the middle of a turkey sandwich when the page came. The sandwich was still sitting on her desk, one bite taken. She flushed the abdominal cavity, watching the saline turn cloudy with infection. More suction, there. Through the surgical drape, she could see Mike's face, slack, peaceful under anesthesia. He had a wife in the waiting room, 2 kids according to his chart. The older one had a soccer game this weekend that Mike was going to miss. He'd make the next one. The overhead lights hummed. The heart monitor beeped its steady rhythm. Somewhere beyond the OR doors, Elena could hear the usual hospital chaos. Phones ringing, intercoms paging, the squeak of gurney wheels on linoleum. All the sounds that had become white noise after 8 years in this building. She clamped, tied, cut. "That's the appendix," she said. "Let's get this cleaned up and—" The OR phone rang. Everyone stopped. Elena looked up, her hands still inside Mike Garcia's abdomen. The phone was mounted on the wall by the door, and in 8 years, she had never once heard it ring during a surgery. There were protocols. You didn't interrupt an open patient unless someone was dying. Denise answered it. Elena watched her face. The color drained from it like water from a sink. "What?" Elena said. Denise's hand was shaking as she hung up. Dr. Chen wants all available surgeons in the ER immediately." "I'm in the middle of—" he said immediately. Elena looked down at Mike Garcia's open abdomen, at the infected tissue still seeping, at the steady beep of his heart. "Page Dr. Morrison to close," she said. "I want this patient out of the OR in 20 minutes. She was already stripping off her gloves. The hallway outside the surgical suite was wrong. Elena noticed it immediately, the pitch of the noise, the frequency of footsteps, the way people were moving, not walking, running. Nurses pushed past her without apology. An orderly sprinted toward the elevators with an armload of sheets. Somewhere below, someone was screaming. She grabbed a passing resident. Young guy. Couldn't remember his name. His scrubs were splattered with something dark. "What's happening?" "Mass casualty." His eyes were too wide. "ER's overflowing, some kind of... I don't know, they're saying bites. Bites." He pulled away and kept running. Elena stood in the hallway for 3 seconds. She counted them. 1, 2, 3. Then she moved. The stairs were faster than the elevator. She took them 2 at a time, her surgical clogs slapping against concrete, the stairwell echoing with shouts from above and below. Someone was crying on the 3rd-floor landing. She didn't stop. The ER doors opened onto chaos. There were too many people. That was the first thing she processed. The sheer density of bodies in a space designed for organized flow. Patients on gurneys lined both walls. Patients sitting on the floor. Patients standing, swaying, bleeding from wounds she couldn't immediately categorize. The smell hit her next. Blood, urine, vomit, and something else. Something sweet and thick that coated the back of her throat. Elena! Lisa Park appeared at her elbow, materializing from the crowd like she'd been waiting. Her scrubs were soaked through with blood, her usually neat ponytail coming undone. Thank God. We need you in Trauma Bay 3. What is this? I don't know. They just keep coming. Police are bringing them in by the van load. Violent assaults, they're saying, but... Lisa's voice cracked. Elena, the wounds don't make sense. She was already moving, following Lisa through the press of bodies. A man lurched past her, holding his arm to his chest. She caught a glimpse of the injury, a chunk of flesh missing from his forearm. The edges ragged, tooth marks visible in the torn muscle. Tooth marks. In here. Lisa pushed through the trauma bay curtain. Dr. James Chen stood at the center of the room, silver hair immaculate even as blood sprayed across his surgical gown. He was working on a patient Elena couldn't see clearly. Too many people crowded around the gurney. Vasquez. Chen didn't look up. Glove up. I need another set of hands. She gloved. She gowned. She pushed through the crowd and saw the patient. It was Dr. Sarah Mitchell, 31 years old, ER resident, had been at Denver Health for 2 years. Elena had shared an elevator with her this morning. Sarah had mentioned she was thinking about getting a cat. Now Sarah's throat was a ruin. Hold pressure here. Chen guided Elena's hands to the wound. I need to clamp the external jugular. She's lost. What happened to her? Patient attacked her, coded on the table, came back and... Chen's voice was steady, professional, but Elena could see his hands. They weren't shaking. James Chen's hands never shook, but there was something in his eyes she'd never seen before. Came back? Elena pressed harder on the wound. Blood welled between her fingers, hot and slick. What do you mean, came back? Exactly what I said. Sarah Mitchell's eyes were open. She was looking at Elena, trying to speak, but only wet sounds came out. Bubbles forming in the blood at her throat. We're going to help you, Elena said. We're going to... The monitor flatlined. The sound cut through the chaos like a blade. Elena looked at the screen. A systole, no heartbeat, no rhythm. Starting compressions. She moved automatically, positioning her hands, beginning CPR. Get me. Elena. Chen's hand closed over her wrist. Stop. She's coding. We need to... Look at her. Elena looked. Sarah Mitchell's eyes were still open, still moving, tracking. Her throat was destroyed. Her heart had stopped, but her eyes were following Elena's face. That's not possible. No, Chen said quietly. It's not. Sarah Mitchell sat up. The movement was wrong, too fast, too jerky, like a puppet yanked by strings. Her head lolled, throat wound gaping, and then she turned. She looked at the nurse standing beside the gurney. The nurse was holding a chart. The nurse was named Patricia. Patricia had 3 grandchildren and made cookies for the break room on Fridays. Sarah Mitchell opened her mouth, made a sound like sobbing, and lunged. Elena moved without thinking. She tackled Sarah off the gurney, both of them hitting the floor hard enough to drive the air from Elena's lungs. Sarah thrashed beneath her, that wet, sobbing sound still pouring from her ruined throat, hands clawing at Elena's face. Her nails raked across Elena's cheek, drawing blood. Her teeth snapped inches from Elena's nose. Hold her down! Someone was shouting. Hands grabbed at Sarah's limbs. She was stronger than she should have been, stronger than a woman her size had any right to be, and Elena could feel herself being overpowered, could feel Sarah's teeth getting closer. Chen appeared in her vision. He was holding a metal tray. He brought it down on Sarah Mitchell's head with a sound like a breaking melon. Sarah stopped moving. Elena lay on the floor, chest heaving, staring at the ceiling tiles. Blood was spreading beneath her, soaking into her scrubs. She could taste copper. Her face was stinging where Sarah had scratched her. "Get up." Chen's hand appeared, reaching down. "We don't have time." She took it. He pulled her to her feet. Around them, the ER had descended into something beyond chaos. She could hear screaming now, not just one person, but many. The sound was coming from everywhere, and beneath it, rising like a tide, was that wet, sobbing sound, that wrong, impossible sound of someone weeping through a crushed larynx. "What's happening?" Her voice didn't sound like her own. Chen's face was pale, but his eyes were clear behind his wire-rimmed glasses. "I don't know, but we need to get these people upstairs. Now." The next 2 hours dissolved into fragments. Elena remembered a man in exam room 7 who had been dead for 20 minutes before he opened his eyes and bit the orderly, checking his vitals. The orderly screaming as she held pressure on his throat, knowing it wouldn't matter. The spray of arterial blood across white walls. She remembered trying to call Marco, trying 6 times, the same automated message every time. "All circuits are busy. Please try again later." Her brother was 12 blocks away, living in that shitty apartment above the Vietnamese restaurant, and she couldn't reach him. She remembered the lobby windows shattering. The security guard, Henderson, 23 years on the job, always called her Doc Vasquez, being dragged down by 3 patients he'd been trying to escort out. His screams lasting too long, much too long. She remembered a woman in the waiting room, mid-50s, well-dressed, holding her husband's hand. The husband had been bitten on the forearm. He was pale, sweating, kept saying he was fine. The woman was talking to him softly, stroking his hair. Then he seized, stopped breathing. The woman started screaming for help, and then he opened his eyes and turned to look at her. His face changed, confusion, then something that looked almost like recognition, and he said her name. "Martha?" Just that, just her name. And she reached for him, sobbing, saying, I'm here, Harold." And then he tore out her throat with his teeth. That was the moment Elena understood. Not the biting, not the reanimation. Those were impossible, but her brain could file them under shock and deal with them later. What she couldn't file away was the husband's face. The way he'd looked at his wife, the way he'd said her name. He'd recognized her. For just a moment, in the space between dying and becoming something else, Harold had recognized Martha. And then he'd killed her anyway. "Upper floors only." Chen's voice cut through the static on her radio. "I want everyone above floor 4 in the next 30 minutes. Security is lost. Lobby is lost. We're retreating." Elena was on floor 3, helping Lisa move patients. They'd lost count of how many. The ones who could walk, they pointed toward the stairwell. The ones who couldn't. "We have to leave them." Lisa's voice was flat. She'd stopped crying an hour ago. "Elena, we have to." "I know." They were standing over a bed. The patient was elderly, female, post-hip replacement. She was awake, lucid, looking up at them with eyes that understood exactly what they weren't saying. "Go," the woman said. Her voice was surprisingly steady. "I've had 87 good years. Don't waste yourselves on me." Lisa made a sound. Elena couldn't look at her. "Is there anyone we can call?" The words were wrong. There was no one to call, nowhere to go, but Elena said them anyway. "Family? My daughter's in Seattle. Tell her." The woman stopped, smiled. "No, don't tell her anything. She'll find out soon enough." The screaming from below was getting louder. "Go," the woman said again, "and turn off the lights on your way out. I'd like to sleep." Elena turned off the lights. She closed the door. She kept moving. The 4th floor was supposed to be safer. It wasn't. Elena came around the corner and found a scene that would live behind her eyes for years. A patient room, door open, a man standing over a hospital bed. The man was wearing a patient gown. His back was to her. He was hunched over, making that sound, that weeping sound, and she could see his shoulders moving with each wet sob. On the bed was a child. Elena's hand found the fire axe on the wall. She didn't remember reaching for it. "Hey!" The man turned. He'd been a patient. She could see the hospital bracelet still on his wrist. Maybe 50 years old, heavy-set, someone's father or grandfather. His face was gray, his eyes clouded, and there was blood on his mouth, fresh blood. He looked at Elena, made a sound that might have been a word, took a step toward her. She swung the axe. It wasn't clean. It wasn't precise. The blade caught him in the shoulder, and he staggered but didn't fall. She yanked it free, harder than she'd expected, the suction of flesh and muscle, and swung again. This time she aimed for the head. This time she connected. He dropped. Elena stood there, breathing hard, the axe dripping. She made herself look at the bed, made herself see. The child wasn't moving. Small body, couldn't be more than 8 or 9, beaded braids soaked with blood. There was nothing she could do. There was nothing anyone could do. She was turning to leave when she heard the sound, a tiny sound, a hiccup of breath, coming from under the bed. Elena dropped to her knees, heart hammering. She looked under the bed frame, into the darkness there. Eyes looked back at her. "Hey." Elena kept her voice soft, gentle, the way she talked to scared patients in the ER. "Hey, it's okay, I'm a doctor, I'm here to help." The eyes didn't blink. "My name is Elena, what's yours?" "Nothing, just breathing. Quick, shallow, like a rabbit." "Can you come out? I need to make sure you're not hurt." A long moment, then movement in the darkness. A small hand appeared, clutching something, a stuffed animal, gray and worn. An elephant. "That's good, that's so good. Keep coming." The child emerged. A girl, Elena realized. 8, maybe 9. Dark skin, beaded braids, a face that had gone blank with shock. She was wearing pink pajamas with unicorns on them. They were covered in blood. The girl didn't speak, didn't cry, just stood there clutching her elephant, staring at Elena with eyes that had seen too much. "That's your dad?" The question was wrong. Elena knew it was wrong. But she needed to know what she was dealing with. The girl looked at the bed, at the body on it, at the blood. "Not Dad," she whispered. First words, voice barely audible. "That's my Nana." Elena looked at the bed again, looked at the body she hadn't examined closely. Older woman, gray hair. She'd assumed. "Where's your dad?" The girl's eyes moved to the figure on the floor, the one Elena had just killed. "Oh," Elena's voice came out small. "Oh, God." The girl didn't respond, just kept staring. Her hand tightened on the elephant. Elena took a breath, then another, then she held out her hand. "We need to go somewhere safe. Will you come with me?" The girl looked at Elena's hand, looked at the axe Elena was still holding, looked at her father's body on the floor. She took Elena's hand. Her grip was surprisingly strong. The psychiatric ward on floor 6 was the most defensible position in the hospital. Elena had never thought about it that way before. She'd sent patients there, had consultations there, had walked through those heavy security doors 100 times without ever considering why they were so heavy, why they locked from the inside, why the windows were reinforced. Now she understood. Dr. Chen had established a command center in the nurses' station. Around him, survivors were filtering in, hospital staff, patients who could walk, a handful of visitors who'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Elena counted 37 people, then 42. Then she stopped counting. Water and food from the cafeteria. Chen was assigning tasks, his voice calm and measured. Medical supplies from the storage rooms on 5. Blankets, pillows, anything we can use. Move quickly. Lisa appeared at Elena's side. She looked at the girl, at Elena's blood-soaked scrubs, at the axe still clutched in Elena's hand. "Who's this?" "I don't know." Elena realized she'd never gotten the girl's name. "I found her hiding. Her father—" She couldn't finish. Lisa knelt down, bringing herself to the girl's eye level. "Hi, sweetheart. I'm Lisa. I'm a nurse. Are you hurt anywhere?" The girl didn't respond, didn't even look at Lisa. Her eyes were fixed on something in the distance, something no one else could see. "She's in shock," Elena said. "We need to—" "I'll take care of her." Lisa's voice brooked no argument. "You're needed elsewhere." Elena looked at the girl, at her small hand still gripping the stuffed elephant, at the blood drying on her pajamas. "What's his name?" Elena asked gently. "Your elephant?" For a long moment, nothing. Then so quiet Elena almost missed it. "Mr. Stamps." "That's a good name." Elena tried to smile. It felt wrong on her face. "Lisa's going to take care of you for a while. I'll come check on you soon, okay?" The girl didn't respond, but when Lisa reached for her hand, she let herself be led away. Elena watched them go. Then she tightened her grip on the axe and went to find out what needed killing. The barricades went up piece by piece, heavy gurneys pushed against stairwell doors, medical equipment stacked to create choke points, furniture from patient rooms dragged into hallways to slow anything that got through. Elena worked alongside orderlies and nurses and a man in a business suit who said he'd been visiting his mother. They didn't talk much. There wasn't much to say. The sounds from below were constant now, that weeping sound rising and falling like waves. Sometimes punctuated by screaming, human screaming, the kind that meant someone was still alive, still fighting. Those sounds always stopped eventually. "Vasquez," Reeves, one of the security guards who'd made it to the 6th floor. "Chen wants you in the station." She followed him back to the command center. Chen was standing at a window looking out at the city. Denver was burning. From the 6th floor, Elena could see the glow of fires spreading across the downtown core, smoke rising in columns against the darkening sky. Emergency lights flashing, red, blue, but fewer now than there should have been. The streets were empty of traffic, but full of movement, shapes moving between cars, moving toward the hospital. "Radio's still working?" Chen didn't turn from the window. "Local emergency broadcast. They're saying stay inside, help is coming, National Guard being deployed." He paused. "They've been saying that for 4 hours. You don't believe them." "I believe someone's saying it. I don't believe anyone's coming." Elena stood beside him, looking at the city she'd lived in for 8 years, the city where she'd built her career, where her brother lived, where she'd planned to grow old. "What do we do?" Chen was quiet for a long moment, then he turned to face her. "We survive the night," he said, "and then we figure out what comes next." Night fell. The psychiatric ward was designed to be quiet, to be calm, to be a place where troubled minds could find peace. Now it was packed with bodies, people sitting against walls, lying on floors, huddled in patient rooms with the doors closed. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and fear and blood. Elena moved through them, checking injuries, distributing water, doing the only thing she knew how to do, keeping people alive. A man with a bite on his calf. She cleaned it, bandaged it, and watched his face when she told him it would be fine. They both knew she was lying. A woman with a broken arm from a fall during the evacuation. Simple fracture, easy set. The woman kept asking about her husband. Elena didn't know how to tell her. A teenager with a gash on his forehead, required stitches. His hands shook the entire time Elena worked on him, and he kept whispering, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real," like a prayer. "Dr. Vasquez?" She turned. A man was standing behind her. Mid-40s, soft body, expensive haircut going to seed. He was sweating heavily despite the chill in the air. "I'm Peter Whitmore, Hospital Administration." He stuck out his hand, then seemed to realize it was covered in sweat and withdrew it. "I wanted to... I thought we should..." He laughed, a high, nervous sound. "God, I don't know. What are we supposed to do?" Elena looked at him, at his pale face and darting eyes, at the way his hands kept moving, touching his collar, his tie, his wedding ring. "Are you injured?" "What?" No, I'm fine. I was in a meeting when it started. Budget review. Can you imagine?" Another laugh, edging toward hysteria. "We were talking about budget cuts while people were being..." He stopped, swallowed. "I hid in the conference room. I hid until someone told me it was safe to come up here." "That was smart. Hiding kept you alive." "Did it?" His eyes were too wide. "Because I keep thinking about the people I passed. The ones who were hiding in other places, the ones who didn't make it." His voice cracked. "What makes me special? Why did I survive?" Elena didn't have an answer. She wasn't sure there was one. "You survived because you're here now," she said finally. "That's going to have to be enough." Peter Whitmore stared at her. Then he nodded slowly and drifted away into the crowd. Elena watched him go. Then she turned back to her patients. At 11 p.m., Father Thomas Brennan found her. He was a small man, 64 years old, with a gentle face and hands that had never stopped moving. Hospital chaplain for 22 years. Elena had seen him countless times, always heading toward grief, toward the families who needed comfort, the patients who needed peace. Now he was carrying a box of crackers and a jug of water. "Dr. Vasquez, I thought you might need sustenance. You should be resting." "I've never been good at that." He set the supplies down beside her. "I've been making rounds, trying to offer what comfort I can." He paused. "It's not much." Elena took a cracker, ate it without tasting. "How are people holding up?" "Badly." He said it simply, without judgment. "Several are injured, several more are in shock. 3 people have asked me if this is the end of the world." He smiled faintly. "I told them I didn't have God's schedule." "And what do you think?" Father Brennan was quiet for a moment. "I think something terrible is happening. I think many people are going to die, have already died. But I also think that as long as we're still here, still helping each other, God hasn't abandoned us. I'm not sure I believe in God. That's all right." His smile deepened. "I'm not sure he requires your belief to keep loving you." They sat in silence for a while. Through the reinforced windows, Elena could see the glow of fires in the distance, the occasional flash of what might have been lightning, or might have been something else. "There's a child," she said finally. "A girl. I found her hiding under a bed, her father." She stopped, started again. "She hasn't spoken since I found her. I've seen her. Lisa is caring for her." Father Brennan's face was sad. "The nurse told me she was clutching a stuffed elephant. Wouldn't let go of it. Mr. Stamps." "What?" "The elephant. His name is Mr. Stamps." Father Brennan nodded slowly. "Then Mr. Stamps is doing important work. Sometimes a child needs something to hold on to when the world becomes too large to bear." Elena thought about that, about the child's hand in hers, about the weight of the axe in her other hand, about the choice she'd made without thinking. "I killed her father." Father Brennan didn't flinch. "Did you have a choice?" "He was already..." She struggled for the word. "Gone. Changed. He was attacking her grandmother and I..." "Then you saved her life." "I killed her father in front of her." "Yes." Father Brennan's voice was gentle. "And if you hadn't, she would be dead. That's not a comfortable truth, but it's still true." Elena looked at her hands. There was blood under her fingernails that she hadn't been able to scrub away. Blood on her scrubs, on her shoes, in her hair. "I froze," she said, "when I found them, when I saw what was happening. I froze for, I don't know, a few seconds. It felt longer. But then you acted. What if I'd been faster? What if you'd been slower?" Father Brennan's voice was sharp now, cutting through her spiral. "What if you'd turned down a different hallway? What if you'd never come at all?" He leaned forward. "Dr. Vasquez, you cannot carry the weight of every second you didn't move fast enough. You'll be crushed. I've watched people try. It doesn't end well. How do you know what I can carry?" He smiled again, that small, sad smile. "I don't. But I know what you can't, and guilt over things beyond your control will destroy you." He stood, pressing a hand briefly to her shoulder. "Get some rest. Tomorrow will require everything you have." He walked away, leaving her with the crackers and the water and the fires burning in the distance. The morgue reanimated at 2:47 a.m. Elena was dozing in a chair, something she'd learned to do during residency. Light enough to wake instantly, deep enough to function. The sound woke her. A crash from somewhere below, followed by shouting, followed by something worse. The weeping, rising through the floor like a sound from nightmares. She grabbed the axe and ran. The stairwell door was holding, but barely. She could see it shaking in its frame, could hear bodies pressing against it from the other side. 2 orderlies were braced against it, feet slipping on the linoleum. "How many?" Elena demanded. "Don't know." One of the orderlies, a big man, former Marine, someone she'd seen around the ER. "They came out of nowhere. The barricades on 3 are gone." "The morgue," the other orderly said. His voice was shaking. "Someone said they came from the morgue." Elena closed her eyes for half a second. The morgue, of course. Every body that had died today. Every victim who'd been bitten. Every patient who'd coded and been pronounced. They'd been storing them in the basement, following protocol, following the rules of a world that didn't exist anymore. 30 bodies at least, probably more. And now, they were all awake. "Everyone back!" she shouted. "Fall back to the barricade at the ward entrance." People were emerging from rooms, stumbling with sleep and terror. Chen appeared, still in his blood-stained surgical gown, directing traffic with sharp hand gestures. "Move, move! Women and children first, then medical personnel, then—" The stairwell door burst open. They poured through like water through a broken dam. Elena caught a glimpse of faces, some she recognized, others she didn't. A nurse who'd died in the ER. A patient who'd coded in Trauma Bay 2. Henderson, the security guard, still in his uniform, his throat torn open. She swung the axe. It connected. Henderson dropped. She yanked it free, swung again. Another body fell, but there were more behind them, pressing forward, that horrible weeping sound filling the hallway. "Elena," Chen's voice. "Fall back." She couldn't fall back. If she stopped, they'd flood the hallway. If they flooded the hallway, they'd reach the survivors. The woman with the broken arm, the teenager who kept whispering prayers, the girl with the stuffed elephant. "Elena!" Someone grabbed her arm. Reeves, the security guard. He was pulling her backward, firing a pistol past her head. The shots were deafening in the enclosed space. "Run!" She ran. The ward entrance was narrow. That was what saved them. The psychiatric ward had been designed to control access, to keep patients in and unauthorized visitors out. The door was reinforced steel, and the corridor leading to it was only wide enough for 2 people abreast. They made their stand there. Elena swung her axe until her arms burned. Reeves fired his pistol until the click of an empty chamber. Chen worked with a metal bar torn from a hospital bed, using precise, efficient strikes to the head. Others joined them, orderlies, a maintenance worker, a woman in business attire who'd grabbed a fire extinguisher and used it like a club. The infected kept coming. But the narrow corridor worked in the survivors' favor. The creatures couldn't flank them, couldn't overwhelm them with numbers. They could only push forward one or two at a time into the teeth of the defenders. Elena lost track of time, lost track of how many she'd killed, lost track of everything except the rhythm of the axe. Swing, connect, pull, swing again. And then suddenly it stopped. The last of them fell. A woman in a patient gown, young, probably pretty once. Now she lay in a heap with the others, finally still. Elena stood in the corridor, surrounded by bodies breathing hard. Her arms were shaking, her scrubs were soaked with blood and other fluids she didn't want to think about. The air was thick with the smell of death. "Is that all of them?" someone asked. No one answered. They reinforced the barricade, moved the bodies, posted guards on a rotating schedule. Elena did all of this mechanically, her mind floating somewhere above her body, watching herself function. At some point, someone pressed a bottle of water into her hands. She drank it. At some other point, someone gave her a protein bar. She ate it. She didn't taste either. The girl, she still didn't know her name, was sitting in a corner of the ward holding Mr. Stamps. Lisa was beside her, not touching, just present. The girl's eyes were closed, but Elena didn't think she was sleeping. Dawn came slowly, gray light filtering through reinforced windows. The weeping had stopped. For hours, that sound had been constant, rising from the floors below, drifting in from the city outside. Now there was silence. Complete, absolute silence. It was worse. Elena stood at a window, looking out at a changed world. The fires had mostly burned out, leaving plumes of smoke rising into the overcast sky. The streets were littered with abandoned vehicles, broken glass, shapes that didn't move. The hospital parking lot was full of cars that would never be claimed. What happens now? Chen had appeared beside her. He looked old in the gray light, old and tired and for the first time uncertain. "We take stock," he said. "Count our supplies, assess our resources, plan for—" He stopped. "I don't know. I don't know what we plan for. You should rest. You've been up all night. So have you." They stood in silence, watching the sun rise behind the clouds. "I tried to reach my brother," Elena said, "before everything went crazy. Couldn't get through." "Where does he live?" "Lodo, about 12 blocks from here." Chen nodded slowly. "Maybe he's okay. Maybe he found somewhere safe. Maybe." She didn't believe it, didn't know how to believe it. "He came to Denver to be close to me after our father died. He said he wanted to—" She stopped, swallowed. "We had a fight. 8 months ago. I haven't spoken to him since." "What about?" "Money. He wanted to borrow some. I gave it to him, but I said things, conditions. Made him feel small." She closed her eyes. "I'm good at that. Making people feel small. You're good at saving lives. It's easier." She opened her eyes. "People on the table don't talk back. They don't have feelings you can hurt. They're just problems to solve." Chen was quiet for a moment. Then he reached up and removed his glasses, cleaning them on a corner of his gown. It was an old habit, familiar, and Elena felt something loosen in her chest at the sight. "You know what I remember about you?" he said. "From when you first started here? That I was an arrogant, dismissive, overconfident resident who thought she knew everything. That too," he smiled faintly. "But also I remember a night in your second year, mass casualty, multiple car pileup on I-70. We had 7 critical patients and 5 surgeons. Do you remember?" Elena's stomach dropped. She remembered. That girl, Hannah Kowalski, 16 years old, multiple traumas, internal bleeding, needed immediate surgery. I froze. Elena's voice came out small. Everyone was moving, everyone was making decisions, and I just stood there. 11 seconds. I counted them later. I stood there for 11 seconds and she died, Chen finished. But not because of 11 seconds. Her mother was grieving. She needed someone to blame. You made yourself available. Chen put his glasses back on. Elena, I've never told you this before, but I should have. That night, the failure wasn't yours. It was mine. Elena stared at him. What? I was the senior surgeon. The triage calls should have been mine, but I was. He paused, searching for words. Overwhelmed. I let everyone flounder. I let you all try to make decisions that should have been mine alone. And when you froze, I blamed you privately because it was easier than blaming myself. James. Hannah Kowalski died because I failed to lead, not because you hesitated. His eyes met hers, steady and clear. You've been carrying guilt that wasn't yours to carry. I should have told you years ago. I'm sorry I didn't. Elena didn't know what to say. 3 years of nightmares. 3 years of seeing Hannah's face every time she closed her eyes. 3 years of her hands trembling every time a mass casualty came in. Why are you telling me now? Chen looked out the window at the burning city. Because I don't know what comes next. I don't know if I'll get another chance. He turned back to her. And because you're going to need to lead, Elena. These people. He gestured at the survivors behind them. They're going to need someone who can make the hard calls. Someone who can act. That's not me. It could be, it should be. He smiled, that small warm smile she'd seen 1,000 times across operating tables. You're ready. You've been ready for years. You just needed to stop punishing yourself long enough to see it. The radio crackled. Both of them turned. The radio was set up on the nurse's station desk, a ham radio they'd found in the emergency management office, one of the few communication systems still working. It had been broadcasting emergency messages all night. Stay inside. Help is coming. Wait for rescue, but this wasn't a broadcast. Lena? Elena's heart stopped. Lena, it's Marco. She was across the room before she realized she was moving. Her hands grabbed the radio, fingers fumbling for the transmit button. Marco? Marco, can you hear me? Static. Then his voice, broken but real. Yeah, I can hear you, thank God. Where are you? Are you hurt? I'm at the hospital. I came to find you. A pause. Background noise, something rhythmic, something heavy. I'm in the ambulance bay, ground floor. Elena closed her eyes. The ambulance bay, ground floor. That was where Henderson had died. That was where everything had started. Marco, how did you... I walked. His voice was shaky. All night. 12 blocks. I had to see. I had to know if you were... Another pause. The background noise was getting louder. Lena, I'm trapped. I barricaded myself in one of the ambulances, but they know I'm in here. Who knows? He made a sound that might have been a laugh. I don't know what to call them. The things. The people who aren't people anymore. The noise was louder now. Metal bending, glass cracking. There's a lot of them out here, and they're almost through. Elena looked at Chen, at the survivors huddled in the psychiatric ward, at the narrow corridor they'd defended with axes and fire extinguishers and desperate courage. The ambulance bay was 3 floors down. Through the corridors they'd abandoned, through the infected they'd barely survived. I'm coming. Lena, you can't. I'm coming, Marco, hold on. She released the transmit button, looked at Chen. He was already nodding. I'll gather volunteers, he said. We'll need... I can hear them, Lena. Marco's voice through the radio, small, scared. The voice of the little brother she'd protected all her life, the brother she'd failed, the brother she'd let slip away. They're almost through the door. The radio crackled, Marco's voice breaking through static. "I can hear them, Lena. They're almost through the door." Elena grabbed her axe. The survivors were gathering. Word had spread quickly through the psychiatric ward. Dr. Vasquez's brother was trapped and she was going after him. People emerged from patient rooms and corners, some to volunteer, others to watch with hollow eyes. "I'll go." Reeves stepped forward first. He'd reloaded his pistol from a box of ammunition someone had found in a security office. "I've got combat training." "Me too." Lisa appeared at Elena's shoulder. "You'll need a medic." "Lisa, no." "I wasn't asking permission." Her voice was steady. "I was telling you what I'm doing." Two orderlies volunteered, the man in the business suit who'd been visiting his mother. A young woman in scrubs who Elena didn't recognize. Might have been a pharmacy tech, might have been a cafeteria worker, didn't matter now. 6 people. Chen assessed them with a surgeon's eye. "That's enough to fight through, but not so many you'll make too much noise." He handed Elena a radio. "Keep in contact. The moment you reach him, we'll be coming back fast. Have the barricades ready to open." "They will be." Elena looked at her team, at their faces pale with fear but set with determination. At the weapons they carried, axes, metal bars, a single pistol. At the impossible odds they were about to face. She thought about Hannah Kowalski, about 11 seconds. "Let's move." The stairwell was quiet. They descended in silence, footsteps soft on concrete, weapons ready. The lights were still working. Emergency power, Elena realized. The hospital's backup generators grinding along somewhere in the basement. How long would that last? Hours? Days? "Stop." Reeves held up a fist. They froze. He was looking at a door. Floor 4. Elena could see shapes through the small window, shadows moving in the hallway beyond. "There's a lot of them," Reeves whispered. "We'll need to go fast." "3rd floor?" "Maybe. Or we loop around to the east stairwell, come up behind them." Elena shook her head. "Too long. Marco doesn't have time." "Then we go through." She looked at her team, at Lisa gripping a fire axe, at the orderlies with their metal bars, at the business suit, the pharmacy tech, the survivors who'd been strangers 12 hours ago. "Stay together. Don't stop for anything. If someone falls..." She swallowed. "If someone falls, we keep moving." No one argued. Reeves counted down on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. He kicked the door open. The hallway was chaos. Elena moved without thinking, the axe in her hands an extension of her body. Swing, connect, pull, swing again. The infected were everywhere, patients, staff, visitors. Faces she recognized, faces she didn't. All of them turned toward the sound of the door, all of them moving, all of them making that horrible weeping sound. She lost sight of her team almost immediately. Could only hear them, the crack of Reeves's pistol, the thud of metal on bone, the screaming that might have been human or might have been something else. A hand grabbed her arm. She spun, axe raised. "Lisa!" Lisa's face spattered with blood, eyes wild. "This way!" They ran, past a nurse's station overturned and smeared with red. Past patient rooms with open doors and dark things moving inside. Past a window that looked out on the city, flames still glowing in the distance. "Left!" Reeves appeared, pistol cracking. "The east stairwell, it's clear." They turned. Elena's lungs were burning. Her arms were screaming. The axe had never felt so heavy. The stairwell door was ahead, 20 feet, 15. Someone screamed behind her. She turned. The business suit, she'd never learned his name, was down. 3 of them on him, tearing, that wet, sobbing sound drowning out his cries. "Keep moving!" Reeves grabbed her arm. "We can't help him. We can't. He's dead. Move!" The door. She hit it with her shoulder, burst through, nearly fell down the stairs. Lisa caught her. Reeves was pulling the pharmacy tech through. The orderlies were gone. She didn't know when she'd lost them, didn't know if they were dead or just separated. How many? Lisa was panting. 4. We have 4. Elena looked at their reduced group, at the terror in their faces, at the blood on their clothes. Keep going. Floor 2 was worse. The surgical suites were directly below the ER, and the infected had flooded up from both directions. Bodies everywhere, some still, some not. The overhead lights flickered. The air smelled like copper and rot. There, Reeves pointed. Service corridor, it should lead to the ambulance bay. They ran. The service corridor was narrow, industrial. Pipes overhead, concrete floors, doors to mechanical rooms and storage closets. Elena kept her eyes forward, kept moving, tried not to think about what might be behind those doors. Wait. Lisa stopped. She was staring at something, a door marked electrical, slightly ajar. Did you hear that? Elena hadn't heard anything, but she stopped, listened. A sound, faint, like a child crying. No. Elena's voice was sharp. We don't have time. Elena, there's someone. My brother is dying. Lisa stared at her. In the flickering light, her face was unreadable. There's a child in there. And there's a child in the ward who already lost her father. If I don't get back, you're choosing? The word hit Elena like a physical blow. She thought about Hannah, about Chen's words, about 11 seconds that had defined her life. I'm choosing to save who I can reach, she said. Right now, that's Marco. Lisa held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. Then let's go save him. They kept moving. The ambulance bay door was at the end of the service corridor. Elena could hear them before she saw them, the weeping, the pounding, the wet sounds of bodies pressing against metal. When she pushed through the door, she understood why Marco was still alive. The bay was designed to hold 8 ambulances. Right now, it held 5, parked at angles, their doors and windows providing temporary barriers. The infected were massed at the other end of the bay, pressing against the loading dock door that must have been Marco's entry point. A smaller group had gathered around one of the ambulances, a mid-sized rig with Denver Health logos on its side. Inside, through the spider-webbed windshield, Elena could see her brother's face. Marco! He looked up. His eyes went wide. Lena, behind you! She spun. 2 of them coming from her left. They'd been hidden behind one of the other ambulances. She swung the axe, caught the first one in the neck. Not a clean kill, but enough to send it staggering. Reeves's pistol cracked, and the second one dropped. Clear a path! Elena was running now, dodging between vehicles, heading for Marco's ambulance. Clear a path to the ambulance! Lisa and the pharmacy tech took position by the rear doors, holding off anything coming from behind. Reeves moved forward with Elena, firing in controlled bursts, dropping infected one by one. The group around Marco's ambulance turned. Elena counted 12, 15. Too many. Reeves! I see them! His pistol clicked empty. He dropped the magazine, reached for another. One of them grabbed him. Reeves went down, screaming. Elena saw teeth sink into his shoulder, saw blood spray across the concrete. She raised her axe. Save Marco! Reeves's voice already growing weak. Save your brother! She hesitated, 1 second, 2. Then she kept running. The infected were between her and the ambulance now. She swung wildly, not trying to kill, just trying to create space. The axe connected, bounced off, connected again. Hands grabbed at her arms, her clothes, her hair. Something bit at her shoulder, but she twisted away before teeth could find purchase. The ambulance door, she grabbed the handle, yanked. Marco tumbled out, alive, covered in sweat and terror, but alive. Move! She grabbed his arm. We're going! They ran. The service corridor was a blur. Elena's lungs were burning, her legs screaming, her brother's hand in hers. Behind them, the sound of the pursuing horde, that weeping, always that weeping, growing louder. Lisa appeared at the stairwell door. "Move, move, move!" They burst through. Up the stairs, 1 floor, 2 floors. Elena could hear the infected following, their bare feet slapping on concrete. "Left!" Lisa was ahead now, leading them down a different route. "Through radiology!" They ran through darkened rooms full of equipment that would never be used again, past X-ray machines and CT scanners and MRI tubes, past bodies on gurneys that might or might not be truly dead. There! The east stairwell. Open door, safety. The pharmacy tech didn't make it. Elena heard the scream, turned, saw her pulled down by hands reaching from beneath a gurney. There wasn't time to help. There wasn't time for anything except to keep running. 3rd floor, 4th floor, 5th, the psychiatric ward barricade loomed ahead. Chen was there, pulling furniture aside, creating an opening. "Through! Through!" Elena pushed Marco ahead of her. Lisa followed, then Elena herself diving through the gap just as Chen and 2 orderlies slammed the barricade closed. Behind them, the infected hit the barrier like a wave. The furniture shook, held, shook again, held. Elena lay on the floor gasping. Her entire body was trembling. Her brother was beside her, alive, breathing. "Lena." Marco's voice was shaking. "Lena, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have." "Shut up." She pulled him into a hug, holding on tight. "Just shut up." The cleanup was efficient. Bodies were removed from the corridor. The barricade was reinforced. Guards were posted. The survivors who'd been lost were named and mourned in quick, quiet moments between necessary tasks. Reeves was dead. The business suit, his name had been Carl, someone said. He'd been visiting his mother after her knee surgery. Dead. The 2 orderlies, both named Johnson, brothers who'd worked at the hospital for 15 years. Dead. The pharmacy tech, Sarah something, only been at Denver Health for 6 months. Dead. 5 people gone. 1 person saved. Elena sat in a corner of the psychiatric ward, her brother beside her. Marco was sleeping. Exhaustion had finally claimed him, pulling him under despite everything. His head rested on her shoulder, and in sleep he looked like the 12-year-old boy she'd helped raise after their father died. Lisa approached, sat down across from them. "The girl's sleeping too," she said. "Maya, that's her name by the way, Maya Okonkwo. I found her chart. She was here visiting her grandmother." "Her grandmother?" "Post-hip replacement, room 412. Lisa paused. "The man you killed, her father. He was here visiting too. Name was David Okonkwo, software engineer, 38 years old." Elena closed her eyes. David Okonkwo, 38 years old, someone's son, someone's husband, someone's father. "Thank you for telling me. I thought you should know." Lisa was quiet for a moment. "I found something else in her chart. Emergency contact information. There's an uncle in Nigeria, a cousin in Atlanta." She paused. "No one local, so she's alone. She's here. She's with us." Lisa reached out, touched Elena's arm. "That's not nothing." The barricade rattled. The infected were still pressing against it, still trying to get through. That weeping sound, constant and terrible. "What happens now?" Elena asked. "We survive," Lisa stood, "and then we figure out the rest." She walked away, leaving Elena alone with her brother and the weight of everything she'd lost and saved. Morning came gray and quiet. The weeping had stopped again. The infected had retreated, or moved on, or found something else to pursue. The psychiatric ward was still, survivors sleeping or sitting in silence, waiting for something that might never come. Elena stood at the window, looking out at the changed world. The sun was trying to push through the clouds, casting weak light across a city that no longer belonged to the living. Her radio crackled. "Dr. Vasquez," Chen's voice. "Can you come to the command center?" She went. Chen was standing over a map of the hospital, marking evacuation routes and supply caches. His hands were steady, but there were shadows under his eyes. "I've been thinking about next steps," he said. "We can't stay here indefinitely. The generators have maybe 2 days of fuel. Water pressure is already dropping, and there are—" He stopped, looked at her. "There are too many of them between us and any viable exit. What are you suggesting?" "I don't know yet, but I wanted you here when I figure it out." He smiled faintly. "You're going to need to learn how to lead, Elena. Today seems like a good day to start." She looked at the map, at the red marks indicating danger zones, at the blue marks showing surviving personnel, at the black marks, so many black marks, showing areas that had been lost. "We should inventory our supplies," she said. "Count exactly what we have. Food, water, medical equipment, weapons." She paused. "And we need to identify everyone's skills. Who can fight? Who can treat wounds? Who knows the building?" Chen nodded. "Good. What else?" "Communication. If Marco's radio worked, there might be other survivors out there, other groups, other—" She stopped. "Other hospitals, other safe zones. The broadcast last night mentioned Red Rocks, a FEMA site. Then we need to find out if it's real." Chen was watching her. There was something in his eyes, pride maybe, or relief, or both. "What about the immediate threat?" he asked. "The infected on the floors below? We hold the ward, strengthen the barricades, post guards around the clock." She looked at the map again. "But Chen, we can't stay here forever. Eventually we'll have to move." "I know. So we start planning for that now, while we still have options." He nodded slowly. "And your brother?" Elena thought about Marco sleeping in the corner, about the 8 months of silence between them, about all the things she'd said and hadn't said. "He stays with me," she said. "Whatever happens next, he stays with me." The psychiatric ward had become a small world unto itself. Elena spent the next hours moving through it, talking to survivors, assessing resources, learning names. There were 47 of them now, 39 who'd been in the hospital when it started, plus the 8 who'd arrived with the National Guard units before communication failed. She met Kenji Watanabe, 22 IT technician. He'd been in the server room when the outbreak began, had barricaded himself in with a vending machine and lived on Snickers bars until Reeves's team found him. He was nervous, spoke in half sentences, but his eyes lit up when Elena asked about the hospital's communication systems. "The ham radio's pretty basic," he said. "But if I could get to the emergency management office on 3, there's better equipment, longer range. We could actually reach, I don't know, someone. 3 is compromised. I know. Just telling you what's there." She met Father Brennan again. He was moving through the survivors, offering comfort, holding hands, saying prayers with those who wanted them. When he saw Elena, he simply nodded. "The girl is awake," he said. "Maya, she's asking for you." Elena found Maya in a corner of the ward, clutching Mr. Stamps, her eyes fixed on nothing. Lisa was beside her, as always. "Dr. Elena?" Maya's voice was barely a whisper. "You saved me." "I did." "You killed my daddy." Elena's heart clenched. "I did that too." Maya was quiet for a long moment, then, "He was already gone, wasn't he? When you found us. He was already not my daddy anymore." "Yes." "I knew." Maya's grip tightened on Mr. Stamps. "I saw his eyes. They were different. Wrong." She paused. "Thank you for saving me." Elena didn't know what to say, so she sat down beside Maya and didn't say anything at all. Peter Whitmore found her an hour later. He looked worse than he had the night before, paler, sweatier, his eyes darting constantly. His clothes were wrinkled, his tie askew. "Dr. Vasquez, I've been thinking about the situation." "What about it?" "We can't stay here. You know that, right? The generators will run out. The food will run out. The things will find a way in eventually." He was talking fast, his words tumbling over each other. "We need to leave. Go somewhere safer, somewhere—" "Where? What? Where would we go?" Elena kept her voice calm. "The streets are full of infected. We don't have vehicles that can hold everyone. We don't know if anywhere else is safer. The FEMA site, Red Rocks, the broadcast also said help was coming. How's that working out?" Peter's face crumpled. For a moment, he looked like he was going to cry. "I just want to survive," he whispered. "Is that so wrong? I just want to live." "No." Elena felt something in her soften just slightly. "It's not wrong. It's what we all want." "Then what do we do?" She looked at him, at this man who'd hidden while others died, who'd protected himself while his colleagues were torn apart. A coward, maybe, or just someone who wasn't equipped for the world that existed now. "We do what we can," she said. "We protect the people here, we gather supplies, we plan, and when we see an opportunity, a real opportunity, not just panic, we take it. And if that opportunity never comes, then we die here." She held his gaze. "But we die fighting. We die together. We don't die hiding in closets." Peter flinched. She knew. Of course she knew. Everyone knew. "I couldn't," he started. "I know." She cut him off. "But that was yesterday. Today you can be different. Tomorrow you can be better." She paused. "Or you can keep hiding. Your choice." She walked away, leaving him with the weight of it. The afternoon passed in a blur of activity. Elena supervised the inventory, counted medical supplies, enough antibiotics for 2 weeks, enough painkillers for 1, enough surgical equipment for maybe 3 major operations. Counted food, cafeteria supplies that had been salvaged, vending machine contents, protein bars and bottled water hoarded by survivors. Enough for a week if they rationed carefully. She organized the survivors into teams. Defense, those who could fight, led by what remained of the National Guard. Medical, Lisa herself, 2 nurses who'd made it through. Support, everyone else, assigned tasks based on skill and temperament. She talked to Chen about escape routes, debated options, argued, planned, and through it all, she kept thinking about the things she'd lost. Reeves dying so Marco could live. The pharmacy tech, Sarah, pulled down by hands reaching from darkness. The business suit Carl who just wanted to see his mother. All the patients on the floors below, the ones they'd had to leave behind. All the choices that had led here. All the choices still to come. Night fell again. The weeping began at sunset, rising from the floors below like a tide of grief. Elena stood at the window watching the darkness spread across Denver. Fires still burned in places, emergency lights still flashed on abandoned vehicles. But the city was dead, or dying, and everyone in the psychiatric ward knew it. Marco found her there. "Can't sleep," he said. "Me neither." They stood in silence for a while, brother and sister, survivors. "I'm sorry," Marco said finally. "For everything. The money, the fight, the 8 months of not calling. I'm sorry too, Elena searched for words. "I was controlling, judgmental. I made you feel small because it was easier than admitting I was scared." "Scared of what?" "That I'd lose you. That after Dad died, after everything, I'd push you away and you'd be gone forever." She laughed, a small, bitter sound. "Ironic, right? I was so scared of losing you that I drove you away myself." Marco didn't say anything, just reached over and took her hand. "I came to find you," he said, "when everything went crazy. I walked 12 blocks through that, Because I had to know if you were okay. I know. I would have walked 100 blocks, 1,000. You're my sister, Lena. You're all I have. She squeezed his hand, held on tight. We're going to get through this, she said. I don't know how yet, but we are. Promise? Promise. The weeping continued below them. The fires continued to burn. The world continued to end. But in that moment, standing at the window with her brother's hand in hers, Elena felt something she hadn't felt in 3 years. Hope. The radio crackled at midnight. Elena was dozing in a chair, that light sleep of survival, when the sound woke her. She was on her feet instantly, crossing to the nurse's station where they'd set up the communications equipment. Static. Then a voice. Not Marco this time. Someone else. Any survivors in the Denver area, this is a message from FEMA. Safe zones have been established at the following locations: Red Rocks Amphitheater, Colorado State Capitol, Cherry Creek Reservoir. If you can hear this message, make your way to the nearest safe zone. Help is available. I repeat, help is available. The message looped, repeated, said the same things the broadcasts had been saying for 2 days. Elena didn't believe it, couldn't believe it. The capital was only a mile away, and she'd seen no sign of any organized response. No helicopters, no military vehicles. No evidence that anyone with power or resources was coming to help. But the message kept playing. And somewhere in the ward, someone started crying. Tears of relief, tears of hope, tears for a rescue that might never come. Chen appeared beside her. You heard it? I heard it. Do you think? No, she cut him off. I don't, but we need to find out for certain. How? Elena looked at the map, at the red marks and blue marks and black marks, at the city that was no longer a city. We send scouts, she said. Small team, fast. They go to the capital, see what's really there, and report back. That's a suicide mission. Maybe, she met his eyes. But it's information, and right now information is the only thing that might save us. Chen was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. I'll ask for volunteers. No, Elena took a breath. I'll go. Elena, someone has to lead from the front. You taught me that. She paused. Besides, if there's really help at the capital, I need to see it with my own eyes before I'll believe it. He looked at her for a long moment. Something shifted in his expression. Pride, maybe, or fear, or both. Then I'll keep things together here until you get back. You always do. The volunteers gathered at dawn. 4 of them, Elena, Lisa, Kenji, who insisted despite his terror because he wanted to check the communication equipment along the way, and a National Guard private named Torres, young and fierce and determined. Marco tried to come. Elena refused. You just survived 1 trip through that city, she said. You're not doing another. Then neither should you. Someone has to. She gripped his shoulders, forced him to meet her eyes. Marco, listen to me. If I don't come back, these people need a leader. Chen is good at planning, but he's not a fighter. Not like that. You survived 12 blocks on your own. That means something. It means I got lucky. It means you're stronger than you think. She pulled him into a hug. I'll come back, I promise. That's what Dad said, before his last doctor's appointment. I know. She held him tighter. But I'm not Dad. And this isn't a doctor's appointment. When she pulled away, his eyes were wet. But he didn't argue anymore. The descent was easier in daylight. They moved quickly through the stairwell, Elena leading with her axe, Torres watching the rear. The infected were sparse on the upper floors. Most had followed the noise and activity to ground level, massing near the exits. Floor 4, floor 3, floor 2, hold! Elena stopped at the 2nd floor landing. She could hear them ahead, that weeping, that endless weeping. But the sound was distant, unfocused. They're not guarding the exits, Torres said. They're wandering. They're not strategic, not like... Elena stopped, thought about the recognition pause, about the memories that lingered in the first hours. They're like sleepwalkers, going through motions without understanding why. So we can get past them? Maybe. If we're quiet, if we're fast. They descended the final flight. The lobby was a massacre. Bodies everywhere. Patients, staff, visitors, security guards. Some moving, most not. The morning light filtered through shattered windows, illuminating a scene that would have been impossible to imagine 48 hours ago. Elena moved through it like a ghost, step by careful step, breath held, heart pounding. The front entrance was blocked, a pile of bodies, furniture, debris. They wouldn't get out that way. Side door. Lisa's whisper was barely audible. Through the cafeteria. They moved, past the reception desk, past the gift shop, past a vending machine that was somehow still lit and humming, into the cafeteria where tables had been overturned and food rotted on abandoned trays. The side door was clear. "Go!" Elena breathed. "Now!" They went. Denver in the aftermath was a different world. The streets were littered with cars, some crashed, some simply abandoned, some burned to skeletal frames. Bodies lay on sidewalks and in doorways. Windows were shattered. Alarms still wailed from buildings where no one would ever respond. And everywhere the infected wandered. Elena counted them as she moved. One on the corner of Bannock and 7th, a man in a jogging suit circling the same lamppost over and over. 3 in the middle of Colfax, standing motionless, heads tilted toward some sound only they could hear. A crowd, 20, 30 more, gathered in front of the Capitol building, pressing against the barricades that surrounded it. "There," Torres pointed. "The Capitol, that's where the safe zone's supposed to be." Elena studied the scene. The barricades were military. Concrete barriers, razor wire, the kind of fortification that spoke of planning and resources. But there were no soldiers visible, no movement behind the barriers, just the infected pressing and weeping and waiting for something that would never come. "It's empty," Kenji said. "The safe zone is empty. Or everyone's dead. Or they left." Lisa's voice was flat. "Saw what was coming and ran." Elena looked at the Capitol dome rising against the gray sky, the symbol of government, of order, of a world that had ended. "We need to be sure," she said. "I'm going in." "Elena, stay here. If I'm not back in 20 minutes, return to the hospital. Tell Chen what we found." She didn't wait for an argument. She moved. The barricade was designed to keep things out, not in. Elena found a gap, a section where the concrete barriers had been shifted, probably by the infected pushing against them. She squeezed through, barely scraping her shoulders against rough edges. Inside, the Capitol grounds were silent. The infected hadn't breached this far. The interior barricade had held. But there was no one here. No soldiers, no survivors, no sign of the help that had been promised. She approached the Capitol building itself. The doors were locked, reinforced. She circled to the side, found a window that had been broken from the inside. She climbed through. The interior was dark. Emergency lights flickered. The smell hit her first, the same smell from the hospital. Blood and rot and something worse. They'd been here. The safe zone had been real for a little while, and then it had fallen. Elena found them in the rotunda. Dozens of bodies. Soldiers mostly, but also civilians. Families who'd come looking for safety. They died fighting from the look of it. Spent shell casings covered the marble floor. The walls were pocked with bullet holes, and in the center, on a makeshift barricade, a handwritten sign. "Evacuated to Red Rocks, God help us." Elena stared at the sign for a long moment. Then she turned and headed back toward the window. The return to the hospital was faster. They'd learned the patterns now, which streets were clear, which had infected presence, How to move without attracting attention. Within an hour, they were back inside the psychiatric ward, the barricade closing behind them. Chen was waiting. What did you find? The capital fell. Elena's voice was flat. But they evacuated. To Red Rocks. There's a sign. So there might still be... Maybe. Or Red Rocks fell too and they're all dead and the sign is just... wishful thinking. She rubbed her eyes. We need more information. We need to know what's really out there before we make any decisions. And how do you propose we get that information? The communications equipment in the emergency management office. Kenji says it's better than what we have. Longer range. If there's anyone else out there, anyone coordinating a response, we might be able to reach them. That office is on floor 3. I know. Chen was quiet for a moment. Then, we'll clear a path tomorrow, while they're less active. In the meantime, we rest, we eat, we prepare. Elena looked at the survivors gathered around them. We survive another day. That night, Maya found her. The girl appeared silently, clutching Mr. Stamps, standing at Elena's elbow like a small ghost. Elena was sitting by a window, watching the darkness, thinking about everything that had happened and everything still to come. Dr. Elena? Hi, Maya. I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see... She trailed off. Didn't need to finish. I know. I see it too. Maya sat down beside her, not touching but close, present. Lisa says you're brave, she said. She says you save people. I try. She says you saved me. I did. Maya was quiet for a moment, then, will you save everyone? Elena thought about the question, about its impossibility, about the weight of it. No, she said finally. I can't save everyone, no one can, but I can try to save some. The ones I can reach, the ones I can protect. Like me? Like you? Maya leaned against her just slightly, her small body warm and alive. My daddy used to say that trying is what matters, she said. He said you can't control what happens, only what you do about it. Your daddy sounds like he was smart. He was. A pause. I miss him. I know. They sat in silence for a while. The city lay quiet outside the window. The weeping had stopped again, one of those strange lulls that came and went without pattern or reason. Dr. Elena? Yes? Will you stay with me tonight? I don't want to be alone. Elena looked at this child, this orphan, this survivor, this small person who'd seen too much and lost everything. Thought about all the people she hadn't been able to save, all the choices she'd made and failed to make. Yes, she said, I'll stay with you. Maya's hand found hers, small fingers, surprisingly strong. They sat together through the night, waiting for dawn. The second morning in the new world arrived cold and gray. Elena woke to the sound of the radio, not the emergency broadcast which had been running constantly, but something else. A voice, clear and distinct. She was on her feet before she was fully conscious, crossing to the nurse's station where Kenji was hunched over the equipment, headphones on, fingers adjusting dials. What is it? I don't know, just picked it up. He pulled off the headphones, switched to speakers. Repeat, this is a message from the Colorado National Guard. Safe zones remain operational at the following locations. Red Rocks Amphitheater is secure. Cherry Creek Reservoir is under siege but holding. If you are receiving this message, it's real, Elena breathed. Red Rocks is real. Maybe. Kenji's voice was cautious. Or it's old. A recording. We can't know for sure unless we go there. She looked around the ward, at the survivors who'd gathered at the sound, their faces painted with something that might have been hope. Chen. She found him in the crowd. We need to talk, all of us. Now. The meeting was brief. Elena laid out what they knew. The capital had fallen, but survivors had evacuated to Red Rocks. The radio broadcast claimed Red Rocks was secure. They couldn't stay at the hospital indefinitely. Supplies were limited, the infected were massed below, and eventually something would give. "We have a choice," she said. "We can stay here and hope, or we can try to reach Red Rocks and find out if there's actually help available. How would we even get there?" Peter's voice was shaky. "The streets are... the ambulances in the bay. 4 of them fully fueled, enough to move everyone if we pack tight." "Through that?" Someone gestured toward the window. "Through all of them?" "Through whatever's between us and safety. Yes." The silence stretched. Elena watched faces, fear, doubt, hope, exhaustion, all the emotions of survival compressed into a single moment. "I'll go." Marco stepped forward. "I'll drive one of the ambulances." "I'm in." Lisa, without hesitation. "Me too." Torres. "Yeah, okay." Kenji, swallowing hard. One by one, others spoke up. Not everyone. Some couldn't move, some were too injured, some simply couldn't face the thought of leaving the relative safety of the ward. "Those who want to stay can stay," Elena said. "We'll leave supplies, you'll have the barricades. But those who want to try for Red Rocks, we leave at dawn tomorrow." Chen stepped forward. "I'll coordinate the logistics, supply distribution, vehicle assignments. We'll need..." "Wait," Elena held up a hand. "There's something else, something I need to say." She looked at them. Her people, her responsibility, her burden. "I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if Red Rocks is safe. I don't know if we'll make it there. I don't know if any of us are going to survive the next week." She paused. "What I do know is this. We can't stay here forever. We can't wait for someone else to save us. We have to save ourselves." No one spoke. "I'm not asking you to follow me because I have all the answers. I'm asking you to follow me because we have a better chance together than apart. Because giving up is not an option. Because as long as we're alive, there's hope." She thought about Hannah Kowalski. About 11 seconds. About everything she'd been too afraid to do. "I froze once," she said. 3 years ago in a crisis, I froze. And someone died because of it." Her voice cracked, but she pushed through. "I've carried that guilt every day since. Let it define me. Let it make me afraid." She met their eyes one by one. "I'm not afraid anymore. I can't afford to be, and neither can you." The silence lasted another moment. Then Chen began to clap. Slow, steady, one person joined him, then another. Then the whole ward was applauding, not celebration, but something more like acknowledgement. Recognition. Elena felt something shift inside her. The weight that had pressed on her for 3 years didn't disappear, but it settled, became bearable. She could carry this. She would carry this, because someone had to. The day passed in preparation. Supplies were packed, vehicles were checked, routes were planned and replanned. Elena moved through it all like a conductor, coordinating, deciding, leading. Marco appeared at her side as the sun began to set. "You're different," he said. "Am I?" "You're in charge, like actually in charge, not just doing what you're told." Someone had to be. "Yeah," he smiled, faint but real. "Glad it's you." Lisa brought her food. A sandwich made from cafeteria supplies, protein bars crushed between 2 slices of bread. Elena ate without tasting, her mind on tomorrow. Father Brennan appeared as she was finishing. "I wanted to thank you," he said, "for what you said about hope. I meant it. I know. That's why it mattered." He paused. "I'll be praying for us tonight, for all of us. Even the ones who don't believe. Does it help, the praying? I don't know." His smile was gentle. "But it doesn't hurt." Night came slowly. Elena stood at the window watching the darkness settle over Denver. The fires had mostly died, leaving only smoke and memory. The weeping was softer tonight, still present, still terrible, but more distant somehow. Maya appeared at her side. The girl had been sleeping better since the night they'd spent together, but she still sought Elena out at odd hours. "Are we leaving tomorrow?" "Yes." "Is it scary outside?" "Yes." Maya considered this. "You're not scared, though." "I am. But I'm going anyway." "Why?" Elena thought about the question, about all the answers she could give, about duty, about responsibility, about hope and fear and the weight of leadership. "Because it's the right thing to do," she said finally. "And because sometimes the right thing is also the scary thing." Maya nodded slowly. "Daddy used to say courage isn't not being scared. It's being scared and doing it anyway." Your daddy was right. They stood together in silence, watching the night. The radio crackled at 2:17 a.m. Elena was awake. She hadn't been able to sleep, her mind racing with plans and contingencies, and she heard it immediately. Not the broadcast, something else. She crossed to the equipment, adjusted the dial. Static, then a voice. Young, familiar. Lena, are you there?" But Marco was in the ward, sleeping. No, not Marco. A recording. Her own voice. Marco, can you hear me?" Then his from 2 days ago. Yeah, I can hear you, thank God." The conversation played back. Every word she'd said, every word he'd said. Then silence. Then a new voice, one she didn't recognize. "Interesting. A survivor with organizational skills, a leader emerging." A pause. "We're monitoring all frequencies in the Denver area. If you're receiving this message, know that you're not alone. But also know that resources are limited. Space is limited. Not everyone will be saved." Another pause. "Red Rocks is real, but reaching it requires sacrifice. Some of your people will not survive the journey. That is the price of passage." Silence. "Choose wisely." The broadcast ended. Static returned. Elena stood in the darkness, her blood running cold. Someone was watching them, listening to them, knew what they were planning. And whoever it was had just told her that tomorrow would cost lives. She didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Dawn came gray and cold. Elena gathered the evacuation team by the stairwell entrance. 42 people had chosen to make the journey. 5 would stay behind. 3 too injured to move. 2 who simply couldn't face it. "Remember the plan," she said. "We move fast. We stay quiet. We don't stop for anything unless it's absolutely necessary. The vehicles are in the ambulance bay. Once we're loaded, we don't stop until we reach Red Rocks." Faces nodded. Some were pale, some were determined. All were afraid. "If we get separated," she paused. "If we get separated, keep moving. Find your way to Red Rocks. Don't turn back. Don't try to rescue anyone. The mission is survival. Understood?" More nods, reluctant but real. "Then let's go." The barricade opened. The descent was chaos held at bay. They moved in formation, armed survivors at the front and rear, civilians in the middle. Elena led, axe in hand, Torres at her side with the last working firearm. The stairwell was clear. The infected had drifted away overnight, drawn by sounds or smells or whatever unknowable impulse guided them. Floor 4, floor 3. A shape emerged from a doorway. Elena swung before she thought, the axe connecting, the body dropping. "Keep moving!" Floor 2, floor 1. The lobby was worse than before. More bodies, more infected, wandering through the wreckage like lost souls. "Left!" Torres's voice was barely a whisper. "Through the ER, there's a corridor that connects to the ambulance bay." They moved, step by careful step. The infected were thick here but distracted. Some crouched over bodies, some wandering in circles, some simply standing and weeping at nothing. One of them looked up. Its eyes met Elena's. Recognition. Not of her specifically, but of what she was. Living. Prey. It opened its mouth, made that sound, that wet, sobbing sound, and started to move. Others responded, heads turning, bodies shifting. "Run!" Elena said. "Run!" The ambulance bay was 50 feet away. They covered it in seconds that felt like hours. The infected were coming now, flooding through corridors and doorways, that weeping rising to a cacophony. Elena could hear screaming behind her, humans screaming, someone falling, someone being pulled down. She didn't look back. The bay doors were ahead, open, 4 ambulances waiting. "Load up! Load up!" People piled into vehicles. Elena counted heads, not enough, too few, where had they? Marco grabbed her arm. "We have to go. There are people missing. They're gone. Lena, look!" She looked, saw the corridor they'd come through filling with infected, saw shapes being pulled down and torn apart, saw the impossible math of survival. "Go!" She pushed Marco toward an ambulance. "Everyone go!" Engines started, tires squealed. Elena jumped into the driver's seat of the last ambulance. Lisa already in the passenger seat, Maya clutching Mr. Stamps in the back. "Elena, the doors!" She threw the ambulance into gear and stomped the accelerator. They crashed through the loading dock door. Denver blurred past. Elena drove like she'd never driven before, swerving around abandoned cars, mounting curbs, crashing through barriers. The infected were everywhere, filling the streets, drawn by the noise. The radio crackled. Chen's voice. "Everyone check in, sound off by vehicle. Vehicle 1, Chen here, 8 passengers, all accounted for. Vehicle 2, Torres, 7 passengers, 1 injured. Vehicle 3, static, nothing. Vehicle 3, respond. Silence. Vehicle 4, this is Elena, 4 passengers. Vehicle 3 did not make it out of the bay." A pause, then Chen's voice, steady despite everything. "Understood. Maintain formation. Proceed to Red Rocks." Elena gripped the wheel. In the rearview mirror, she could see the hospital growing smaller. Could see shapes massing in the ambulance bay they'd just escaped. Beside her, Lisa was crying silently. In the back, Maya was curled up in a ball, Mr. Stamps pressed to her chest. They drove. The city gave way to suburbs, gave way to foothills. The infected thinned as they climbed toward Red Rocks, though they never disappeared entirely. Elena saw them on rooftops, in parking lots, wandering down roads that led nowhere. The radio played emergency broadcasts and stranger things, coded messages, cryptic warnings, the occasional burst of music from stations that were still somehow operating. And through it all, Elena drove. She thought about the people they'd lost, the screaming she'd heard and ignored, the choices she'd made in fractions of seconds. She thought about Hannah Kowalski, about 11 seconds, about all the seconds that would come after. Red Rocks appeared on the horizon at 9:47 a.m. The amphitheater was visible from miles away, that distinctive formation of red rock rising from the foothills. As they approached, Elena could see vehicles gathered at the entrance, barricades, figures moving. "Is it?" Lisa's voice caught. "Is it real? Let's find out." They drove the final miles in silence. The barricades loomed ahead. Guards emerged, soldiers, actual soldiers, with actual weapons and actual uniforms. One of them raised a hand. Elena stopped the ambulance. "State your business," the soldier called out. "We're survivors from Denver Health. We received your broadcast. We need help." The soldier studied them for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Pull forward. You'll be screened for bites. Anyone infected will be quarantined. The rest of you..." He paused, something almost like a smile crossing his face. "The rest of you are welcome." Elena pulled forward. Behind her, she heard Lisa sob with relief. The screening was thorough. Each survivor was examined for bites, scratches, any sign of infection. Elena stood in line with the others, submitting to the inspection, watching as people she'd led through hell were processed and cleared. 23 of them had made it. Out of 42 who'd started, 23 had survived the journey. 19 dead. 19 names she would carry for the rest of her life. A soldier approached her as she waited. "You're Dr. Vasquez, the one who led the evacuation?" "Yes." "Command wants to speak with you. Follow me." She followed him through the camp, because that's what it was. A camp, tents and vehicles, and hundreds of survivors milling about. To a command tent at the center. Inside, a woman in a colonel's uniform looked up from a map. "Dr. Vasquez, I've heard about you." "How?" "Radio intercepts. We've been monitoring survivor groups across the Denver area." The colonel's face was hard, weathered, but her eyes were kind. "You organized an evacuation from a compromised hospital, maintained order in a crisis, led your people to safety. I lost 19 of them. You saved 23. Elena didn't know what to say to that. "We need people like you," the colonel continued. "People who can lead. People who can make hard choices." She paused. "We're organizing an expedition to secure additional supplies, medical equipment, weapons, food. We need someone with your skills. I'm a doctor, not a soldier. You're a leader. That's rarer." The colonel leaned forward. "These people followed you through hell. They'll follow you again. The question is, will you lead them?" Elena thought about the question, about everything that had led to this moment. She thought about Hannah Kowalski. She thought about 11 seconds. She thought about all the choices she'd made and failed to make, all the people she'd saved and lost, all the weight she'd carried and would continue to carry. "Yes," she said. "I'll lead them." The colonel nodded. "Then welcome to the new world, Dr. Vasquez. Let's see what we can make of it." That night, Elena stood at the edge of Red Rocks, looking out at the darkness. The city of Denver was a dim glow on the horizon. Fires still burning, infected still wandering, the world still ending one piece at a time. But here, in this ancient amphitheater of red rock, there was something that looked almost like civilization. Marco found her there. "Hell of a day," he said. "Hell of a couple of days." "Yeah." He stood beside her, shoulders touching. "What happens now?" "I don't know." She took a breath. "Tomorrow I'll find out what they need from me, what the expedition involves, what comes next." "And the people from the hospital?" "They'll be integrated into the camp, given food, shelter, whatever they need." She paused. "The ones who made it." They stood in silence for a while. "I'm proud of you, you know," Marco said finally. "For what?" "For everything. For leading. For not giving up." He turned to look at her. "For saving me." "You saved yourself. I just drove the ambulance." "You did more than that." His voice was serious. "You gave us hope. That's not nothing." Elena didn't respond, but something in her chest loosened just slightly. She found Maya before going to sleep. The girl was in one of the medical tents being checked by a nurse. Lisa was with her, holding her hand. "Dr. Elena." Maya's voice was still soft, but there was something in her eyes now. Something that hadn't been there before. "We made it. We made it. Are we safe now?" Elena thought about the question, about everything that still lay ahead, the expedition, the dangers, the unknown. "Safer," she said finally. "Not safe, not yet, but safer." Maya nodded slowly. "That's okay, safer is good." "Yeah," Elena smiled, and this time it felt real. "Safer is good." She left the tent, heading for her assigned sleeping area. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new choices, new chances to fail or succeed. But tonight, for the first time in what felt like forever, she would sleep without dreaming of Hannah Kowalski. Tonight she would dream of tomorrow. The radio in the command tent crackled at 3:17 a.m. Elena was awake, had been awake for an hour, her mind unable to stop processing, and she heard it clearly. This is Denver Health. Is anyone... She was on her feet instantly, crossing to the radio. A soldier on night watch tried to stop her, but she pushed past. This is Red Rock's base camp. We're receiving you. Go ahead. Static. Then a voice. Weak, frightened, familiar. This is Father Brennan. I stayed behind. I stayed with the injured. A pause filled with the sound of weeping, not his weeping, something else. They're inside. They broke through the barricades. I don't know how much longer. Elena's blood ran cold. The 5 who'd stayed behind. The ones too injured to travel. Father Brennan, who'd chosen to remain and give them comfort. Father Brennan, listen to me. Is there anywhere you can go? Any way to escape? No. His voice was calm now, eerily so. No, I don't think so, but I wanted to tell you were right. About hope. About not giving up. A pause. Tell everyone. As long as someone survives, there's hope. Father, God bless you, Dr. Vasquez. God bless. The sound of breaking glass, screaming, that wet, sobbing weeping filling the speaker. Then nothing. Static. Silence. Elena stood by the radio for a long time. The soldier on night watch said nothing. Didn't ask questions, didn't offer comfort. There was nothing to say. 5 more names to add to the list. 5 more people she hadn't been able to save. She walked out of the command tent into the cold night air. The stars were bright overhead, brighter than they'd ever been in Denver without the city lights to wash them out. The amphitheater of Red Rock rose around her, ancient and indifferent to the small dramas of human survival. She thought about Father Brennan, about his faith, about his certainty that God hadn't abandoned them. She didn't believe in God. Never had. But standing there in the darkness, surrounded by survivors and stars and the weight of everything she carried, she understood why people did. Because sometimes the weight was too much for one person. Because sometimes you needed to believe in something larger than yourself just to keep putting one foot in front of the other. She didn't believe in God, but she believed in people. In the 23 who'd followed her. In the colonel who'd offered her a mission. In Marco and Lisa and Maya and Chen. And for now, for tonight, that would have to be enough. She returned to her cot as dawn began to break. Marco was awake, waiting for her. I heard, he said, about the radio, about Father Brennan. News travels fast. News is all we have. He paused. You okay? No. She sat down on the cot. But I will be. How do you know? Because I have to be. She looked at him. Her brother, her only family, the person she'd almost lost and somehow found again. Because there are people counting on me. And because giving up isn't an option. Marco was quiet for a moment. Then he reached over and squeezed her hand. For what it's worth, he said, I think you're going to be great at this. At what? Leading. Saving people, being the person everyone looks to. He smiled. You were always that person, Lena. You just never saw it. She didn't respond, but she held his hand and watched the sun rise over a changed world. The camp was waking. Elena could hear movement outside, voices, footsteps, the sounds of survival continuing despite everything. In a few hours, she would report to the colonel. Learn about the expedition. Begin the next chapter of whatever this new life would be. But for now, for this moment, she sat with her brother and watched the dawn. Maya appeared in the tent entrance, Mr. Stamps tucked under her arm. Dr. Elena, Lisa said you were here. I wanted to... She hesitated. I had another nightmare. About my daddy, about everything. Elena shifted on the cot, making space. Come here. Maya crossed the tent and climbed onto the cot between Elena and Marco. She curled up against Elena's side, small and warm. "Will the nightmares ever stop?" she asked. Elena thought about Hannah Kowalski, about 3 years of dreams she'd never escaped. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Maybe not completely, but they get easier. You learn to carry them." Maya considered this. "How?" "I don't know that either." Elena put her arm around the child. "But we'll figure it out, together." Outside, the sun continued to rise, the camp continued to wake, the world continued to turn, and Elena Vasquez, surgeon, survivor, leader, held a child she barely knew and a brother she'd almost lost, and allowed herself for just a moment to believe that everything might be okay. The moment passed. Reality reasserted itself. There were supplies to inventory and plans to make and a colonel to report to and an expedition to lead. But the moment had happened, and that was something. That was everything. The radio crackled one more time just as Elena was preparing to leave. Not the emergency broadcast, not Father Brennan's final transmission, something else. A voice she didn't recognize, cold, mechanical, like someone reading from a script. "To all survivors in the Denver metropolitan area, this is a message from Prometheus Biotech. We know what caused the outbreak. We know how to stop it. If you have received this message, know that help is possible, but resources are limited. Not everyone will be saved." A pause. "Come to us. Bring what you have. We will determine who is worthy of salvation." Another pause. "The end is not the end, but the new beginning must be earned." The message ended. Static. Silence. Elena stared at the radio. Prometheus Biotech. She'd heard the name before, a pharmaceutical company, something about neurological research. One of those corporations that had been in the news and then out of it. They knew what caused the outbreak. They knew how to stop it. She didn't know if she believed it, didn't know if she could afford to. But she filed it away, added it to the growing list of things she would need to investigate, and stepped out of the tent into the morning light. The camp was alive with activity. Soldiers and survivors moving with purpose. Chen coordinating supply distribution. Lisa organizing medical care. Marco helping where he could. 23 survivors from Denver Health. Hundreds more from other places. All of them looking for the same thing. Hope. Elena took a breath. Then she walked toward the command tent, ready to begin. The command tent smelled like diesel and coffee and exhaustion. Elena stood before the colonel's desk, waiting while the older woman finished reviewing reports. Maps covered every surface. Roads marked in red for compromised, blue for passable, black for unknown. Pins showed survivor settlements, supply caches, horde concentrations. The scope of it was staggering. Dr. Vasquez, the colonel, her name was Rodriguez, Elena had learned, set down her papers. "You've had a chance to rest?" "Some." "Good, you'll need it." Rodriguez stood, moving to the largest map. Red Rocks is the most secure location in the Denver metro area. Natural barriers, limited access points, good sight lines. But secure doesn't mean safe. "What's the situation?" "We have approximately 800 survivors. Food stores for maybe 2 weeks if we ration strictly. Water is adequate. There's a well, plus we've been collecting rainwater. Medical supplies are critically low." She turned to face Elena. "Your people from Denver Health brought some equipment. That helps. But we need more. You mentioned an expedition." "Multiple expeditions. The closest is a supply run to Morrison. There's a sporting goods store and a pharmacy that haven't been fully scavenged. Beyond that..." Rodriguez traced a line on the map, heading west into the mountains. "There's a research facility. Prometheus Biotech. You heard the broadcast?" "I heard it." "We don't know if it's real. Could be automated, could be a trap. Could be exactly what it claims to be. People who know what caused this and how to stop it. She met Elena's eyes. We need to find out. You want me to lead that expedition? Eventually. First, I want you to prove yourself on smaller missions. Learn our protocols. Build a team. Rodriguez returned to her desk. Your medical expertise is invaluable. Dr. Chen will be setting up an expanded clinic. I want you working with him. But when the time comes for the Prometheus mission, you'll be the one to lead it. Elena nodded slowly. When? A week, maybe 2. We need to secure our position here first. Rodriguez's face hardened. And we need to deal with the Horde. The Horde? There's a mass of infected moving through the eastern suburbs. Thousands of them. They're not heading directly for us, but they're close enough to be a threat. She pulled out a photograph, aerial probably from a drone. If they change direction, if something draws their attention this way. Elena looked at the photograph. The infected were packed so densely they looked like a single organism, a dark stain spreading across the streets. We don't have the firepower to fight that, she said. No, we don't. Rodriguez's voice was grim. Which is why we need to be very careful about noise, about movement, about anything that might attract attention. She paused. Welcome to survival, Dr. Vasquez. It's not about fighting. It's about not being noticed. The medical clinic was set up in a maintenance building near the amphitheater's north entrance. Dr. Chen had transformed it in the 36 hours since their arrival, organizing supplies, establishing triage protocols, training volunteers. When Elena arrived, he was in the middle of examining a young woman with a deep laceration on her forearm. Hold still. His voice was calm, steady. I need to clean this properly, or it will become infected. Regular infected, or... The woman's voice was shaky. Regular infected, the wound kind. You weren't bitten. Chen glanced up, saw Elena. Ah, good. Come hold pressure while I suture. Elena crossed to him, taking over the gauze. The woman, mid-20s, dark hair, a survivor from one of the earlier evacuations, winced as Chen threaded the needle. This is Dr. Vasquez, Chen said. She'll be working with me. You're the one who led the hospital group. The woman's eyes widened. They're saying you saved 23 people. I led them here. They saved themselves. Chen made a sound that might have been a laugh. That's one way to describe it. The suturing was quick and efficient. Elena watched Chen work, marveling as she always had at the economy of his movements. 8 years she'd known him. 8 years of surgeries and consultations and quiet conversations in hospital hallways. It felt like a lifetime ago. You should rest, she said when the patient had been discharged. You've been going non-stop since we arrived. So have you. I'm younger. You're exhausted. He set down his instruments, turning to face her. I can see it in your face. When did you last sleep properly, before the outbreak? Elena didn't answer. The truth was, she couldn't remember. There's a cot in the back, Chen said. Don't take 4 hours. I'll wake you if anything urgent comes in. James! That's an order, Dr. Vasquez. His voice was gentle but firm. You can't help anyone if you collapse. She wanted to argue, but the exhaustion was pulling at her, dragging her down like deep water. And Chen was right. She'd been running on adrenaline for days. Eventually, the bill would come due. 4 hours, she said. 4 hours. She walked to the back of the clinic, lay down on the cot, and was asleep before she could think about anything else. The dreams came, as they always did. Hannah Kowalski's face, the flatline sound of the monitor, the silence of the operating room as everyone realized what had happened. But this time something was different. This time Hannah wasn't alone. There were others with her. Faces Elena recognized, faces she didn't. Reeves dying to save Marco, the pharmacy tech pulled down by hands reaching from darkness. Father Brennan's voice on the radio cut off mid-sentence. all of them looking at her, all of them asking the same question. Why didn't you save us? She woke gasping, heart pounding, the cot sheets twisted around her legs. The clinic was dim. Outside the small window, the sky was the gray of early evening. She'd slept longer than 4 hours. You were having a nightmare. Elena turned. A woman was sitting in a chair near the cot, watching her. Mid-30s, angular face, one side of her head shaved while long dark hair fell across the other. Her eyes were intense, almost feverish. What? A nightmare. You were talking in your sleep, saying names. The woman tilted her head. Hannah, Sarah, Carl, father someone. A pause. People you lost? Elena sat up slowly, trying to orient herself. Who are you? Rosa Delgado Hartman. I was at Red Rocks before your group arrived. The woman's fingers were tapping against her thigh in an irregular rhythm. Dr. Chen asked me to watch you. Make sure you didn't stop breathing or anything interesting like that. That was, thoughtful of him. He's a thoughtful man. I've noticed that about him. Rosa stood abruptly, pacing to the window and back. You're the leader, the one everyone's talking about. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who organized the hospital evacuation and brought 23 souls to safety. I'm not. You are? Whether you want to be or not. Rosa's eyes met hers, sharp and knowing. I recognize the look, the weight, the way you carry it in your shoulders. She smiled, and there was something broken in it. I used to lead people too. Before. Before what? Before I stopped taking my medication and everything fell apart. Rosa said it matter-of-factly, without self-pity. I was a project manager, tech company, 40 people under me. Then the depression came, and the mania, and the episodes, and... She shrugged. I ended up at Denver Health, psychiatric ward. I was there when everything started. Elena stared at her. You were at the hospital? I don't remember. Why would you? I was just another patient, another problem to manage. Rosa's pacing quickened. But I got out, made my way here. Walked 12 miles through hell because the patterns told me this was where I needed to be. The patterns? I see patterns, connections, the way things fit together. Rosa stopped, turning to face her. It's the mania. Makes my brain work differently. Sometimes it's useful, sometimes it's just noise. She paused. Right now, the patterns are telling me that you're important, that you're going to matter. Elena didn't know how to respond to that. I'm just trying to help. That's what makes you important. Rosa resumed pacing. Most people are trying to survive. You're trying to help others survive. That's different. That's rare. The clinic door opened. Chen appeared, looking between them. You're awake. Good. He nodded at Rosa. Thank you for watching her. She dreams in names, Rosa said. People she's lost, she carries them. Chen's expression flickered. We all carry people, Rosa. Yes, but she carries more than most. Rosa moved toward the door, pausing beside Chen. Don't let her carry too many, she'll break. She was gone before either of them could respond. She's interesting, Elena said when the door had closed. She's brilliant. Chen crossed to the supply cabinet, began organizing medications. And unstable, and possibly dangerous, and absolutely essential. Essential how? She mapped the horde movements, spent a night on the amphitheater rim watching, noting patterns. She figured out how they communicate, the way the weeping sound carries, how they respond to each other's movements. Colonel Rodriguez has been using her observations to plan patrol routes. And the psychiatric issues? She's bipolar, type 1. Without medication, she cycles between manic and depressive episodes. Chen's hands paused. The supply run to Morrison. One of the primary targets is a pharmacy. We're looking for lithium, among other things. For her? For her? For anyone else who needs it. He turned to face her. The world didn't stop having mental illness just because it ended, Elena. People still need their medications, still need support, still need someone to see them as human beings rather than problems to solve. Elena thought about Rose's eyes, the intensity in them, the broken smile. She said, I carry people, the ones I've lost. Don't you? The question hung in the air between them. Yes, Elena admitted finally. I do. Chen nodded slowly. Then carry them. But don't let them crush you. He returned to his work. There's a team meeting in 1 hour. Colonel Rodriguez is briefing everyone on the supply run. You should be there. And you? I'll be here. Someone needs to mind the clinic. He glanced at her over his shoulder. Go. Learn. Lead. That's what you're here for. The briefing was held in the amphitheater itself. Elena had never been to Red Rocks before the outbreak. She'd heard about concerts here, seen photographs, but nothing had prepared her for the reality of it. The massive red rocks rising on either side, the natural bowl of the amphitheater, the way the fading light painted everything in shades of amber and rust. Now it was filled with survivors instead of concert-goers, rows of tents where seats used to be, cook fires where food vendors had once sold overpriced beer. The stage had been converted into a command platform, and Colonel Rodriguez stood at its center, flanked by her officers. Listen up. The colonel's voice carried easily in the natural acoustics. Tomorrow morning, we're sending a supply team into Morrison. Target is the Big Five sporting goods and the pharmacy next door. Secondary targets include the grocery store and hardware store if time permits. Elena found a spot near the middle of the crowd, standing next to Lisa and Marco. Around them, survivors listened with expressions ranging from fear to determination. The route is marked. Rodriguez pointed to a map projected onto a white sheet behind her. We'll be using 2 vehicles, an armored transport and a pickup truck for hauling supplies. Team will consist of 10 people, 6 on security, 4 on collection. What about the Horde? Someone called out. The Horde is currently moving south-southeast away from our position. Our scouts estimate we have a window of approximately 18 hours before they could potentially redirect this way. Rodriguez's face was grim. That means we move fast, we stay quiet, and we do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Elena studied the map. Morrison was approximately 5 miles from Red Rocks. Not far in normal circumstances, but nothing was normal anymore. I need volunteers for the security team, Rodriguez continued. Combat experience preferred but not required. If you can shoot and follow orders, I want to see you at the command tent after this briefing. Marco shifted beside Elena. She felt his tension. Don't, she said quietly. I wasn't. You were thinking about it. Don't. Lena, I can't just. You survived 12 blocks through that city. You've done enough. She turned to face him. Let me handle this. His jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. After the briefing, Elena made her way to the command tent. Colonel Rodriguez was already there, reviewing a list of volunteers with one of her lieutenants. She looked up when Elena entered. Dr. Vasquez, you're volunteering? I want to be on the supply team, medical collection. Rodriguez studied her for a moment. You have combat experience? Some. I led the evacuation from the hospital. I've killed infected. With what? Fire axe, mostly. A ghost of a smile crossed Rodriguez's face. Close quarters, personal, that takes a certain kind of nerve. She made a note on her list. You're on collection. I want you focusing on medical supplies, medications, equipment, anything useful. Leave the combat to the security team unless things go wrong. Understood. One more thing. Rodriguez set down her pen. I've read the reports about your evacuation. You made hard choices, lost people. That's going to happen again. Elena said nothing. I need to know you can handle it. That when things go sideways, and they will go sideways, you won't freeze. The words hit like a physical blow. Elena thought about Hannah Kowalski. About 11 seconds. I won't freeze, she said. You sure? I'm sure. Rodriguez held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. Supply team meets at the north gate at Zoto 600. Don't be late. Elena found Lisa at the medical clinic helping Chen with evening rounds. You're going on the supply run. Lisa didn't look up from the bandage she was wrapping. I heard. Word travels fast. Small community. Nothing else to do but talk. Lisa finished the bandage, sent the patient on their way. Be careful. I will. I mean it. Lisa turned to face her, and Elena saw the exhaustion in her friend's face. I've already lost too many people, Elena. I can't lose you too. You won't. You can't promise that. No. Elena took a breath. But I can promise I'll try. Lisa was quiet for a moment. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out something small. A bracelet, woven thread, the kind you made at summer camp. Maya made this. She wanted me to give it to you. Lisa pressed it into Elena's hand. She said it's for luck. Elena looked at the bracelet, simple, childish, made with small hands that had seen too much horror. I'll wear it, she said. Good. Lisa's voice cracked slightly. Now go get some sleep. You've got an early morning. The dreams came again that night. This time it wasn't Hannah. It wasn't the people she'd lost. It was the infected. She stood in an endless corridor, hospital lights flickering overhead. Around her they gathered, patients she'd treated, colleagues she'd known, strangers whose faces had become familiar in death. They were weeping, all of them, that wet, sobbing sound that filled the world. One of them stepped forward. A man. Familiar features, though she couldn't place them. He opened his mouth, spoke. Why didn't you save us? She woke to darkness and silence, Maya's bracelet clutched in her fist. The north gate at 600 was a chaos of controlled preparation. 2 vehicles idled in the morning chill. A military Humvee with reinforced plating, and a pickup truck with an empty bed. Soldiers loaded weapons and supplies while civilians checked and rechecked their equipment. Elena found her place among the collection team. 3 others. A former nurse named Sandra, a young man named Tyler who'd worked at a warehouse, and an older woman named Grace who refused to say what she'd done before. You're the hospital doctor. Tyler was bouncing on his heels, nervous energy radiating off him. The one who led the evacuation. That's me. Cool. I mean, not cool because obviously everything is terrible, but he stopped, flushing. Sorry, I talk when I'm nervous. It's fine. First supply run. For me, I mean. I've been at Red Rocks since the beginning. Got here before everything really went to hell. But I've never gone outside the perimeter. He swallowed. Is it bad? Out there? Elena thought about the streets of Denver, the bodies, the weeping. Yes, she said. It's bad, but we'll get through it. Everyone keep it together. Sergeant Torres, the woman who'd volunteered for the hospital evacuation and survived, climbed onto the Humvee's running board. We move in 5. Security team in the Humvee, collection team in the truck. Stay close, stay quiet, do exactly what I tell you. Any questions? No one spoke. Good, let's go. Morrison was a ghost town. The drive had taken less than 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. Elena sat in the truck bed watching the landscape slide past. Abandoned cars, collapsed buildings, the occasional shape that might have been infected or might have been shadow. The morning light was gray and flat, draining color from everything it touched. The convoy stopped 2 blocks from the target buildings. We go on foot from here, Torres said, dropping from the Humvee. Vehicles are too loud for the last stretch. Security team takes point. Collection team stays in the middle. Nobody makes a sound unless absolutely necessary. They moved through the empty streets in a loose formation. Elena kept her hand on the knife at her belt. She'd been issued one for the mission, though she hoped she wouldn't need it. The axe would have been better, but it was too unwieldy for close-quarters work. The Big Five Sporting Goods was a large building at the corner of a strip mall. Its front windows were shattered, but the interior looked relatively intact. "Security, sweep the building." Torres gestured with her rifle. "Collection, wait for the all clear." The soldiers disappeared inside. Elena counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, her heart pounding in her ears. A whistle, the all-clear signal. "Move," Torres said. The sporting goods store was a treasure trove. Elena worked quickly, filling her bag with everything useful she could find. First aid kits, bandages, antiseptic wipes, protein bars, water purification tablets. She bypassed the firearms. The security team would handle those, and focused on survival essentials. "Medicine's next door," Sandra said, appearing at her elbow. "Pharmacy. Should we—" "Torres?" Elena called out softly. The sergeant appeared from behind a display of camping gear. "What?" "Pharmacy's the priority. Can we start clearing it?" Torres considered for a moment, then nodded. "Take 2 security. Don't go deeper than the front counter until I get there." They crossed to the pharmacy through a connecting door that had been propped open by a fallen shelf. The interior was dim, no windows, only the emergency exit signs providing any light. "Stay close," one of the soldiers whispered, "and stay quiet." The pharmacy was in chaos. Shelves overturned, bottles scattered across the floor, the acrid smell of spilled chemicals mixing with something worse, something organic. "Bodies," the other soldier said, but behind the counter. Elena forced herself to look. 3 shapes, unmoving, employees probably, who'd taken shelter here when everything went wrong. They'd been dead for days. The smell and the bloating told her that much. "They're not coming back?" "No, too far gone." She didn't explain that reanimation required fresh death. Didn't explain how she knew that. "Let's get what we need and get out." The medication shelves were largely intact. Elena scanned labels, grabbing everything critical: antibiotics, painkillers, insulin, epinephrine. Her hands moved automatically, years of medical training guiding her selections. "Lithium," she muttered, scanning for it. "Where's the lithium?" "Back here." Sandra had moved deeper into the pharmacy, past the counter, into the storage area. "Whole case of it." Elena followed her voice, stepping over scattered papers and broken glass. The storage area was cramped, lined with metal shelves holding bulk supplies. Sandra was standing in front of one of the shelves, reaching for a box on the top row. "Careful," Elena said. "We should—" The thing that had been hiding behind the shelf lunged. Elena saw it in fragments. Gray skin, clouded eyes, hands reaching, mouth opening. Sandra screaming, the sound of impact as they both went down. Elena moved without thinking. She grabbed the nearest heavy object, a fire extinguisher mounted on the wall, and swung. The infected's head snapped sideways. It turned toward her, that weeping sound starting in its throat. She swung again, and again, and again. The weeping stopped. Elena stood over the body, breathing hard, the fire extinguisher slick with blood in her hands. Sandra was on the floor, scrambling backward, her eyes wide with terror. "Are you bit?" Elena's voice came out sharp. "Sandra, are you bit?" "I know, I don't think—" Sandra was checking herself, hands patting her arms and legs. "No. It grabbed me, but no bites." The soldiers appeared in the doorway, weapons raised. "Clear? Clear!" Elena set down the extinguisher. Her hands were shaking. "Let's get the lithium and get out of here." They made it back to Red Rocks by noon. The return trip was faster, no need for caution when they were moving away from danger. Elena sat in the truck bed staring at her hands, seeing blood that wasn't there anymore. She'd killed before, at the hospital during the evacuation, but this felt different somehow, more deliberate, more real. Is this who I am now? She wondered. Someone who kills without hesitation? The thought should have horrified her. Instead, she felt only a distant numbness, like looking at herself from very far away. When they arrived at the gate, Lisa was waiting. "You're okay." It wasn't a question, but there was relief in her voice. "I'm okay. I heard there was contact, that you—" Lisa stopped, looked at Elena's face. "Let's get you cleaned up." The showers at Red Rocks were primitive, buckets of water heated over fires. But Elena had never appreciated hot water more. She stood under the stream watching pink-tinged water swirl down the drain. The blood wasn't hers. None of it was hers. But it didn't seem to want to wash off completely. Lisa had left clean clothes outside the shower tent. Elena dried off slowly, mechanically, trying to reconnect with her body. When she emerged, Chen was waiting. "I heard about the pharmacy." News travels fast. Small community. His eyes were gentle. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You just killed someone." He held up a hand when she started to protest. "I know they weren't really people anymore, but it doesn't feel that way, does it? It still feels like killing." Elena didn't answer. The truth was too complicated for words. "The first one is always the hardest," Chen said. "After that it gets—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Not easier, never easier. But you learn to carry it differently." "How do you know?" "Because I've done it too." His face was shadowed. "Before you came down from the surgical floor that first day, before you found Maya, I had to put down 3 infected in the ER. One of them was a nurse I'd worked with for 15 years. Elena stared at him. "You never said—" "It didn't seem important, and I knew you had your own burdens to carry." He reached out, touched her shoulder briefly. "Come to the clinic, we have work to do. And work is the best medicine for what you're feeling." The clinic was busier than Elena had expected. The supply run had returned with more than just medicines. It had returned with injuries. One soldier had twisted his ankle on the debris-strewn floor of the sporting goods store. Another had cut his hand on broken glass. Minor things, nothing life-threatening, but enough to keep Chen and Elena busy for several hours. Rosa appeared midway through, materializing at Elena's elbow like a ghost. "You got it." Elena looked up from the suture she was placing. "Got what?" "The lithium." Rosa's eyes were bright, almost feverish. "I can feel it coming. The cycle, the descent. If I don't start the medication soon—" "Chen has it. Talk to him." Rosa nodded quickly, already moving away. Then she stopped, turned back. "You killed one today in the pharmacy." It wasn't a question. "Yes." "How did it feel?" Elena thought about it, about the fire extinguisher in her hands, the impact, the way the weeping had stopped. "Necessary," she said finally. "It felt necessary." Rosa smiled. That broken smile Elena was beginning to recognize. "Good answer. Hold on to that feeling. You're going to need it." She disappeared into the back of the clinic, leaving Elena with the weight of her words. That evening, Elena found Marco at the amphitheater's rim. He was sitting on one of the red rocks, legs dangling over the edge, staring out at the darkening horizon. The distant glow of Denver was visible, fires still burning, civilization still dying. "Mind if I join you?" He shrugged. "Free country, or it used to be." She sat down beside him, close enough to feel his warmth. For a while, neither of them spoke. "I heard about the supply run," Marco said finally. "About what happened in the pharmacy. Everyone heard, apparently. Are you okay?" "Everyone keeps asking me that." Elena pulled her knees to her chest. I don't know how to answer anymore. What does okay even mean now? Marco was quiet for a moment. It means you're still here, still fighting, still... He stopped. I don't know. Caring about things. Is that enough? It has to be. They watched the last light fade from the sky. Stars began to appear, more than Elena had ever seen without the city lights to wash them out. I've been thinking about Mom, Marco said, wondering if she's okay, if she even knows what's happening. She's in Tucson. Maybe it's different there. Maybe. He didn't sound convinced. I tried to call her after the first day, couldn't get through. I tried too. Yeah, he was quiet for a long moment. I keep thinking about all the things I never said, all the calls I didn't make, all the times I was too busy or too angry or too... He stopped, swallowed. I wasted so much time, Lena. We all did. Elena reached over, took his hand. We're not wasting time now. No. He squeezed her fingers. I guess we're not. The next 3 days passed in a blur of activity. More supply runs, more injured patients, more survivors trickling in from the surrounding areas, small groups who'd heard the radio broadcasts and made their way to Red Rocks. The population swelled to over 1,000, straining the camp's resources further. Elena worked in the clinic from dawn to dusk, sleeping in 4-hour shifts when Chen forced her to rest. She learned names and faces, treated wounds and illnesses, held hands and offered comfort when there was nothing else to do. And through it all, the horde loomed on the horizon. Rosa's observations proved invaluable. She tracked the mass of infected through binoculars and calculation, noting their movements, their patterns, their behavior. The horde was still moving south-southeast away from Red Rocks, but slowly, unpredictably, like a storm that might change direction at any moment. They're following sound, Rosa explained during one of her briefings to the command staff. Elena had been invited at Rodriguez's request. The weeping carries information. When one section of the horde detects something interesting, the sound changes and the others respond. Interesting how? Rodriguez asked. Faster, higher pitched, almost excited. Rosa's fingers drummed against the table. They heard something. 2 days ago from the northeast, the whole horde shifted direction for about 6 hours before settling back to their previous course. What did they hear? I don't know. But whatever it was big enough to draw their attention, big enough to make thousands of them change direction simultaneously. Rodriguez exchanged looks with her officers. Could it have been another survivor group? Possibly. Or a vehicle, or an explosion. Rosa shrugged. The point is, they're responsive. If we make enough noise, if we do something to attract attention, they'll come straight for us. Yes. Rosa's eyes were bright with that feverish intensity, and there are too many of them to fight. The meeting ended without resolution, but the weight of Rosa's words hung over everything that followed. Day 6 began like any other. Elena woke early, checked in at the clinic, helped Chen with morning rounds. The sky was overcast, threatening rain. The first significant weather since they'd arrived at Red Rocks. The change felt ominous somehow, as if the world itself were preparing for something. Around noon, the scouts returned with troubling news. Movement to the east. Lieutenant Harris, one of Rodriguez's senior officers, spread a map on the command tent's table. The horde has changed direction. They're heading northwest now. Toward us? Not directly, but the trajectory. He traced a line with his finger. If they maintain their current course, they'll pass within a mile of our position in approximately 36 hours. Rodriguez's face was grim. Close enough to hear us, close enough to smell us. Yes, ma'am. Elena felt a chill run down her spine. A mile was nothing. A car horn, a gunshot, a screaming child. Any of those could carry far enough to attract attention. We need to implement sound discipline, Rodriguez said. Starting now, no unnecessary noise, no fires after dark, no... Ma'am, another soldier had appeared at the tent entrance. We have a situation at the south gate. What kind of situation? Survivors, a lot of them, and they're not quiet. The south gate was chaos. A convoy of vehicles, cars, trucks, a school bus had arrived at the barricade packed with people. Elena counted at least 50, maybe more. They were emerging from the vehicles, shouting, crying, demanding entry. Please! A man at the front of the crowd was yelling at the guards. Please, you have to let us in. They're right behind us. Colonel Rodriguez pushed through to the gate, her voice cutting through the noise. Everyone quiet! Quiet! The shouting subsided, replaced by frightened murmurs. Who's in charge here? Rodriguez demanded. The man who'd been yelling stepped forward. He was middle-aged, balding, his clothes stained with blood that didn't appear to be his own. I am. Richard Brennan. We're from Lakewood. Our shelter was overrun last night. We barely... How many are you? 53. Some are injured, some are... His voice cracked. Please, we've been driving all night. We heard your broadcast. We just need somewhere safe. Rodriguez studied him for a long moment. Then she turned to the guards. Let them in. But I want them processed immediately. Checked for bites, cataloged, assigned to temporary housing. She looked back at the man. Mr. Brennan, you and I need to talk. Your shelter was overrun? The infected, hundreds of them, they came from nowhere. Which direction? The man pointed east. That way they were moving like nothing I've ever seen. Organized almost, like they knew where we were. Elena's blood ran cold. She looked at Rodriguez, saw the same realization dawning on the colonel's face. The horde hadn't randomly changed direction. They were hunting. The next 12 hours were a controlled panic. Rodriguez implemented emergency protocols. Sound discipline became absolute. Anyone caught making unnecessary noise faced severe consequences. Non-essential movement was restricted. All fires were extinguished. The camp transformed into something silent and watchful, 1,000 people holding their collective breath. Elena worked in the clinic, treating the injuries of the Lakewood survivors. Burns from the hasty evacuation, broken bones from falls. One woman with a bite on her shoulder who'd been restrained and isolated before she could turn. We can't stay here, Chen said quietly during a lull in patience. You know that, right? I know. The horde is hunting, following noise, following smell, following, I don't know. Some instinct we don't understand. He cleaned his glasses methodically. Sooner or later, they're going to find us. What are you suggesting? I'm not suggesting anything, I'm stating facts. He put his glasses back on. We need a plan, a real plan. Somewhere to go that isn't here. Elena thought about the Prometheus broadcast, about the mountains to the west, about all the unknowns that lay between here and there. The colonel is working on it. The colonel has 1,000 people to manage and a crisis to contain. She doesn't have time for long-term planning. Chen met her eyes. But you do. You're a leader, Elena. Start acting like one. That night, Elena called a meeting in the medical clinic. She gathered the people she trusted, Lisa, Marco, Chen, Rosa, Torres, and Kenji Watanabe, the IT tech who'd survived the hospital and proved surprisingly resourceful. They sat in a circle of folding chairs, speaking in whispers to avoid breaking sound discipline. We need to talk about Prometheus, Elena said. Rosa sat up straighter. The broadcast. You believe it? I don't know what I believe, but I know we can't stay here indefinitely, and Prometheus is the only lead we have. It could be a trap, Torres said. Lure survivors in, take their supplies, leave them to die. It could be, but it could also be real. Could be a research facility with actual answers. Or a government bunker, Kenji offered. Continuity of operations. They plan for things like this. Do they? I used to work IT for the city. Saw some of the emergency planning documents. He shrugged. Nothing specific about zombies, but they had protocols for catastrophic events. Underground facilities, supply caches, that kind of thing. Lisa leaned forward. Even if Prometheus is real, how do we get there? The mountains are 30 miles away minimum. We'd have to go through or around the horde. Not necessarily. Rosa had been quiet, her eyes distant. Now she focused, sharp and intent. I've been watching their patterns. The horde doesn't move as one mass, it flows like water. There are channels where the density is lower, gaps. If we time it right, if we move fast, we might be able to slip through. That's a lot of ifs, Marco said. Everything is a lot of ifs. That's the world now. Elena looked at each of them in turn, Chen calm and steady. Lisa worried but resolute. Marco hiding his fear behind bravado. Rosa sharp-edged and unpredictable. Torres grim but practical. Kenji nervous but eager to contribute. I'm not making this decision alone, she said. If we're going to do this, if we're going to try for Prometheus, everyone has to be on board. What about the rest of the camp? Torres asked. The 1,000 other people. That's not our decision. Colonel Rodriguez will have to decide what's best for the group. Elena paused. But she's going to need options. She's going to need someone to scout the route, find out if Prometheus is real and report back. A small team, Chen said slowly. Moving fast and quiet. Exactly. You're proposing a reconnaissance mission. I'm proposing we stop waiting for someone else to save us and start finding answers ourselves. The silence stretched. Elena could hear the faint sounds of the camp outside, whispered conversations, distant footsteps. The ever-present fear that filled the air like smoke. I'm in, Rosa said. The patterns are leading west. I felt it for days. Me too, Torres added. Better than sitting here waiting to die. I'll go wherever Elena goes, Lisa said quietly. Marco hesitated then. Same, I guess. Kenji nodded quickly. I can handle the communications. Set up relays, keep us in contact with the camp. Chen was the last to speak. He looked at Elena with an expression she couldn't quite read. You know this is dangerous. You know people might die. I know. You're prepared to make those choices to lead people into that? Elena thought about Hannah Kowalski, about 11 seconds, about all the weight she'd been carrying for 3 years. Yes, she said. I am. Chen nodded slowly. Then I'll stay here. Someone needs to run the clinic. Someone needs to be ready when you come back. You're sure? I'm sure. He smiled. That small, sad smile she knew so well. You don't need me for this, Elena. You haven't needed me for a long time. You just needed to realize it. Elena presented the plan to Colonel Rodriguez the next morning. The colonel listened in silence, her face unreadable. When Elena finished, she was quiet for a long moment. You're proposing to take 6 people into hostile territory, based on a radio broadcast that may or may not be legitimate, to find a facility that may or may not exist. Yes, that's either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Maybe both. Rodriguez almost smiled. I'm beginning to understand why your people follow you. She turned to the map on her wall. The route you're proposing, through the Morrison corridor up Highway 74 to I-70, then west into the mountains. It's going to take you past the horde's projected position. Rosa's tracked their movements. She thinks she can find gaps. Rosa Delgado Hartman. Rodriguez's voice was carefully neutral. The unstable one. The brilliant one. The one who's been right about everything so far. Fair enough. The colonel studied the map for another long moment. Then she nodded. I'll authorize the mission, but I have conditions. Name them. First, you take proper equipment, weapons, communications gear, medical supplies. I won't send you out there with nothing but hope and determination. Agreed. Second, you maintain radio contact, check in every 6 hours. If you miss 2 check-ins, we assume you're lost and plan accordingly. Agreed. Third, Rodriguez turned to face her. If Prometheus is real, if there's actually something there worth having, you get word back immediately. We'll need to start planning a larger evacuation. And if it's not real, then you come back here, we figure out somewhere else to go, and we don't waste any more time on fairy tales. Elena nodded. When do we leave? Tomorrow, at dawn. I'll have your equipment ready by evening. The day passed in preparation. Elena gathered her team, assigned responsibilities, went over the route multiple times. They would travel light, essential supplies only, and move fast. If everything went according to plan, they'd reach Prometheus in 2 days. Nothing ever went according to plan. That evening, Chen found her at the amphitheater's rim, staring at the distant glow of the horde. "You should be sleeping," she said without turning. "So should you." He sat down beside her, close enough that she could feel his warmth. "I wanted to talk, before you go." "About what?" "About what I said, at the hospital, about Hannah." Elena's stomach tightened. "You don't have to." "I do." His voice was quiet but firm. "I told you the truth about who was responsible for what happened that night. But I didn't tell you everything." She turned to look at him. His face was shadowed in the fading light, but she could see the weight in his eyes. "What didn't you tell me? Why I let you carry the guilt for so long?" He paused, gathering words. "I was ashamed of my failure, of the way I froze while everyone around me was looking to me for leadership. So I let the blame fall on you because it was easier than accepting it myself. James, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not sure I deserve it." He met her eyes. "I'm telling you because you need to know. Because tomorrow you're going to lead people into danger, and you're going to make choices that feel impossible. And some of those choices are going to be wrong. How do I know which ones? You don't, not until afterward, sometimes not even then." He reached over, touched her hand briefly. "But here's what I've learned. The only choices that are truly wrong are the ones you don't make. Hesitation kills more people than wrong decisions ever have." Elena thought about the pharmacy, about the fire extinguisher in her hands, about the way the weeping had stopped. "I'm different now," she said. "I'm not sure I like who I'm becoming." "You're becoming who you need to be. That's not the same as becoming someone bad." He stood, brushing dirt from his clothes. "Get some sleep, Elena. Tomorrow is going to be difficult." "James," she caught his hand before he could walk away. "Thank you for everything." He smiled, that warm, gentle smile she'd known for 8 years. "Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you come back." Dawn on day 7 came gray and cold. Elena gathered her team at the north gate, where a heavily modified jeep waited. Rodriguez had been generous with supplies: food, water, weapons, medical equipment, communications gear. It was more than Elena had expected. The colonel was there to see them off, along with what seemed like half the camp. Maya stood at the front of the crowd, clutching Mr. Stamps, her eyes fixed on Elena. "You're coming back, right?" Her voice was small. Elena knelt down to her level. "I'm going to try." "Promise?" Elena hesitated, then, "I promise I'll try as hard as I can. That's the best promise I can make." Maya considered this, then she reached out and pressed something into Elena's hand. The bracelet, the one Lisa had given her days ago. "For luck," Maya said. "Don't forget." Elena tied the bracelet around her wrist. "I won't." She stood facing the crowd, So many faces, so many people she'd come to know over the past week, so many who were counting on her to find answers. "We'll be back," she said, "with information, with hope. Maybe more." She paused. "Until then, keep each other safe. That's all any of us can do." The Jeep moved through the morning mist like a ghost. Elena drove, following the route she and Rosa had planned. The first stretch was familiar, the road to Morrison past the sporting goods store where she'd killed the infected just days ago. Then they turned west, heading into the foothills. "It's quiet," Lisa said from the passenger seat. "Too quiet," Torres added from the back. "The horde draws everything toward it," Rosa explained. Her eyes were scanning the landscape, tracking patterns only she could see. Like a black hole, infected in the surrounding areas migrate toward the main mass. Leaves gaps. How big are the gaps? Big enough if we're careful. They drove in silence for a while. The road climbed steadily, winding through canyons and valleys. The vegetation grew thicker, pines and aspens, their autumn colors muted by the overcast sky. An hour into the drive, Kenji's radio crackled. "Red Rocks Base, this is Recon 1, position check, over." Static. Then Rodriguez's voice. "Copy, Recon 1, you're on schedule. Any contact?" "Negative contact, proceeding as planned." "Roger, stay safe. Red Rocks Base out." The radio went silent. Elena gripped the wheel tighter. They were on their own now. The first sign of trouble came near the town of Evergreen. Rosa spotted it first, shapes moving through the trees to their left. Not many, but enough to be concerning. "Slow down," she said. "Don't stop." Elena eased off the gas, letting the Jeep coast. Through the window, she could see them more clearly now. Infected, wandering between the pines, their weeping carried on the wind. "Can they see us?" "They can't see well, but they can hear. They can smell." Rosa's voice was tense. "Keep the engine low. Maintain speed." The infected drifted closer. Elena counted 10, 15, 20. More than she'd expected this far from the main horde. "We're going to have to go through them," Torres said, checking her weapon. "No." Elena's voice was firm. "We can't afford the noise. If we start shooting, we'll draw every infected in the area." "Then what?" "We keep going. They're slow. We're faster." The infected were close enough now that Elena could see their faces, men, women, a child, all of them gray-skinned and clouded-eyed, all of them making that horrible weeping sound. One of them looked directly at the Jeep. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the creature's weeping changed, higher, faster, almost excited. It started to move. "Floor it," Rosa said. Elena stomped the accelerator. The next 20 minutes were a nightmare of speed and terror. The infected came out of the trees like ghosts, drawn by the sound of the engine. Elena wove between them, sometimes missing by inches, the Jeep bouncing over rough terrain as she fought to stay on the road. "Left!" Torres shouted. Elena swerved. An infected reached for the window, its fingers scraping against glass before falling away. "Right, right!" Another swerve. This time they clipped one of the creatures, sending it spinning into the undergrowth. "There!" Rosa pointed ahead. "The road opens up. If we can make it to the highway..." The Jeep burst onto I-70 like a cork from a bottle. The highway was clearer here, abandoned cars, but not as densely packed. Elena pushed the Jeep to its limits, putting distance between them and the infected they'd left behind. No one spoke for several minutes. Everyone was breathing hard. "Well," Marco said finally, "that was fun." They made camp that night in an abandoned ski lodge. It was a calculated risk. The building might hold infected, might attract attention, but they needed shelter from the weather that was clearly coming. The sky had darkened throughout the afternoon, and as they pulled up to the lodge, the first flakes of snow began to fall. Torres and Rosa cleared the building while the others unpacked supplies. Empty, thankfully. Whoever had been here before was long gone. "We'll take watches," Elena said once they were settled in the main room. 2-hour shifts, 2 people at a time. Rosa and Torres first, then Kenji and Marco, then Lisa and me. No one argued. They ate a cold dinner, MREs and protein bars, no fire for fear of attracting attention, and settled in for the night. The lodge creaked around them, wind howling through gaps in the walls. "How much further?" Lisa asked quietly. 20 miles, maybe. Hard to tell with the roads this bad. Elena studied the map by flashlight. "If the weather clears tomorrow, we should be able to make it to Prometheus by midday. And if it doesn't clear, then we wait, or we push through." Lisa was quiet for a moment. "Do you think it's real? Prometheus?" "I don't know. But you hope?" "Yeah." Elena folded the map. "I hope." The snow continued through the night. When Elena woke for her watch shift, the world outside the windows was white, inches of fresh snow covering everything, still falling in thick curtains. The temperature had dropped significantly, and even inside the lodge she could see her breath. Lisa was already awake, huddled by the window. "It's beautiful," she said quietly, "in a horrible way." "Yeah." They stood together watching the snow fall. Somewhere in the distance, carried on the wind, Elena thought she could hear weeping, but it might have been imagination. It was hard to tell anymore. "I need to tell you something," Lisa said. "What?" "I've been donating blood to Chen's clinic whenever we have patients who need transfusions." She paused. "I'm O negative, universal donor." Elena turned to look at her. "How much have you been giving?" "A lot, more than I should." "Lisa, I know it's dangerous. I know I'm weakening myself." Lisa's voice was steady, but her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "But what else can I do? People are dying, Elena. Every day people are dying because we don't have enough blood, enough supplies, enough everything. And I can help. My blood can help. Not if you kill yourself doing it." "Maybe." Lisa turned back to the window. "But I'd rather die helping than live knowing I could have done more." Elena didn't know what to say. She reached out, took Lisa's hand, and they stood together in silence while the snow fell. The radio crackled at dawn. "Recon 1, this is Red Rock Base. Status update over." Kenji grabbed the handset. "Red Rock Base, this is Recon 1. We're at position Delta." He checked the map. "Approximately 18 miles from target. Encountered resistance yesterday, but no casualties. Weather has turned. Heavy snow overnight continuing now. We may be delayed." Static. Then Rodriguez's voice. "Copy, Recon 1. Be advised, the Horde has changed direction again. They're now moving northwest at increased speed. ETA to Red Rocks is approximately 12 hours. Elena felt her blood run cold. 12 hours? Copy that. What are your orders, over? A pause. When Rodriguez spoke again, her voice was heavy. Continue mission. Find out what's at Prometheus. If there's anything useful there, we're going to need it. Red Rocks out. The radio went silent. Elena looked at her team. Their faces were pale, grim. We need to move, she said, now. The drive to Prometheus was brutal. The snow made everything harder. Visibility reduced, roads treacherous, the jeep struggling to maintain traction. Elena pushed forward anyway, knowing that every hour they delayed was an hour Red Rocks didn't have. They passed through Idaho Springs, or what was left of it. The small town had been hit hard by the outbreak. Buildings burned, bodies in the streets. The occasional infected wandering through the snow, though most seemed sluggish in the cold. The facility should be about 3 miles up that road, Rosa said, pointing to a turnoff. According to the maps. Should be? It wasn't on any commercial maps. I only found it in government databases. How did you... Don't ask. They turned onto the road, Really more of a track, narrow and unpaved. The Jeep climbed steadily, engine straining against the grade and the snow. And then around a bend, the Prometheus facility came into view. It was massive, built into the mountainside, half hidden by rock and snow. The complex sprawled across several levels. Elena could see the main building, what looked like a former mining structure, plus what appeared to be underground entrances carved into the granite itself. More importantly, she could see lights. "It's occupied," Torres said. "Looks like it." Elena stopped the Jeep at a gate in the road. A fence stretched in both directions, topped with razor wire. Beyond it, the facility waited. And beyond that... "There's someone there," Lisa said. "At the entrance. They're watching us." Elena squinted through the snow. Lisa was right. Figures were visible near the main building, barely distinguishable from the white landscape. "What do we do?" Marco asked. Elena took a breath. Then she opened the Jeep door and stepped out into the snow. "We introduce ourselves." The cold hit her immediately. Elena walked toward the gate, hands raised to show she was unarmed. Behind her, she could hear her team getting out of the Jeep, spreading out in a defensive formation. A voice came from ahead, amplified by a speaker. "Stop where you are. State your purpose." Elena stopped. "My name is Dr. Elena Vasquez. I'm from a survivor settlement at Red Rocks. We received your broadcast. We're looking for help." Silence. Then, "How many are you?" "6. All survivors, none infected." Another pause. Then the gate clicked and swung open. "Proceed to the main entrance. Keep your hands visible. Any hostile action will be met with lethal force." Elena walked through the gate, her team falling in behind her. The Prometheus facility was more than she'd expected. Inside the main building, past armed guards who searched them thoroughly, Elena found something that looked almost like civilization. Electric lights, heated air, the hum of generators and machinery. A man waited for them in what appeared to be a reception area. Mid-50s, silver hair, distinguished features. He was wearing a lab coat over tactical gear, an odd combination that seemed to capture the strange reality of the world. "Dr. Vasquez." His voice was smooth, cultured. "Welcome to Prometheus Biotech. I'm Martin Hale. I run what's left of this facility. You're the one who made the broadcast." "I am. We've been reaching out to survivors for weeks. You're the first to make it this far." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Please come. We have much to discuss." Hale led them through the facility, explaining as he went. Prometheus was founded to research neurological enhancement, consciousness studies, the potential to extend human cognition beyond its biological limitations. He paused at a window overlooking a lower level, where white-coated technicians worked at various stations. "When the outbreak began, we pivoted our resources. We've been studying the infected, trying to understand what happened." "And?" Elena asked. "What did happen?" Hale's smile flickered. "That's complicated, but the short answer is we're responsible." Elena stopped walking. "What?" "Not intentionally, of course. There was an accident. A test subject reacted unexpectedly. The infection spread before we could contain it." Hale's voice was calm, almost clinical. "By the time we understood what was happening, it was already too late." "You..." Elena couldn't find words. "You caused this? The outbreak? The millions of deaths?" "As I said, not intentionally, but yes. The origin point was this facility." He resumed walking. "Which is why we've dedicated our remaining resources to finding a solution, a treatment, possibly a cure." "And have you found one?" Hale paused at another window. This one looked into a room that made Elena's blood run cold. Infected, dozens of them, strapped to gurneys, connected to machines, being studied and prodded by technicians in hazmat suits. "We've made progress," Hale said. Our treatment can slow the transformation significantly. By hours, sometimes days. It's not a cure, but it's a start. How? Elena couldn't tear her eyes away from the infected test subjects. How does it work? The infection creates a parasitic neural network that overwrites normal brain function. Our treatment inhibits the parasite's spread without destroying the host's neural tissue. He turned to face her. It's not perfect. It requires ongoing doses, but for someone recently infected, it can mean the difference between life and death. Elena thought about everything she'd lost. Everyone. Because this man's company had made a mistake. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to understand what we're offering. Hale's eyes were cold. We have the treatment. We have resources, food, fuel, shelter, security. We can save people, but we can't save everyone. What does that mean? It means we have to be selective. We can offer sanctuary to skilled survivors. Doctors, engineers, soldiers, people who can contribute to rebuilding. Others, he shrugged. We simply don't have the capacity. You're talking about choosing who lives and dies. I'm talking about triage. You're a surgeon, Dr. Vasquez. You understand triage. Elena stared at him. This man who had caused the end of the world and was now rationing salvation like it was a commodity. Red Rocks has over 1,000 people, she said. The horde is moving toward them. They'll be overrun in hours. I know. You could help them. I could help some of them, the useful ones. Hale's voice was patient, almost kind. That's what I'm offering you, Dr. Vasquez, a place here, for you and your team, and any other specialists you can bring. We'll continue our research, find a real cure, rebuild something better than what was lost. And the rest will have to find their own way. Elena looked at her team, at Lisa and Marco, Torres and Rosa Kenji, at the horror and anger on their faces. I need to think about this, she said. Of course, take some time, but don't take too long. Hale smiled that cold smile again. The clock is ticking. They gave Elena's team a room to rest in, comfortable enough with beds and running water, but clearly designed to impress rather than welcome. He's a monster, Torres said as soon as the door closed. We can't trust him. He might be our only option. Elena sat heavily on one of the beds. Red Rocks is about to be overrun. He has resources, treatment, security. And he caused all of this, Lisa interrupted. Millions of people are dead because of him. I know. So what are you going to do? Elena closed her eyes. The weight of the choice pressed down on her like a physical thing. Prometheus had what they needed. The treatment could save lives, including Marco's if anything happened to him. The facility was defensible, sustainable. It represented survival, but Hale's conditions were monstrous. Choosing who deserved to live, abandoning everyone who wasn't deemed useful. I need to contact Red Rocks, she said finally. Tell them what we've found. Kenji set up the radio while the others waited. The signal was weak. The mountains interfered with transmission. But eventually Rodriguez's voice crackled through. Recon 1, status report. Red Rocks base. We've reached the Prometheus facility. It's real. They have resources, treatment, supplies. Elena paused. But there's a price. She explained everything. Hale's offer, his conditions, the terrible calculus he was proposing. When she finished, there was silence on the other end. Colonel, are you there? I'm here. Rodriguez's voice was heavy. You're telling me this man caused the outbreak and now he wants to cherry-pick survivors like he's choosing fruit at a market. That's exactly what I'm telling you. And what do you recommend? Elena looked at her team, at the people who'd followed her into the unknown. I don't know yet, but I wanted you to have the information before... She stopped. Before things go bad there. They're already going bad. The horde is closer than we expected. We're starting evacuations, but we won't get everyone out in time. Rodriguez's voice cracked slightly. Whatever you decide, Elena, do it fast. We're running out of time. Understood. Recon 1 out. The radio went silent. That night, Elena couldn't sleep. She lay on the bed in the Prometheus guest room, staring at the ceiling, turning the impossible choice over and over in her mind. Accept Hale's offer. Save some people, her people at least. Let the others die. Or reject it. Return to Red Rocks. Fight beside them, die beside them. And hope for a miracle. Or, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Rosa slipped into the room, closing the door behind her. I thought you'd be awake. She sat cross-legged on the floor, that familiar intensity in her eyes. You're trying to find a third option. Is there one? There's always a third option. The question is whether you can see it. Rosa's fingers tapped against her knee. What does Hale want? Really want? To save humanity, or at least his version of it. No, that's what he says he wants. What does he really want? Elena thought about it, about Hale's smooth voice, his cold smile, the way he'd talked about the facility's work. He wants to be in control, she said slowly. He caused this disaster and he wants to be the one who fixes it. He wants to be the savior. Exactly. Rosa leaned forward. He doesn't just want to help, he wants to be important, he wants to matter. So use that. Make him think he's getting what he wants while you get what you need. And what do I need? Rosa smiled. That broken smile somehow more genuine than anything Hale had offered. Time, resources, a way to save more than just the useful ones. She stood, moving toward the door. Think about it, Dr. Vasquez. The patterns always have a way through. You just have to see them. By dawn, Elena had a plan. She gathered her team and explained it. They would accept Hale's offer, conditionally. They would stay at Prometheus, contribute their skills, play the role he wanted them to play. But they would also work to expand his definition of useful. Fight for more people to be brought in. Find ways to help those who didn't make his cut. You want us to infiltrate, Torres said flatly. I want us to survive long enough to change things. We're not going to win a fight against Hale's guards. But we might be able to win a war of influence. Elena looked at each of them. I know it's not a clean choice. I know it feels like compromise, but right now it's the best option I can see. What about Red Rocks? Lisa asked. We get them information. We send back supplies when we can. We work every angle to bring more of them here. And if Hale refuses, then we'll deal with that when it comes. Elena took a breath. I'm not asking you to like this. I'm asking you to trust me. The silence stretched. Then Marco stepped forward. I trust you, Lena. Always have. Me too, Lisa said quietly. One by one, the others nodded. Okay, then. Elena squared her shoulders. Let's go talk to Hale. The negotiation took hours. Hale was suspicious at first. Elena's sudden agreement seemed too easy. But she played it carefully, emphasizing the practical benefits of cooperation, the value of her medical skills, the expertise her team could bring. We want to help you succeed, she said, but we have conditions. Name them. First, we maintain radio contact with Red Rocks. We share information about the treatment, about survival strategies, about everything that could help them. Hale's eyes narrowed. That's a significant security risk. It's also good PR. You want to be the savior? Start acting like one. A pause. Then, continue. Second, we expand the evacuation criteria, not just specialists. Anyone who can learn, who can contribute in some way. Families, children. Resources are limited. Resources can be expanded. You have a facility with power, water, shelter. You have land that can be farmed. You have potential that isn't being used. Hale was quiet for a long moment. You're trying to manipulate me, Dr. Vasquez. I'm trying to find a solution that works for everyone. And if I refuse? Elena held his gaze. Then we leave. Go back to Red Rocks. Tell them what you offered and what you refused. Let them know exactly who caused this nightmare and how he's choosing to respond. The threat hung in the air. You'd risk your team for principle? I'd risk everything for principle. That's what makes me useful. Hale studied her for a long moment. Then slowly he began to smile. I think I understand now why your people follow you. He stood, extending his hand. Very well, Dr. Vasquez. We have a deal. The next days were a blur of activity. Elena threw herself into work at Prometheus, learning the facility's systems, studying the treatment protocols, identifying ways to improve efficiency. She was good at it, had always been good at institutional dynamics, and Hale seemed pleased with her contributions, but she was also working her own angles. She maintained radio contact with Red Rocks, relaying everything she learned. She advocated for more survivors to be brought in. Not just specialists, but families, children, anyone who could contribute. She built relationships with the facility staff, looking for allies, looking for leverage. And she watched. She watched Hale and his operations, watched the guards and their routines, watched the research and its subjects. Every piece of information was potential ammunition for the fight she knew was coming. You're playing a dangerous game, Rosa told her one evening. I know. Hale isn't stupid. He'll figure out what you're doing eventually. Then I need to move faster than he does. The news from Red Rocks came on day 3. The Horde hit us, Rodriguez said over the radio. We held the first assault, but they're regrouping. Casualties are significant. How many? 50 dead, another 100 injured. Rodriguez's voice was strained. Chen is working around the clock, but we're running out of supplies. Chen, Elena's throat tightened. Is he? He's alive. For now. A pause. He asked me to tell you something. He said you're doing the right thing, even if it doesn't feel like it. Elena closed her eyes. Tell him I'll find a way. Tell him to hold on. I'll tell him. That night she dreamed of the hospital, of that day 3 years ago when Hannah Kowalski died, of the 11 seconds that had defined her existence, of all the choices she'd made and failed to make. But this time the dream was different. This time, Chen was there, standing beside her as she stood frozen over Hannah's body. You can't save everyone, he said, but you can save someone. How do I know who? You don't. You just choose, and then you live with it. She woke to the sound of alarms. Something was wrong at the facility. Elena was on her feet before she was fully conscious, pulling on clothes, reaching for the knife she kept by her bed. The alarm was loud, insistent, the kind that meant immediate danger. She found Torres in the hallway, weapon drawn. What's happening? Don't know. Sounds like it's coming from the lower levels. They moved together, joining a stream of guards heading downward. The facility was a maze, but Elena had learned enough of it to navigate. They descended through stairwells and corridors until they reached the source of the commotion. The containment area, where the infected test subjects were kept. Breach, someone was shouting. We have a breach. Elena pushed through the crowd. Through the reinforced glass, she could see chaos, infected loose in the laboratory, technicians fleeing, guards firing weapons that seemed to have no effect. And in the center of it all, a figure she recognized. Dr. Omar Hassan, one of the research scientists. He'd been studying the treatment protocols, looking for ways to improve them. Now he was standing perfectly still as infected swarmed past him, not attacking, not even acknowledging him. They were ignoring him completely. My God, someone whispered. How is that possible? Elena watched Omar Hassan walk calmly through the chaos, heading for an exit on the far side of the laboratory. Whatever had happened here, whatever breakthrough or disaster had occurred, everything was about to change. The chaos took hours to contain. By the time the infected were recaptured and the damage assessed, the facility was in lockdown. Hale summoned everyone to the main conference room, his face dark with fury. "What happened?" Elena asked. "Sabotage." Hale's voice was tight. "Someone deliberately released the test subjects. Someone with access codes and facility knowledge." "Who?" "Omar Hassan." Hale slammed a file on the table. "One of our senior researchers. He's been with us since before the outbreak. We trusted him completely. And now he's gone. Escaped during the confusion." Hale's eyes were cold. "But not before he stole something important." "What?" "Our complete research data, treatment formulas, everything we've learned about the infection." He paused. "And he took something else, a prototype, an experimental treatment we've been developing, one that could potentially reverse the transformation entirely." Elena's breath caught. "Reverse it? You mean cure it?" "In theory. The prototype has never been tested on humans, but if it works..." Hale's face twisted. "That traitor has everything we've worked for. Everything that could save humanity. Where would he go?" "I don't know, but I intend to find out." Hale turned to his security chief. "I want every guard we can spare searching the perimeter. No one sleeps until Omar Hassan is found." Elena found Rosa in the comms room monitoring radio traffic. "You heard?" "I heard." Rosa's eyes were bright with that familiar intensity. "This changes things." "How so?" "Hale's distracted. His attention is on finding Hassan, not on watching us." She paused. "And if there's really a cure, it could change everything." "Exactly." Rosa turned to face her. "The question is, what do you want to do about it?" Elena thought about Red Rocks, about Chen and Maya and all the others, about the 1,000 people fighting for survival while Hale hoarded resources and chose who was worthy. "I want to find Hassan first." The search took days. Elena leveraged her position, her medical expertise, her apparent loyalty to gain access to the search efforts. She studied the facility's records, looking for clues about where Hassan might have gone. And she found something interesting. In his personnel file, buried in notes from before the outbreak, references to family in Denver, a brother, a sister-in-law, an address in the suburbs. "He might be trying to reach them," she told Rosa. "If they're still alive, that's a long shot, but it's something." She presented the information to Hale as a breakthrough, not as something she'd been searching for independently. "Good work." Hale actually seemed pleased. "I'll send a team to investigate." "I want to go with them." "Why?" "Because I'm a doctor. If we find Hassan, I might be able to convince him to cooperate. Or if he's injured, I can treat him." She paused. "You need that cure, Hale. Let me help you get it." He studied her for a long moment. "Fine. But Torres goes with you. And if you find Hassan, you bring him back, alive." "Understood." They left the next morning. The team was small: Elena, Torres, Rosa, who'd insisted on coming, and 3 of Hale's guards. 2 vehicles, enough supplies for 3 days, enough weapons to handle most threats. The route took them back through the mountains, then east toward Denver. The horde had moved on by now, shifted direction again, heading south, but the evidence of their passage was everywhere. Trampled vegetation, broken barriers, bodies left behind. "It's quiet," Torres said as they approached the suburbs. "Too quiet," one of the guards replied. They found the address in a neighborhood that had been ravaged. Houses burned, streets littered with debris, the usual signs of the apocalypse, but the house itself was intact. doors and windows boarded up, signs of fortification. "Someone's been here recently," Rosa observed. "The boards are new." Elena approached the door, knocked. "Dr. Hassan? Omar Hassan? We're not here to hurt you. We just want to talk." Silence. Then from inside, "How do I know you're telling the truth?" "You don't." "But I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. I'm a surgeon. I've been working at Prometheus trying to help people. I know what you took. I know why you took it." A long pause. "You're the one from Red Rocks, the leader." "Yes. I've heard about you. They say you care about people, real people, not just Hale's chosen few." I try. Another pause, then the sound of locks being undone. The door opened. Omar Hassan stood in the doorway, thin, haggard, clearly exhausted. Behind him, Elena could see a small group of people, a man, a woman, 2 children. "My brother's family," Omar said. "They're all that's left." "I understand." "Do you?" His voice was sharp. "Do you understand what Hale has been doing? The experiments, the people he's let die to advance his research?" "I'm beginning to." Omar studied her face for a long moment. Then he stepped back. "Come in. We need to talk, and you need to decide whose side you're really on." Inside, Omar told her everything. How Prometheus had been developing the consciousness transfer technology for years. How the accident that caused the outbreak wasn't really an accident. Hale had pushed forward with human trials despite warnings, despite evidence of danger. How the infected weren't mindless monsters but victims of a technology that had gone wrong. Their consciousness still existed somewhere, trapped in failing bodies, unable to break through. "The cure," Elena said, "does it really work?" "In theory. I've run simulations. The prototype should be able to reverse the parasitic neural network, restore normal brain function." Omar's voice was weary. "But there are risks, side effects. It's not ready for widespread use." "But it could work?" "It could work. Or it could kill the subject. There's no way to know without testing." Elena thought about the infected she'd killed, about the recognition pause, about all those moments when something human seemed to flicker behind the clouded eyes. "We need to test it," she said, "on someone willing, someone who understands the risks." Omar stared at her. "You know what you're asking?" "I know." The radio crackled. Torres's voice. "Vasquez, we've got company, a lot of company." Elena moved to the window. Outside, figures were emerging from the surrounding buildings. Not infected, humans. Armed, organized, surrounding the house. "Who are they?" "I don't know." Omar's face was pale. "But they don't look friendly." The standoff lasted hours. The armed group, raiders probably, survivors who'd chosen to take rather than cooperate, surrounded the house, demanded they come out. Elena and her team held their ground, negotiating, trying to find a way out that didn't end in violence. In the end, violence found them anyway. The raiders attacked at sunset. What followed was chaos, gunfire, screaming, the familiar sounds of survival in the new world. Elena fought with knife and improvised weapons, trying to protect Omar and his family, trying to keep the cure from falling into the wrong hands. Torres went down with a bullet to the shoulder. 2 of Hale's guards were killed. Rosa disappeared in the confusion. One moment she was there fighting, the next she was gone, vanished into the smoke and chaos. When it was over, when the raiders were dead or fled, Elena counted the survivors. Herself, Omar, his family, Torres wounded but alive. That was all. They made it back to Prometheus 2 days later. Hale was furious about the losses, about the botched mission, about everything that had gone wrong. But he was also pleased. Omar was back, the research was recovered, the cure prototype was intact. "We'll begin human trials immediately," Hale announced, "with proper subjects." "Subjects?" Elena's voice was sharp. You mean prisoners. You mean people you don't consider valuable. I mean volunteers, carefully selected. Don't be naive, Dr. Vasquez. But Elena was done being naive. That night she made her choice. I'm going back to Red Rocks, she told Hale in the morning, standing in his office, her team, what was left of it, behind her. I'm taking the cure prototype, I'm taking supplies, and I'm leaving. Hale's face went cold. That's not possible. It's not a request. She held up a small device. This is the remote detonator for the charges Rosa planted throughout the facility. Before she disappeared, she spent 3 days learning your infrastructure, every weak point, every vulnerability. You're bluffing. Maybe. Want to find out? The standoff stretched. Elena could feel the tension in the room, the guards' hands moving toward weapons. Then Hale laughed. You really are something, Dr. Vasquez. He leaned back in his chair. Fine. Take your supplies, take your prototype. Leave. Just like that? Just like that. You've proven you're willing to destroy everything to save a few hundred people who probably won't survive anyway. That kind of certainty is admirable in its way. He smiled that cold smile. But don't think this is over. When your settlement fails, when your people are dying and you need help, you'll be back. Maybe. Elena moved toward the door, but not today. The drive back to Red Rocks was quiet. Torres was in the back, resting, her wound stabilized. Omar rode in the passenger seat, clutching the case containing the cure prototype. Elena drove. She thought about Rosa, wherever she was now, whatever had happened to her, about the guards who died, about all the choices that had led to this moment, about what waited ahead. Red Rocks had survived the Horde attack, barely, but they'd suffered losses, hundreds of casualties, including... She couldn't think about that yet, not until she knew for sure. The mountains gave way to foothills, the foothills gave way to plains, and there, in the distance, the Red Rocks rose against the darkening sky. Home. Colonel Rodriguez met her at the gate. You're back. Her voice was flat, her face showing the strain of everything that had happened. I'm back. With supplies, with a possible cure. Good. We need it. Rodriguez paused. There's something you should know. About the attack. Elena's stomach clenched. What? Dr. Chen. He was in the medical tent when the Horde broke through the northern perimeter. He held the door while patients evacuated. He was bitten multiple times. Rodriguez's voice cracked. He's in isolation now. The transformation has started. Elena didn't remember moving. She was running through the camp, past tents and survivors and the wreckage of the attack. Running toward the isolation ward they'd set up for the infected. Running toward Chen. He was lying on a cot, restrained, his skin already taking on the gray pallor of transformation. But his eyes were still clear. Elena, his voice was weak but present. You came back. I came back. She knelt beside him, taking his hand despite the risk. I brought something, a treatment, a cure. Is it tested? No, but it might work. Chen laughed softly. Might? That's not much of a guarantee. It's all I have. He looked at her for a long moment, then he nodded. Then try it. On me. His grip tightened on her hand. But Elena, if it doesn't work, it will work. If it doesn't work, I need you to promise me something. What? Don't let me become one of them. Don't let me forget. His voice caught. Don't let me forget who I was. Elena felt tears on her cheeks. I promise. The next hours were the longest of her life. She administered the prototype treatment under Omar's guidance, watching as the experimental compound entered Chen's bloodstream. The response was immediate and violent. Seizures, fever spikes, moments of lucidity alternating with something darker. But he didn't transform. Hour after hour, he balanced on the edge. The infection fought against the treatment. The treatment fought back. And slowly, impossibly, the treatment began to win. By dawn, Chen's vital signs were stabilizing. His skin was losing its gray pallor. His eyes were clear again. Did it work? His voice was hoarse. Elena checked his vitals again. She couldn't believe it. I think it did. You think? You're still alive. You're still you. She laughed, a sound bordering on hysteria. It worked, James. It actually worked. Chen closed his eyes. Good. That's good. A pause. Elena? Yes? I think I need to sleep now. She held his hand as he drifted off, held it for a long time. The next days were full of work. They refined the treatment protocol, tested it on other infected who'd been captured during the attack. Not all of them survived. The cure wasn't perfect, might never be perfect, but enough did to prove it was real. Word spread. Hope spread with it. And Elena found herself at the center of it all, leading, deciding, carrying the weight of 1,000 lives on her shoulders. She visited Maya every day. The girl was recovering from the trauma of the attack, slowly finding her voice again. You saved Dr. Chen, Maya said one afternoon. Everyone says so. I tried a treatment. It happened to work. You saved him. Maya's eyes were serious. You save people, that's what you do. Elena thought about all the people she hadn't saved, all the names she carried. I try, she said. That's all any of us can do. On the last night before they began planning their next move, Elena stood at the amphitheater's rim watching the stars. Marco found her there, as he often did. You okay? I don't know. She turned to face him. I feel like everything's changed, like I've changed, and I don't know what comes next. Does anyone? No, I guess not. She smiled slightly. But we're still here, still fighting, still caring about things. Yeah, he put his arm around her shoulders. We are. They stood together in silence, brother and sister, survivors. Behind them, the camp was settling for the night. Fires being banked, children being tucked in, the sounds of a community learning to live again. Ahead of them, the darkness waited. The infected, the other survivors, the unknown. But for now, in this moment, there was peace. That would have to be enough. The radio crackled one last time that night. Rosa's voice, weak but unmistakable. Elena, can you hear me? Elena grabbed the handset. Rosa, where are you? What happened? I'm somewhere. I found something. A pause filled with static. The patterns were right, Elena. They were always right. What do you mean? Prometheus wasn't the only one. There are others, other facilities, other survivors, other... The signal wavered. I found the source. The real source. It's not what Hale told you. Rosa, what? Find me. Her voice was fading. Follow the patterns, find me, and I'll show you everything. The radio went dead. Elena stared at it for a long moment. Then she turned back to the camp, to the survivors, to the weight she'd chosen to carry. Tomorrow she would begin looking for answers. Tonight she would let herself believe that they might actually find them. The stars wheeled overhead. The infected wept in the distance. And somewhere in the darkness, Rosa Delgado Hartman had found something that would change everything. Again. The radio sat silent on the command table, but Elena couldn't stop staring at it. Rosa's voice echoed in her memory. Find me. Follow the patterns, find me, and I'll show you everything. 3 days since that transmission, 3 days of silence, 3 days of trying to trace where the signal had come from, what it meant, what Rosa had found. You need to sleep. Chen's voice came from behind her. He was moving slowly still, recovering from his brush with death, but his eyes were clear and his mind was sharp. Staring at the radio won't make it talk. I know. And yet you're still here. Elena turned to face him. He looked older than he had before the outbreak. They all did. But there was something different now. Something that came from having been to the edge and returned. She said Prometheus wasn't the only one, Elena said. That there were other facilities, other survivors, that the source wasn't what Hale told us. Do you believe her? I don't know what to believe anymore. Elena rubbed her eyes. But Rosa's never been wrong about the patterns. Even when she seemed crazy, she was seeing things the rest of us missed. Chen sat down across from her, moving carefully to avoid straining his still healing wounds. What does Colonel Rodriguez say? She says we can't spare resources for a search mission. The camp is still recovering from the Horde attack. We lost too many people, too much equipment. Elena's voice was bitter. She's right, of course, but that doesn't make it easier. Nothing is easy anymore. They sat in silence for a moment. Outside, the sounds of the camp drifted in. Voices, footsteps, the ongoing work of survival. There's something else, Chen said finally. Something you should know. What? The cure. Omar's been running analysis on it, studying the results from the people we've treated. He paused. It's not as permanent as we hoped. Elena's stomach dropped. What do you mean? The treatment suppresses the parasitic neural network, but it doesn't eliminate it entirely. Over time, weeks, maybe months, the infection begins to reassert itself. Chen met her eyes. I'm going to need more doses. So is everyone else we've treated. How many doses do we have? Enough for maybe 2 weeks of maintenance treatments. After that, he didn't finish. We need to find more. Elena stood, pacing. Omar's data, Prometheus's research. If we could synthesize it ourselves, we'd need equipment we don't have, chemicals we can't produce. Chen's voice was gentle. Elena, I'm not telling you this to add to your burdens. I'm telling you because you need to understand the full picture. And what does the full picture tell you? That we're running out of time. Again. He stood slowly. Whatever Rosa found, whatever's out there, we need to find it. Soon. The emergency council met at dawn. Colonel Rodriguez presided, flanked by her surviving officers. Elena sat with the medical team, Chen, Omar, Lisa. Around them, the other council members represented the various factions of the expanded Red Rocks community. The original military contingent, the hospital survivors, the Lakewood refugees, a dozen other groups who'd found their way here. The situation is this, Rodriguez began. We have approximately 1,400 people in this camp. Food stores for 3 weeks if we ration strictly. Water is adequate for now, but the seasonal creek is drying up. Medical supplies are critically low. She paused. And we've just learned that the cure we thought would save us requires ongoing treatment we cannot sustain. Murmurs rippled through the room. Dr. Vasquez has proposed a search mission to find Rosa Delgado Hartman, who claims to have discovered something important about the source of the outbreak. Rodriguez's tone was neutral. I've expressed concerns about the resource cost of such a mission, but I want to hear from the council. One of the Lakewood leaders spoke first. What exactly did this woman claim to find? She said Prometheus wasn't the only facility, Elena replied. That there were others. That the true source of the outbreak was different from what we've been told. And you believe her? I believe she saw something real. Whether it's useful to us, I don't know. But we're running out of options. We're always running out of options. The speaker was a grizzled man named Hendricks, former military, one of Rodriguez's senior officers. Every week it's another crisis, another mission, another gamble. When do we stop chasing ghosts and focus on what we have? What we have is dying, Omar said quietly. The cure requires compounds we cannot produce. without access to a proper laboratory, without raw materials, without... He spread his hands. We've bought ourselves weeks, maybe a month, that's all. Then we find another way. What other way? Elena's voice was sharp. We've scavenged every pharmacy within 50 miles. We've raided hospital supply rooms, veterinary clinics, research labs. There's nothing left. Maybe not here. The voice came from the back of the room. Everyone turned. Peter Whitmore stood in the doorway, looking uncomfortable but determined. "What are you talking about?" Rodriguez asked. "I've been going through the administrative records from the hospital. Inventory documents, supply chain information, that kind of thing." Peter swallowed nervously. "There's a distribution center. King Soopers, south of downtown Denver. According to the records, they were a backup supplier for several hospitals in the region. Pharmaceutical products, medical equipment, everything. That's in the middle of infected territory," Hendricks objected. "Yes, but it's also a concrete building with limited access points, easy to defend if you could get inside." Peter's voice strengthened as he spoke. "I know it's dangerous, but if we're talking about supplies that could save lives..." "It's worth considering," Rodriguez said slowly. "Thank you, Mr. Whitmore." Peter nodded and retreated to the edge of the room, looking relieved to be out of the spotlight. "So we have two potential targets," Rodriguez continued. "Rosa's mystery location and this distribution center. The question is, do we have resources for both?" "No," Elena said, "we don't. But we might not have to choose." "Explain." "Rosa's last transmission came from somewhere northeast of here, the direction she was heading when she disappeared. If she found something important, it could be connected to the broader network of facilities, research sites, storage depots, supply caches." Elena pulled out a map she'd been working on. "The distribution center is south. But if we trace Rosa's likely route, there might be overlap. Places where both missions could yield results." Rodriguez studied the map. "That's a lot of territory to cover." "I know. But splitting up might actually work in our favor. A small team follows Rosa's trail while a larger group hits the distribution center. We cover more ground, reduce the risk of losing everyone in a single catastrophe. And if Rosa's trail leads nowhere, then we regroup at the distribution center. Either way, we're moving forward." The council debated for another hour. In the end, they approved both missions, a larger supply run to the distribution center led by Hendricks, and a smaller search team following Rosa's trail led by Elena. "You have 4 days," Rodriguez said as the meeting concluded. "If you haven't found anything by then, you come back. No extensions, no exceptions. Understood?" Elena's team assembled at the north gate the next morning. The group was smaller than she'd wanted. Herself, Torres, shoulder-heeled enough to travel. Marco, who'd refused to stay behind. Kenji for communications, and 2 of the Lakewood survivors who'd volunteered. A man named Davis, who'd been a park ranger before the outbreak, and a woman named Chen Mei, who'd worked as a mechanic. Lisa had wanted to come, but Elena had refused. "Someone needs to stay here," Elena had told her. "Chen's still recovering. The clinic needs you." "The clinic needs both of us." "I know, but you can do more good here than out there." Elena had taken her hand. "Besides, someone needs to watch Maya." Lisa's expression had softened at that. Maya had attached herself to Lisa in Elena's absences, finding in her the maternal presence she'd lost. "Come back," Lisa had said, "and promise me." "I'll try." The first day was quiet. They drove northeast on roads that Elena was beginning to know too well. Past the sporting goods store in Morrison. Past the pharmacy where she'd killed her first infected up close. Past the ski lodge where they'd sheltered during the snowstorm. Rosa's last transmission had been traced to somewhere in the foothills north of Golden. The signal had been weak, bounced off mountains, difficult to pinpoint. But Kenji had done his best, and they had a general direction to follow. "What exactly are we looking for?" Davis asked as they drove. He was in his 50s, weathered and practical, the kind of man who seemed born for wilderness survival. "I don't know exactly," Elena admitted. "Rosa said she found something about the source, other facilities, something different from what Hale told us." "And you trust this woman? The one they say is—" He hesitated. "Unstable?" Elena almost smiled. "Rosa has bipolar disorder. She cycles between manic and depressive episodes, especially without medication. But she's also brilliant. She sees patterns that other people miss." "Patterns in what?" "In everything." Elena stared out the window at the passing landscape. Before the outbreak, she was a project manager, coordinated teams, tracked dependencies, identified risks. Her brain is wired to find connections. She paused. At the hospital, she mapped the horde's movement patterns, figured out how they communicate. The colonel's been using her analysis ever since. And now she's found something else. "I hope so." They made camp that night in an abandoned ranger station. The building was small, a single room with a kitchenette and a cot, but it had 4 walls and a lockable door. They posted watches, ate cold rations, and tried to sleep. Elena took the first shift, sitting by the window with a rifle across her knees. The darkness outside was absolute. No city lights to soften it, no sounds except the wind in the pines. "Can't sleep?" She turned. Marco was sitting up on his bedroll, rubbing his eyes. "My shift." "I know." He moved to sit beside her, his shoulder warm against hers. "I couldn't sleep either." "Nervous?" "Terrified." He laughed softly. "Every time I close my eyes, I see them, the hospital, the streets, all those—" He stopped. "Does it ever get easier?" "No." Elena was quiet for a moment. "But you learn to carry it differently. Chen said that to me once." "I'm starting to understand what he meant." "Chen almost died." "Yes, and you saved him with the cure. Omar's cure. I just administered it. You brought it back. You found it. You made a choice." Marco turned to look at her. "You've been making a lot of choices lately, Lena, leading people, taking risks." "Someone has to." "Yeah, but you never used to be that someone." His voice was curious, not critical. "What changed?" Elena thought about it. About Hannah Kowalski, about 11 seconds, about all the weight she'd been carrying for 3 years. "I got tired of being afraid," she said finally. "Afraid of making the wrong choice, afraid of failing, afraid of—" She stopped. "I was so afraid of getting it wrong that I stopped trying to get it right. And people died because of that. The girl, at the hospital, the one Dr. Chen told you about. Hannah. Her name was Hannah." Elena's throat tightened. "I froze. For 11 seconds I froze and she died." "But that wasn't your fault. Chen said—" "I know what Chen said. And he was right. There was enough blame to go around. But that doesn't change how it felt. Doesn't change the fact that I could have done something and didn't." They sat in silence for a while. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the station's windows. "I think you're being too hard on yourself," Marco said finally. "But I guess that's not exactly news." "Probably not. For what it's worth, I think you're doing okay. Better than okay." He nudged her shoulder. "I'm proud of you, Lena. I know I don't say that enough. You don't say it ever." "Yeah, well," he grinned. "Consider it said." The second day brought complications. They found Rosa's trail around midday, not literally, but evidence that someone had passed through recently. A campfire site still showing ash. A wrapper from a protein bar tucked under a rock, boot prints in the mud near a stream. She's been here, Davis said, examining the prints. Maybe 2 days ago. Alone? Hard to tell, but I only see one set of tracks. They followed the trail into increasingly rugged terrain. The roads gave way to Forest Service tracks, then to trails that were barely visible through the undergrowth. The jeep struggled with the grade, and eventually they had to abandon it. We'll continue on foot, Elena decided. Mark the location. If we find something, we can come back for the vehicle. The hike was brutal. The elevation was over 8,000 feet, and the thin air made every step harder. Chen Mei, the mechanic, not the doctor, was particularly struggling, stopping frequently to catch her breath. "I'm sorry," she said after the fourth break. "I'm not used to—" "It's fine," Elena said. "We all need rest." But they couldn't rest for long. The sun was tracking westward, and they needed to find shelter before dark. There, Kenji pointed ahead. Through the trees, a structure was visible. A cabin, maybe, or a ranger station. "Should we check it out?" Carefully. They approached in a loose formation, weapons ready. The building was larger than it had appeared. A 2-story structure with a covered porch and what looked like a satellite dish on the roof. "That's not standard ranger equipment," Torres said. "No, it's not." The front door was locked, but the windows were intact. Elena peered through, trying to see inside. What she saw made her breath catch. Oh my God. The building was a research station. They found a way in through a basement window, dropping into darkness that smelled of chemicals and dust. Kenji's flashlight revealed a laboratory, small but well-equipped with workbenches and computer terminals and storage cabinets lining the walls. "What is this place?" Marco asked. "I don't know." Elena moved through the space, reading labels on equipment. "Some kind of field research facility. Look, DNA sequencers, electron microscopes, cryogenic storage. Is it connected to Prometheus? I don't see any branding, but it's definitely the same kind of work." She stopped at a workbench covered in papers. "Kenji, can you get power to these computers?" "I can try. Looks like there's a generator in the back." While Kenji worked on the power, Elena examined the papers. Most were too technical for her to understand: genetic sequences, protein analyses, neural mapping data. But she recognized some of the terminology. "They were studying the infection," she said, "before the outbreak, maybe even before Prometheus." "How is that possible?" Torres was examining the storage cabinets. Hale said the infection originated at his facility. Hale says a lot of things. Elena picked up a folder marked Case Studies Preliminary. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, all showing people with the distinctive gray skin and clouded eyes of the infected. But the timestamps on the photographs were from 6 months before the outbreak. "This isn't right," Elena said slowly. "These pictures are dated April. The outbreak didn't start until October." "Are you sure they're real?" "I don't know, but look at this." She held up one of the photographs. It showed a man strapped to a hospital bed, clearly in the early stages of transformation. "The equipment in this photo, the setup, it's identical to what I saw at Prometheus. They were doing the same work. Maybe they shared research? Maybe. But Elena's instincts were screaming that there was more to it. "Kenji, how's that generator coming?" A rumble from the back of the building, then lights flickered on overhead. "Got it." Elena moved to the nearest computer terminal, began navigating through files. Most were encrypted, but some were open. Research logs, project updates, administrative notes. And then she found it. A folder labeled Outbreak Protocol, Contingency. Inside was a document that changed everything she thought she knew. The infection wasn't an accident. Elena's voice was flat as she explained what she'd found. The team had gathered in the main room of the research station, the computer screen casting pale light across their faces. It was planned, designed, They knew exactly what they were creating and what it would do. "Who's they?" Torres demanded. "I don't know all the names, but the document references a consortium, multiple companies, research institutions, maybe government agencies." Prometheus was just one piece. Elena scrolled through the files. They were developing the infection as a weapon, a way to destabilize populations, create chaos, consolidate control. "That's insane," Marco said. "Why would anyone—" "The document doesn't explain motivations, just protocols, containment procedures, projected casualties." Elena's voice cracked. "They estimated 60 to 70% global mortality in the first year. They considered that acceptable." "Acceptable for what?" "I don't know. The document talks about restructuring and optimization, whatever that means." She turned away from the screen. "But there's something else. A reference to another facility, somewhere called Site 7. "Where?" "Northeast of here, in the mountains." According to these files, it was the primary research hub, the place where the infection was first developed. Prometheus was just a subsidiary, a backup site. "And Rosa?" "I think she found this place, or something like it. I think she's following the same trail we are." Elena looked at her team. Site 7 might have answers. It might have resources, more of the cure, better equipment, information about how to stop this. "Or it might be a death trap," Torres said. "If these people deliberately released a plague that killed millions, they're not going to welcome visitors." "I know, but what's the alternative?" Elena spread her hands. "We go back to Red Rocks, tell them we found some old files and wait to die when the cure runs out. We could share what we found. Let the Colonel decide. The Colonel will tell us to stay safe, to not take risks." Elena's voice hardened. "I'm done being safe. I'm done letting other people make choices because I'm too afraid to make them myself." The silence stretched. "I'm in," Marco said finally. "If you're going, I'm going." "Me too." Torres's voice was reluctant but firm. One by one, the others nodded. "Then let's go," Elena said, "before the sun sets." The trail to Site 7 led through the worst terrain they'd encountered yet. The research station's files included partial coordinates, enough to give them a general direction but not an exact location. They climbed through forests of twisted pines, across fields of broken rock, up slopes that seemed designed to exhaust. By nightfall, they were barely halfway there. "We need to stop," Davis said. He was the most experienced wilderness traveler among them, and his voice carried authority. "Push any further in the dark, and someone's going to fall." "There's a ridge up ahead," Kenji said, consulting his GPS. "Might be shelter." There wasn't shelter, exactly, but there was an overhang of rock that blocked the worst of the wind. They made camp beneath it, huddling together for warmth as the temperature dropped. "First snow of the season," Davis observed, looking at the sky. "Coming tonight, maybe tomorrow. Will it slow us down?" "Depends on how heavy it is, but yeah. Snow in these mountains can be challenging." Elena pulled her jacket tighter. The cold was already biting, seeping through layers of clothing. They'd brought supplies for a 4-day mission, but the harsh conditions were depleting them faster than expected. "We push on at first light," she decided. "If we can reach Site 7 before the snow hits. And if we can't, then we deal with that when it happens." The snow began falling around midnight. Elena was on watch when the first flakes drifted down, soft and silent. Beautiful, almost, if you didn't understand what they meant. By dawn, there were 3 inches on the ground and more coming. "We need to move," she said, rousing the others. "Now." The climb that day was brutal beyond anything they'd experienced. The snow obscured the trail, made every foothold treacherous. Chen Mei fell twice, gashing her knee the second time. Davis took a wrong turn that cost them an hour, and through it all the snow kept falling. "There," Torres pointed ahead. "Is that—" A structure, barely visible through the white curtain of snow, but definitely man-made, large, industrial. "That's it," Elena said. "That has to be Site 7. They pushed forward with renewed energy, covering the last half-mile in what felt like minutes. The building loomed larger as they approached, a concrete fortress built into the mountainside with heavy doors and security cameras and all the hallmarks of a facility designed to keep secrets. The doors were sealed. "Damn it!" Elena pounded on the metal. "There has to be a way in." "Over here." Kenji had found a service entrance half hidden behind a snowdrift. The lock was electronic, but the power appeared to be off. "I might be able to bypass this." "Do it." It took 20 minutes. 20 minutes of standing in the falling snow, watching visibility drop, feeling the cold seep deeper into their bones, but finally the lock clicked open. They went inside. Site 7 was dark and silent. Their flashlights cut through the blackness, revealing a space that was part laboratory, part bunker, part nightmare. The walls were lined with equipment Elena didn't recognize, massive machines connected by cables and conduits, terminals dark and dead, the air thick with the smell of disuse. "Kenji, find the power," Elena said. "The rest of you spread out. Look for anything useful." They searched by flashlight while Kenji worked on the facility's systems. Elena moved through what appeared to be an administrative area. Offices with desks and filing cabinets, conference rooms with whiteboards still covered in diagrams. And then she found the control room. It was smaller than she'd expected, dominated by a single console covered in monitors and switches. The screens were dark, but one of them had a sticky note attached. "For Dr. Hassan, emergency protocols active, containment level alpha. Do not deactivate without clearance." "Omar Hassan," Elena breathed, "the scientist from Prometheus, the one who'd given them the cure." There was more writing on the note, smaller. "If you're reading this, I'm sorry. I tried to stop them. Site 7 was never supposed to go active, but they overruled me. They said the benefits outweighed the risks. They were wrong. RDH, Rosa Delgado Hartman." "Kenji!" Elena shouted. "Get in here!" The power came back with a shudder and a groan. Emergency lights flickered on, casting everything in red. The monitors around the control room blinked to life, displaying status readouts and warning messages. And then the video started playing. A face appeared on the central screen. Rosa's face, gaunt and exhausted, but unmistakably her. "If you're watching this, you found the trail I left." Her voice was rough, like she'd been talking for hours. "I'm going to tell you everything. Everything Hale didn't tell you, everything they tried to hide." Elena stared at the screen, her heart pounding. Site 7 was the origin point, not Prometheus. That was just a cover. A subsidiary designed to take the blame if things went wrong. The real research happened here, funded by a consortium of companies and government agencies who believed they were building the next generation of biological weapons. The screen flickered, showing images, laboratory footage, documents, photographs of test subjects. The infection was never supposed to spread. It was designed to be controllable, targeted, specific, but something went wrong with the containment protocols, or— Rosa paused, her expression darkening. "Or someone deliberately released it. I found evidence that suggests the outbreak wasn't an accident, that someone within the consortium wanted it to happen." "Who?" Elena asked the screen, knowing it couldn't answer. "I don't know who, but I know why." Rosa leaned closer to the camera. "The cure. Omar's cure, the one you used to save Dr. Chen, it's not just a treatment, it's a key. The infection was designed with a back door, a way to control the transformed. Whoever has the cure can potentially control the infected, turn them into a weapon, an army. Elena felt sick. That's what this was always about. Not just destabilization, domination. Create the problem, then sell the solution. But only to those who can pay. Only to those who are deemed worthy. Rosa's voice was bitter. Hale knows. He's always known. He's not trying to save humanity. He's trying to own it. The video shifted, showing a map of the facility. Site 7 has a complete copy of all research data, including the original cure formula and the control protocols. There's also a stockpile of the treatment compound. Enough to dose thousands of people. That's why I came here. That's what I was trying to secure. Rosa's face appeared again, and this time Elena could see something was wrong. Her skin was pale, her eyes unfocused. I made a mistake. Triggered an alarm I didn't know about. The security systems activated and I got careless. One of the containment units breached. She pulled back her sleeve, revealing a bandage soaked through with blood. I'm infected. The transformation started about 6 hours ago. No, Elena whispered. I've given myself a dose of the treatment. It should slow things down, buy me time. But I don't know how long I have. Rosa's voice steadied. Listen to me, Elena. The cure stockpile is in sub-level 3, storage room C7. The access code is 472983. The research data is on the servers in the control room. You should be able to download it to any standard drive. And you? Where are you? I'm going to try to reach the secondary exit on the north side of the facility. If the treatment holds, I might make it out. If not... She paused. If not, do what you have to do. Don't let me become one of them. And don't let Hale get his hands on this facility. The video ended. The screen went dark. Elena stood frozen, staring at the blank monitor. Elena, Torres's voice behind her. Did you hear all that? Yes. What do we do? Elena turned to face her team. Their faces were pale in the red emergency lighting, fear and exhaustion written in every line. We do what Rosa asked, she said. We secure the cure. We download the data, and then we find her. The facility was a maze. Elena split the team, Kenji and Chen Mei on data extraction, Davis guarding the control room. Torres and Marco with her to find the cure stockpile. The stairs to sub-level 3 descended into darkness that their flashlights barely penetrated. The air grew colder as they went deeper, and the walls began to show signs of damage, scorch marks, bullet holes, what looked like claw marks in the concrete. Rosa's handiwork? Torres asked, examining a patch of dried blood on the floor. Or the infected she released. How many? I don't know. The containment units I saw looked like they could hold dozens. They moved more carefully after that, weapons ready, listening for any sound of movement. The facility creaked and groaned around them, pipes settling, air systems cycling, the building itself alive with mechanical breath. Storage room C7 was at the end of a long corridor. The door was reinforced steel with an electronic lock that glowed green in the darkness. The code Rosa gave us, Elena said, 472983. She entered it. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Inside was a treasure beyond imagining. Rack after rack of sealed containers, each labeled with the familiar Prometheus Biotech logo. Hundreds of doses. Thousands, maybe. Holy shit, Marco breathed. Start loading, Elena ordered. Take everything we can carry. They worked quickly, filling their packs with containers of the precious compound. Elena's mind was racing with calculations. How many people this could save, how long it could sustain them, what it meant for Red Rocks and everyone they'd left behind. And then she heard it. A sound from the corridor, soft, rhythmic, the weeping. Contact, Torres said, raising her weapon. Elena turned toward the door. Shadows were moving in the hallway beyond, multiple shadows converging on their position. "Back entrance," she said. "There has to be another way out." "There isn't. I checked the maps." Marco's voice was tight. "This room is a dead end." The first infected appeared in the doorway. It was wearing a lab coat torn and stained. Its face was slack, its eyes clouded, its mouth opening to release that horrible sobbing sound. Behind it, Elena could see more, 2 dozen, filling the corridor. "We fight through," Torres said. "We can't. There are too many." "Then what?" Elena looked around the room, at the racks of cure containers, at the single door that led to a hallway full of infected, at the ventilation grate in the ceiling. "Boost me up." The vents were tight and dark and terrifying. Elena crawled through them on her stomach, pushing her pack ahead of her, trying not to think about how close the walls were or how far she had to go. Behind her, Marco and Torres were following, their breathing harsh in the confined space. The weeping echoed strangely in the metal ducts, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Left or right?" Marco asked when they reached a junction. "Right. Should lead toward the control room." They crawled. The vent groaned under their weight. Elena tried not to imagine what would happen if it gave way, dropping them into a room full of infected. There, a grate ahead, light filtering through. "That's the control room." She pushed on the grate. It didn't budge. "It's stuck. Let me." Torres squeezed past her, positioned herself, and kicked. Once, twice. The grate popped off, clattering to the floor below. Elena dropped through, landing hard, rolling to her feet with her weapon up. The control room was clear. Kenji and Chen Mei were still at the terminals, fingers flying across keyboards. Davis had taken position by the door, rifle trained on the corridor beyond. "Status?" Elena asked. "Almost done," Kenji said. 2 more minutes for the full data download." "We don't have 2 minutes. The infected are in the building. They're heading this way." "Then I'll work faster." Marco and Torres dropped from the vent, hauling their packs of cure containers. Chen Mei's eyes went wide. "Is that the cure? Enough to last months, maybe longer." Elena turned to Davis. "Can we hold this position?" "For a little while, but they'll breach eventually." "Then we need another way out." Elena pulled up the facility map on one of the monitors. Rosa said there's a secondary exit on the north side. If we can reach it. "That's through the main laboratory," Davis said, "where the containment breach happened. It'll be crawling with infected. Then we go through them." "That's suicide. That's survival." Elena met his eyes. "We have the cure. We have the data. This is everything we came for. I'm not leaving it behind because the path is dangerous." Davis held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Download complete," Kenji announced. "Then let's move." The main laboratory was worse than Elena had imagined. Bodies everywhere, some infected, some not, all of them dead. The containment units Rosa had mentioned were shattered, their glass walls scattered across the floor like teeth. And moving through the wreckage were dozens of infected wandering aimlessly, weeping into the darkness. "We go quiet," Elena whispered. "Single file. No one makes a sound." They moved through the laboratory like ghosts, stepping over bodies, avoiding the infected who drifted past them without reaction. Rosa's observations about their poor vision proved accurate. As long as they moved slowly, stayed in shadow, the creatures didn't seem to notice them. They were halfway to the exit when Chen Mei's pack caught on a piece of broken equipment. The sound of ripping fabric was deafening in the silence. Every infected in the room turned toward them. "Run!" The north exit was 100 yards away. Elena covered the distance without knowing how. Her legs pumping, her lungs burning, the sound of weeping rising behind her like a wave. She could hear her team, their footsteps, their breathing, their shouted warnings as infected converged from all directions. The door was ahead, heavy, metal, secured with an electronic lock. "Kenji!" Elena screamed. He was there somehow, fingers flying across the lock's keypad. The infected were 20 feet away. 15. 10. The lock clicked green. Elena threw the door open, shoved her team through, and slammed it closed behind her just as the first infected reached them. The impact shook the frame, but the door held. They were outside. The snow was still falling, heavier now, the world reduced to a white blur. The cold hit Elena like a physical blow, cutting through her sweat-soaked clothes. "Is everyone here?" she gasped. "Here. Marco. Here. Torres. Here. Kenji. Davis. Chen Mei. Everyone accounted for. Everyone alive." And then Elena heard another voice, weak and distant, carried on the wind. "Elena." She turned. A figure was approaching through the snow. Moving slowly, unsteadily, one hand pressed to its side. Rosa. She collapsed before Elena could reach her. Elena dropped to her knees beside Rosa, checking vitals with practiced hands. Pulse weak, breathing shallow, skin cold and waxy, showing the first signs of transformation. "Rosa. Rosa, can you hear me?" Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused for a moment, then sharpening as she saw Elena's face. "You found it." Her voice was barely a whisper. "The cure. The data. We found everything. You did it, Rosa. You showed us the way." Rosa smiled weakly. "The patterns. They always lead somewhere. We need to move. Get you somewhere warm. Get you more of the treatment." "No." Rosa's hand closed on Elena's wrist with surprising strength. "Listen to me. There's more. Things I couldn't put in the video. Rosa, the consortium, the people behind this, they're still out there, still planning. This was never about controlling the infected. It was about something bigger, a reset, a new world order built on the ashes of the old." "Who are they?" "I don't know all of them. But I found names, documents, connections." Rosa's grip tightened. "It's in the data. Everything I found. Everything they tried to hide. But you have to understand, they'll come for you. When they find out what you have, they'll send everything they have. Then we'll be ready." Rosa's eyes were closing. The transformation was accelerating. Elena could see it. The gray pallor spreading across her skin, the cloudiness creeping into her pupils. "The treatment," Elena said desperately. "We have more. We can dose you again." "It's too late. I've taken too much already. My system is overloaded." Rosa's voice was fading. "But there's something else. Something you can use." "What?" "The control protocols, the back door in the infection. I figured out how to reverse it." Her eyes met Elena's, and for a moment they were clear and sharp. "You can turn them back. Not cure them completely, but restore their consciousness. Give them back their minds." "How?" "The data. It's all in the data, but you need the right equipment, the right frequency. Her voice trailed off, her eyes going distant. Rosa, stay with me." "I see them." Rosa's voice was dreamlike now. "The patterns, they're beautiful. They connect everything, everyone, like a web of light spreading across the world." "Rosa, thank you, Elena." The words were barely audible. "Thank you for seeing me, for believing in me, for—" Her voice faded to nothing. Elena watched as Rosa's breathing slowed, stopped, watched as the transformation completed, as the woman who had seen patterns in chaos became one more piece of the chaos herself. And then, because she had promised, Elena did what had to be done. They buried Rosa under a cairn of stones high on the mountainside where the snow couldn't quite reach. It was a quick burial. They didn't have time for anything more, but Elena made sure to say something, to acknowledge the woman who had given everything to bring them this far. "She saw things we couldn't see," Elena said. "She found things we would never have found, and she died trying to save us all. She was crazy, Marco said quietly. She was brilliant. Elena looked at the cairn. Maybe those are the same thing. They stood in silence for a moment. The snow was still falling, lighter now but persistent. The facility loomed behind them, full of secrets and horrors and answers they had only begun to understand. "We need to move," Torres said, "before the weather gets worse." Elena nodded, but she didn't move immediately. She stood there a moment longer looking at the stone cairn, at the grave of a woman who had seen patterns in chaos and had followed them to their end. "Goodbye, Rosa," she said quietly. "I'll finish what you started." The return journey was a nightmare. The snow had accumulated while they were in the facility, a foot or more with drifts reaching waist-high in places. Visibility was reduced to yards. The temperature had dropped to dangerous levels. "We can't make it back tonight," Davis said after they'd been walking for an hour. "We need to find shelter." "The ranger station," Elena said. "It's closer than the jeep." They changed course, navigating by compass and GPS, stumbling through a white world that seemed to have no boundaries or directions. Chen Mei was flagging badly, her earlier injury slowing her down. Kenji had a bad cough that was getting worse. The ranger station appeared through the snow like a mirage. They stumbled inside, slamming the door against the wind. The single room was cold, no heat, no power, but at least it was dry. They huddled together, sharing body warmth, trying to conserve what energy they had left. "The cure," Elena said, her teeth chattering. "We need to check the containers, make sure they're intact." They checked. The containers were intact. Hundreds of doses, enough to sustain the settlement for months. "We did it," Marco said. His voice was disbelieving. "We actually did it." "We're not back yet." But Elena allowed herself a small smile. "But yeah, we did it." The storm lasted 3 days. They rationed their food, melted snow for water, took turns keeping watch even though nothing could move in the blizzard outside. The cold was a constant presence, seeping through walls and clothing and skin. Elena used the time to study the data they downloaded. The files were extensive. Research notes, project reports, financial records, communications. Much of it was encrypted, but what she could read confirmed everything Rosa had said. The infection was designed, intentional, part of a larger plan that went beyond simple warfare or population control. And the cure wasn't just a treatment, it was a control mechanism. The parasitic neural network responds to specific frequencies, Elena explained to her team. Like a radio signal, the cure doesn't eliminate the parasite, it modifies it, makes it receptive to external commands. "Commands to do what?" Torres asked. "Anything. In theory, someone with the right equipment could direct infected movements, suppress their aggression, even restore partial cognitive function." Elena pulled up a diagram. Rosa was right. This was always about control. "And Hale has this technology?" "I don't think so. Not completely. These files suggest that the control protocols were developed here, at Site 7. Prometheus had access to the cure, but not the full system." Elena paused. "That's why Hale wanted to find other facilities. He's looking for the same thing we are. And now we have it. Now we have it." Elena looked at her team. "The question is, what do we do with it?" On the 4th day, the storm broke. They emerged from the ranger station into a world transformed, white as far as the eye could see, trees heavy with snow, the silence absolute and profound. "We move fast," Elena said. "We've been gone too long. Red Rocks will be worried." The hike back to the jeep took most of the day. The vehicle was buried under a drift but still functional once they dug it out. By nightfall, they were on the road heading southwest toward home. The radio crackled as they descended toward the foothills. "Recon 1, this is Red Rocks base. Do you copy?" Red Rock Base, this is Recon 1. Elena grabbed the handset. We copy, we're en route, approximately 3 hours out. Copy, Recon 1. Status report? Elena looked at her team, at the packs full of cure containers, at the hard drive containing everything Rosa had died to find. Mission successful, she said. We have the cure, we have the data, we're coming home. A pause on the other end. Then Rodriguez's voice, sounding more relieved than Elena had ever heard it. Copy that, Recon 1. Welcome back. Red rocks appeared through the gathering dusk like a beacon. The familiar red rocks, the amphitheater, the camp that had become home. All of it was still there, still standing, still alive. Elena felt something loosen in her chest, a tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. The gate guards waved them through. People gathered as they drove into the camp, word spreading quickly that the search team had returned. Colonel Rodriguez was waiting at the command tent. Dr. Vasquez. Her voice was formal, but her eyes were warm. I'm glad you made it back. We almost didn't. Elena climbed out of the jeep, exhaustion hitting her like a wave. But we found what we were looking for, and more. She told Rodriguez everything. The research station, Site 7, the truth about the infection's origins, the cure stockpile, Rosa's final revelations and death. When she finished, Rodriguez was silent for a long moment. This changes things, she said finally. Yes, it does. The supply run to the distribution center came back while you were gone. Hendricks lost 3 people, but they brought back enough supplies to last us another month. Rodriguez paused. Combined with what you found, we might actually have a chance. A chance at what? Survival, long-term, building something that lasts. Rodriguez looked at Elena with new respect. You've done something remarkable, Dr. Vasquez. You've given us hope. Rosa gave us hope. I just followed her trail. Take the credit you deserve. You're going to need it. Rodriguez turned toward the command tent. Rest tonight. Tomorrow, we start planning. This information you've brought back, it's going to take time to process. And then we're going to have to decide what to do with it. I know. Elena looked out at the camp. The fires being lit, the people settling in for the night, the small acts of civilization persisting against the darkness. But tonight, I just want to sleep. Then sleep. You've earned it. Elena found Maya before she found her bed. The girl was in the medical tent helping Lisa organize supplies. When she saw Elena, her face lit up. Dr. Elena. She ran across the tent, throwing her arms around Elena's waist. You came back. I came back. Elena hugged her tightly, feeling the small body against hers, warm and alive. I promised, didn't I? You promised to try. Maya's voice was muffled against Elena's jacket. That's not the same as promising to come back. No, I guess it's not. Elena knelt down, bringing herself to Maya's level. But here I am. Lisa said you found something important, something that could help people. We did. Did Rosa help you find it? Elena's throat tightened. Yes, Rosa helped us. She helped us very much. Is she coming back too? No, Maya. Elena touched the girl's cheek. Rosa isn't coming back. She died helping us find what we needed. Maya's face fell. Like my daddy? In a way, yes. Will you die too? The question hit Elena like a blow. She thought about all the times she'd nearly died. The hospital, the supply run, Site 7. All the close calls that could have ended differently. I don't know, she said honestly. I hope not. But I can't promise. Maya considered this. Then she nodded slowly. Okay, but you have to keep trying. That's the deal. That's the deal. Elena smiled. I'll keep trying, every day. That's all any of us can do. That night, Elena dreamed of Rosa. Not the infected creature she'd become at the end, but the woman she'd been. Sharp-eyed and brilliant, seeing patterns in chaos, finding paths where others saw only obstacles. "You did good," Rosa said in the dream. "You found the way through. You showed me the way. I showed you the start, the rest was you." Rosa smiled. Not the broken smile Elena remembered, but something whole and warm. "You're going to do great things, Elena Vasquez. You're going to save people. You're going to change the world. I'm just trying to survive. That's how it starts, but it doesn't end there." Rosa's image began to fade, dissolving into light. "Follow the patterns, Elena. They always lead somewhere." "Wait." But she was gone. Elena woke to dawn light filtering through her tent, the sound of the camp stirring around her, and the weight of everything that still needed to be done. The council meeting convened at mid-morning. Elena presented her findings, the research data, the cure stockpile, the truth about the infection's origins and the control protocols. The council listened in silence, their faces showing a range of emotions from shock to anger to fear. "You're telling us this was deliberate," Rodriguez said when Elena finished. "That someone chose to do this. Yes? And they're still out there, still planning." "Yes. And the cure we've been using, the treatment that's keeping our infected survivors alive, is actually a control mechanism designed to turn people into weapons. That's what the data suggests. But there's more." Elena pulled up the files Rosa had mentioned. "The same technology that can be used for control might also be used for restoration, to give infected people their minds back, their consciousness." Murmurs rippled through the council. "How?" someone asked. "I don't completely understand it yet. The technical details are complex, but Rosa believed it was possible, and the data seems to support her." Elena looked around the room. "If we could restore the infected, even partially, it would change everything. They wouldn't be enemies anymore. They'd be people again, our people." "That's a lot of ifs," Hendrik said. "Everything is ifs. That's the world now." Elena met his eyes. "But this is the first real hope we've had since the outbreak began. The first chance at something other than just surviving." "What do you need?" Rodriguez asked. "Time, equipment, people who understand the science better than I do." Elena paused. "And we need to be ready. When whoever designed this finds out we have their technology, they're going to come for us. We're already preparing for threats. Not like this. These aren't raiders or wandering infected. These are people with resources, organization, purpose. If Rosa was right about the consortium, they have connections everywhere. Government, military, corporate. They've been planning this for years." The room was silent. "Then we prepare for that," Rodriguez said finally. "We build our defenses. We study the data, and we figure out how to use what we have before someone takes it from us." She stood. "Dr. Vasquez, you're in charge of the research effort. Whatever you need within reason, you'll have. This is our priority now." Elena nodded. "Understood. And Elena?" Rodriguez's voice softened. "What you did out there, finding this, bringing it back, it was brave. It was exactly what we needed. Don't doubt yourself." "I'll try not to." The days that followed were the busiest of Elena's life. She worked with Omar on the cure data, trying to understand the control protocols and how they might be modified. She coordinated with Kenji on communications, establishing secure channels and monitoring for any signs of the consortium's activity. She trained volunteers in medical procedures, knowing they might need every skilled pair of hands if the worst happened. And through it all, she found moments for the people who mattered. Maya, who followed her like a shadow, asking questions about everything and slowly regaining the childhood she'd almost lost. Marco, who'd become her right hand, dependable in ways he'd never been before. Lisa, who kept the medical operations running while Elena focused on research. Chen, who was recovering well from his close call, offering wisdom and support when Elena needed it most. Torres, who'd become her tactical advisor, helping plan defenses and contingencies. Even Peter Whitmore, who'd found his place managing logistics, turning his administrative skills to the work of survival. They were a family now, these survivors. Not by blood, but by choice and circumstance, bound together by everything they'd lost and everything they were fighting to protect. On the 10th day, the radio brought news. "This is Prometheus Biotech," the voice said. "We have detected unauthorized access to our secure facilities. We know you have our property. Return it immediately and you will be allowed to live." Elena recognized the voice. Martin Hale. "I'm going to give you 72 hours, Hale continued. "After that, I'm coming for what's mine, and I won't be coming alone." The transmission ended. Elena looked at Rodriguez, at her team, at the faces of people who'd survived so much already and were now being asked to face something worse. "So much for preparation time," Marco said. "We knew this was coming." Elena's voice was steady. "We just didn't know when. 72 hours isn't much." "No, it's not," Elena stood. "But it's what we have. Let's make it count." The next 3 days were a frenzy of activity. Defenses were strengthened. Evacuation routes were planned. The cure stockpile was divided. Some kept at Red Rocks, some hidden in secondary locations in case the main camp fell. And Elena worked on the control protocols. "I think I understand it now," she told Omar on the 2nd day. "The frequency modulation, the neural targeting, it's actually elegant in a horrifying way. Can we use it? Maybe. But we'd need equipment we don't have. Transmitters, amplifiers, precision tuning systems." She ran her hands through her hair. "The consortium designed this to be inaccessible without their infrastructure. They didn't want anyone else to be able to replicate it. But you found Site 7. You found their research. Finding it and using it are different things." Elena looked at the screens full of data. There has to be a way. Rosa believed there was a way. Then find it. Omar's voice was gentle. "If anyone can, you can." The solution came to her at 3 in the morning on the 3rd day. Elena had been staring at the frequency data for hours, trying to understand why it seemed so familiar. And then she realized. "The weeping," she breathed. She pulled up the audio files Rosa had recorded, the sound of infected communicating, the specific patterns and frequencies they used. She compared them to the control protocol specifications. They matched. "The infected are already broadcasting the control signal," Elena said, her voice rising with excitement. "They're part of the system. The weeping isn't just communication, it's a carrier wave." "A carrier wave for what?" "For the control frequency. If we could modulate it, add our own signal." She was already running calculations. "We don't need sophisticated equipment, we just need something that can produce the right counter frequency. Something strong enough to override the existing pattern." "Like what?" Elena looked up from her work. A smile was spreading across her face. "Like a concert sound system at a natural amphitheater with perfect acoustics." The morning of Hale's deadline dawned clear and cold. Red Rocks was ready, or as ready as it could be. Defenses were in place. Evacuation plans were set. And in the amphitheater itself, Kenji had spent the night modifying the old concert PA system according to Elena's specifications. "Will this work?" Rodriguez asked, surveying the equipment. "I don't know." Elena was honest. "But it's the best chance we have. And if it doesn't work, then we fight, and probably die." Elena met the colonel's eyes. "But at least we'll go down trying something. That's better than just waiting." Rodriguez nodded slowly. What do you need me to do? Keep our people safe. No matter what happens out there, they're what matters. And you? I'll be here, operating the equipment. Elena looked at the amphitheater, at the red rocks rising around it like ancient guardians. This is where we make our stand. Hale arrived at noon. His convoy came down the road from the west, 5 vehicles, heavily armored, carrying what looked like 24 armed guards. They stopped at the camp's outer perimeter, and after a moment Hale himself emerged. He looked the same as Elena remembered, distinguished, controlled, that cold smile playing at his lips. He was wearing tactical gear now instead of his lab coat, but his bearing was unchanged. Dr. Vasquez, his voice carried across the distance. I hoped you'd see reason. I'm seeing things more clearly than I ever have. Then you understand what happens next. I have the resources, I have the personnel, I have the technology. He spread his hands. You have... what? 1,000 frightened refugees, a few guns, a nice view? I have everything you want. Elena's voice was steady. The cure, the data, the control protocols, all of it. Hale's expression flickered. Then give it to me, and this can end peacefully. No. 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 Elena stepped forward, placing herself in full view. I know what you are, Hale. I know what Prometheus was really doing, what you're still trying to do. And what's that? Control, domination, building a new world order on the bodies of everyone who isn't useful to you. Her voice rose. You didn't make a mistake that caused the outbreak. You made a choice, and millions of people died because of it. Hale was silent for a moment, then he laughed. Very dramatic, Doctor. But even if that were true, which I'm not confirming, what does it matter? The old world is gone. The question is, who's going to build the new one? He gestured at his forces. I have the power, the knowledge, the vision. You have... what? Good intentions, hope? He shook his head. That's not how the world works. Maybe that's how it should work. Then you're naive. His voice hardened. Last chance, Dr. Vasquez. Give me what I want or I take it by force. Elena looked at him, at his guards, at the weapons arrayed against her people. Then she turned and walked back toward the amphitheater. Your choice, Hale called after her. But remember, everything that happens now is on you. The attack began 5 minutes later. Hale's forces moved with military precision, a frontal assault on the main gate while secondary teams tried to flank the camp's defenses. Gunfire erupted across the perimeter, the sound echoing off the red rocks like thunder. Elena ran for the amphitheater. The sound system was ready, Kenji standing at the controls. Around them, defenders had taken positions, armed survivors ready to protect the equipment at all costs. Is it working? Elena demanded. The frequency is broadcasting, but I don't know if it's reaching... A new sound cut through the gunfire. The weeping, but different, modulated, changed. It's working, Elena breathed. The signal is interfacing with the infected. But there aren't any infected here. There don't have to be. Elena pulled up the monitoring screens. The weeping carries for miles. Every infected in the area is receiving our signal. If I'm right... The weeping changed again. Louder, more urgent, coming from the west, coming toward them. Oh God, Kenji said. Through the amphitheater's entrance, Elena could see Hale's forces faltering. They were looking behind them at something approaching from the direction they'd come. Infected, hundreds of them, thousands. They poured down the mountainside like a gray wave drawn by the modified frequency, responding to the signal Elena had broadcast. They swept past Hale's vehicles, past his guards, overwhelming everything in their path. But they didn't attack the defenders of Red Rocks. They flowed around the camp like water around a stone, responding to the counter-frequency, avoiding the sound that marked this place as off-limits. It's working, Elena said, her voice cracking. It's actually working. She watched as Hale's forces tried to retreat, tried to fight, tried to survive the wave they'd never expected. His vehicles were overrun. His guards were overwhelmed. His vision of a new world order died screaming in a sea of gray bodies. Hale himself made it almost to the camp's perimeter. He stumbled through the gate somehow, pursued by infected that had finally noticed him. He was wounded, his fine tactical gear torn and bloodied, his cold smile replaced by something that looked almost like fear. "Help me," he gasped. "Please. I'll tell you everything. I'll give you whatever you want. Just help me." Elena looked at him, at the man who'd caused all of this, who'd killed millions, who'd been so certain of his power, his control, his destiny. "No," she said. The infected reached him a moment later. The aftermath was quiet. The infected, thousands of them, stood motionless around the camp, held in place by the frequency Elena had broadcast. They weren't cured. They weren't restored. But they weren't attacking either. "How long will this last?" Rodriguez asked. "I don't know. Hours, maybe days." Elena looked at the still figures, at the faces that had once been human. "But it proves the concept works. If we can refine it, improve it, we might be able to control them permanently or restore them." Elena's voice was thoughtful. "Rosa said it was possible. The data suggests it's possible. This is just the first step. And Hale's people? Dead or fled?" Torres had been coordinating the defensive response. "We've captured a few. The rest, they didn't survive. Neither did Hale." "No." Elena felt no satisfaction in that, only a kind of hollow relief. "He didn't." That night, Elena stood at the amphitheater's rim, watching the motionless infected in the darkness below. They stood like statues, their weeping silenced by the frequency, their violence suspended. Thousands of people who'd been victims of someone else's ambition. Thousands of stories cut short. "You saved us," Marco said, appearing beside her. "I bought us time. That's not the same thing." "It's a start." He put his arm around her shoulders. "You know what I keep thinking about?" "What?" "That night at the hospital, when you came to rescue me, when I was trapped in the ambulance and you just showed up." He was quiet for a moment. "I never thanked you properly for that." "You didn't have to." "Yeah, I did. I do." He turned to face her. "You've been saving me my whole life, Lena, even when I didn't deserve it, even when I pushed you away. You never gave up on me. You're my brother. That's not why." His voice was serious. "It's because you're you. Because you see people, really see them, and you can't just walk away." Elena thought about that. About all the people she'd saved and failed to save. About Hannah and Rosa and Chen and all the rest. "I see people," she admitted. "I always have. That's why being a doctor made sense. You could see people's problems, understand them, fix them." She paused. "But I couldn't always fix them, and when I couldn't, you carried them." "Yes. You're still carrying them." "Yes." Marco was quiet for a moment. Then he hugged her, tight and sudden, the way he used to when they were kids. "You don't have to carry them alone," he said. "That's what I'm trying to say. You don't have to be the only one who sees, who cares, who acts." He pulled back, looking at her. "Let us help. Let us share the weight." Elena felt something shift in her chest, something that had been locked tight for years, slowly beginning to open. "Okay," she said. "Okay." The next days brought new challenges and new hope. The frequency continued to work, holding the infected in a state of suspended animation around the camp. Omar studied the data, looking for ways to make the effect permanent. Kenji worked on improving the equipment, increasing the range, refining the control. And Elena began to plan. "We can't stay here forever," she told the council. The frequency is holding for now, but we don't know how long it will last. And there are still threats out there. Other survivors, other factions, other people who want what we have. What are you suggesting? We expand. We reach out. We build something bigger than just one camp. She pulled up a map. There are other settlements out there. We've had radio contact with some of them. If we can share the frequency technology, teach others how to use it. We make allies instead of enemies. Exactly, a network, a confederation, something that can actually rebuild, not just survive. That's ambitious. That's necessary. Elena looked around the room. The world as we knew it is gone. But that doesn't mean the world is over. We can build something new, something better, if we're willing to try. Rodriguez was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. What do you need? Time, resources, people who are willing to take risks. Elena paused. And faith that it's possible, that we're not just delaying the inevitable. I have faith, Rodriguez said, in you, in what you've already done, in what you're capable of doing. Then let's get started. On the last day of that terrible week, Elena found Maya at the amphitheater's rim. The girl was sitting with her legs dangling over the edge, Mr. Stamps in her lap, watching the frozen infected below. Are they still people? Maya asked without turning around. Elena sat down beside her. I think so. Somewhere inside. Can you bring them back? I'm trying. Omar's trying. We're all trying. Maya was quiet for a moment. When I found out my daddy was one of them, I was scared, but I was also sad, because I knew he was still in there somewhere. Still him. Still... She trailed off. Your daddy loved you very much, Elena said, even at the end, even when he was different. There was a moment when he recognized you, when he was still your daddy. I know. Maya's voice was small. I saw it in his eyes. They sat in silence, watching the sun set behind the mountains. Dr. Elena? Yes? Will you teach me? How to help people, how to be a doctor? Elena looked at the girl, at her serious eyes, her determined face, her small hands clutching the stuffed elephant that had seen her through so much. Yes, she said. When you're ready, I'll teach you everything I know. Maya smiled, the first full smile Elena had seen from her since the outbreak began. Good, she said. I want to help. I want to make things better. You already do, Elena said, just by being here, just by being you. They sat together as the darkness fell, watching the stars appear one by one. And somewhere in the silence, Elena felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Not just hope, but purpose. The radio crackled to life late that night, a voice Elena didn't recognize broadcasting on an open frequency. This is a message to all survivors in the Colorado region. We have received reports of a successful deployment of counter-frequency technology at Red Rocks. If this is accurate, we request contact. We have resources, we have people. We have information about the consortium and their remaining operations. A pause. We are not your enemies. We are survivors like you, and we believe the time has come to work together. Another pause. If Dr. Elena Vasquez is receiving this message, we know who you are. We know what you've done, and we need your help. The transmission ended. Elena stared at the radio for a long moment, then she picked up the handset. This is Dr. Elena Vasquez at Red Rocks Settlement. I'm listening. The story continued. The new voice identified themselves as part of a resistance network. Former government and military personnel who'd opposed the consortium from within. They had information, resources, and most importantly, the technical expertise to help improve the frequency technology. We've been monitoring Prometheus for months, the voice explained. We knew about Site 7, but we couldn't get to it. Too well guarded. When your team breached the facility and retrieved the data, a pause. You did something we'd been trying to accomplish for years. Why didn't you reach out before? We didn't know who to trust. For all we knew, you could have been consortium assets. But the way you handled Hale, the way you used the technology. Another pause. That's not how the consortium operates. They would have weaponized it. You tried to save people. We're still trying. We know. And that's why we want to help. Over the next hours, Elena learned more about the Resistance, its origins, its goals, its capabilities. They were scattered across multiple locations, communicating through encrypted channels, working to undermine the consortium's remaining operations. There are still threats out there, the Resistance contact warned. Hale was just one piece. The consortium has cells in other regions, other countries. They won't stop just because he's dead. Then we need to be ready. You need to be more than ready. You need to be organized, coordinated, part of something larger. A confederation, Elena said, echoing her earlier proposal to the council. Exactly. Multiple settlements working together, sharing resources and information. The frequency technology is the key. If we can deploy it broadly enough, we can neutralize the infected as a threat. That would free up resources to deal with the human enemies. And the consortium? We've been gathering intelligence, building a target list. When the time is right, the voice hardened. We'll finish what they started, but properly this time, taking them down instead of letting them take us down. Elena thought about everything that had happened, everything that still needed to happen. I'm in, she said. Red Rocks is in. But we do this together, no secrets, no hidden agendas. We share everything, good and bad. Agreed. And the infected, the people who were transformed, we keep working on restoration. They're not just a problem to be neutralized. They're victims. Our people. A pause. That may not be possible. Rosa thought it was. I think it is. That's non-negotiable. Another pause. Longer this time. Then, agreed, we'll prioritize restoration research alongside defensive measures. Elena felt something ease in her chest. Then let's get started. The next weeks brought changes Elena could barely keep track of. The Resistance sent technical teams to help upgrade the frequency equipment. Other settlements began making contact, drawn by news of what had happened at Red Rocks. The network grew, slowly at first, then faster. By the end of the month, they had connections to 12 other communities across Colorado and neighboring states. The frequency technology was being deployed at all of them, creating safe zones where survivors could live without constant fear of infected attack. And the research continued. Omar made a breakthrough in week 3, a modification to the frequency that didn't just suppress the infected's aggression, but actually began restoring neural function. The first test subject, an infected woman who'd been captured and held in isolation, started speaking on day 4. Fragmented sentences, confused thoughts, but speech, human speech. She remembers, Omar reported, his voice awed. Her name, her family, parts of her life before, it's all still there. Can she be fully restored? I don't know yet, but this is more progress than anyone ever thought possible. Elena visited the woman, Sarah, her name was Sarah, in the isolation ward. She was still gray-skinned, still clearly infected, but her eyes were clearing, focusing. Dr. Vasquez. Sarah's voice was rough, uncertain. You're the one who did this. I'm one of them. There are many of us working on it. I remember. Sarah's face contorted, struggling with something. I remember dying. I remember becoming something else, something hungry. She looked at Elena. Did I hurt people when I was... You weren't yourself. Whatever you did, it wasn't you. But I remember doing it. Sarah's voice broke. I remember the taste of... She stopped, shuddered. I remember. Elena didn't know what to say. What could anyone say to someone who'd been turned into a monster against their will, forced to do unspeakable things and then brought back to face the consequences. "You're here now," she said finally. "You're yourself again. That's what matters." "Is it?" Sarah's eyes were haunted. "Can I ever be normal after everything?" "I don't know." Elena was honest. "But you can try. We can all try. That's what surviving means." Sarah was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. "Then I'll try," she said, "for whatever that's worth." "It's worth everything." The restoration program expanded as the weeks passed. More infected were treated. More people came back, some completely, some only partially, but all of them returned to some form of humanity. The camps began integrating them slowly and carefully, helping them adjust to a world that had changed while they were away. It wasn't easy. Some of the restored struggled with memories of what they'd done. Some of the uninfected struggled to accept people who'd once been their enemy. There were conflicts, tensions, setbacks. But there was also progress. Elena found herself at the center of it all, not just as a doctor or a researcher, but as a leader. People looked to her for decisions, for guidance, for hope. The weight of it was enormous. But she didn't carry it alone. Marco was beside her, handling logistics and communications, keeping the various settlements connected. Lisa ran the medical operations, managing the restoration treatments and the ordinary health care that still needed to happen. Torres organized security and defense. Chen, fully recovered now, served as her advisor and confidant. Omar continued the research, making breakthroughs that seemed impossible. And Maya was always there, learning, growing, becoming something more than the traumatized child Elena had found hiding under a hospital bed. "You're changing the world," Chen told Elena one evening. "You know that, right?" "The world changed itself. I'm just trying to help people adapt." "That's the same thing," he smiled. "You've come a long way from the surgeon who froze during a mass casualty event." "I froze for 11 seconds. And now you don't freeze at all. What changed?" Elena thought about it, about Hannah, about Rosa, about all the people she'd lost and saved. "I stopped being afraid of making the wrong choice," she said finally. "I accepted that I would make mistakes, that people would die because of my decisions, and I kept going anyway." That's leadership. That's survival. Sometimes they're the same thing. The final challenge came 3 months after Hale's defeat. The consortium had regrouped, or rather a faction of them had, refusing to accept that their plans were over. They launched a coordinated attack on 3 settlements simultaneously, trying to destroy the frequency equipment and recapture the cure stockpiles. Elena was at Red Rocks when the alert came in. "Multiple contacts approaching from the east," Torres reported. "Armed vehicles, estimated 50 hostiles." "Same as the other sites?" "Similar. Whoever's behind this, they still have significant resources. Then we need significant responses." Elena moved to the command center. "Get me communications with the other settlements, and power up the frequency array." The battle that followed was the largest since the outbreak began. But this time, Elena wasn't just defending. She was commanding a coordinated response across multiple locations. Using the network they'd built, the resources they'd gathered, the technology they'd developed, the frequency arrays kept the local infected neutralized. The restored survivors, many of whom had chosen to fight for the communities that had saved them, provided unexpected reinforcements. The resistance intelligence helped them anticipate the enemy's movements. By nightfall, the attack was broken. The consortium's remaining forces were scattered, captured, or destroyed. The faction that had orchestrated the assault was eliminated, and the settlements, all of them, had survived. "We did it," Marco said, finding Elena on the amphitheater's rim after the all-clear. "We actually did it. This time." Elena was exhausted but clear-eyed. There will be other threats, other challenges. This isn't over. No, but we won this one. That counts for something. Yeah. She looked out at the lights of the settlement below. Fires being lit, families gathering, the ordinary business of survival continuing despite everything. It counts for a lot. A year after the outbreak began, Elena called a gathering of all the settlements. Hundreds of people came, traveling through territory that had once been too dangerous to cross, using frequency arrays that kept them safe from infected attack. They gathered at Red Rocks, filling the amphitheater that had become the symbolic heart of their new civilization. Elena stood on the stage where musicians had once performed, looking out at the crowd. 1 year ago, she began, the world ended. Everything we knew, everything we loved, everything we thought was permanent. All of it was swept away in a matter of weeks. The crowd was silent, listening. We lost people. We lost places. We lost ourselves sometimes in the struggle to survive. We did things we never thought we'd have to do. We made choices we never thought we'd have to make. She paused, letting the words settle. But we also found something. In the darkness, in the chaos, in the worst moments of our lives, we found each other. We built communities, we created alliances, we discovered that the end of the world didn't have to be the end of hope. Faces in the crowd were nodding. Some were crying. Today, we're here to celebrate what we've built. 12 settlements working together. Thousands of survivors living in safety, hundreds of restored people given a second chance. A network of cooperation and mutual support that spans hundreds of miles. She smiled. We're not just surviving anymore, we're rebuilding. We're creating something new. Something that learns from the mistakes of the old world without being imprisoned by them. Something that values people not for their usefulness but for their humanity. She looked out at the crowd, at the people she'd fought beside, the family she'd helped create, the civilization she'd helped build. 1 year ago, the world ended. Today, we proved that it didn't have to stay that way. Today, we proved that as long as there are people willing to fight, to hope, to love, to try, the world can always begin again. The applause started slowly, then built to a thunder that echoed off the Red Rocks. Elena stood in the middle of it, feeling the weight of everything they'd accomplished and everything still to come. And she knew finally that she wasn't alone. She had never been alone. That night, after the celebration, Elena found Maya at their usual spot on the amphitheater's rim. The girl was older now, 9 going on ancient, her eyes showing the weight of everything she'd witnessed. But she was also brighter somehow. More alive, more present than she'd been in those first terrible weeks. Good speech, Maya said. You think so? Yeah, you made people feel hopeful. That's important. Rosa used to say hope was the only thing that really mattered. Everything else was just details. Rosa was smart. She was. Elena sat down beside her. I miss her. I miss my daddy and my nana and a lot of people. Maya's voice was matter-of-fact. But they're not really gone, are they, as long as we remember them? No, they're not. They sat in silence for a while, watching the stars. Dr. Elena. Yes? I've been thinking about what I want to do when I grow up. And I want to be like you. Maya's voice was serious. I want to help people, save them, make things better. Elena felt her throat tighten. You already do, just by being you. I know. But I want to do more. Maya turned to look at her. Will you teach me? Really teach me? Not just the medicine stuff, but the other stuff too. How to lead, how to make hard choices, how to carry people. Elena looked at the girl, at the woman she was becoming, at the future she represented. Yes, she said, I'll teach you everything I know. Maya smiled. Promise? Promise. They sat together as the night deepened around them, watching the lights of their settlement, listening to the sounds of people living their lives. and somewhere in the distance the infected still wandered, held in check by technology, waiting for restoration, slowly being brought back to the humanity that had been stolen from them. The world had ended, but something new was beginning. And Elena Vasquez, surgeon, leader, survivor, was ready to help it grow. The wind howled against the way station walls like something alive and hungry. Elena stood at the frost-covered window, watching the blizzard erase the world outside. The snow had been falling for 36 hours now, accumulating in drifts that reached halfway up the first-floor windows. Visibility was zero. Temperature was dropping by the hour, and Marco was dying. She turned from the window, forcing herself to look at her brother. He lay on a makeshift bed near the wood stove, covered in every blanket they'd been able to find. His skin was waxy, gray-tinged despite the treatment Omar had given him. His breathing was shallow and irregular. The bite on his forearm had stopped bleeding, but the infection was spreading. She could see the dark lines creeping up toward his elbow, following the veins carrying the parasite toward his heart. How long? She didn't recognize her own voice. Omar looked up from his monitoring equipment. His face was drawn, exhausted. The treatment bought us time, maybe 48 hours from the initial dose. We're at... He checked his watch. 32 hours now. 16 hours. Maybe less. His immune system is fighting, but the parasite is adapting. Learning to work around the compound. Elena closed her eyes. 16 hours. And they were trapped in a blizzard with no way to reach Prometheus, no way to get more treatment, no way to save him. There has to be something else we can do. There isn't. Omar's voice was gentle but firm. I've tried everything. Increased dosage, supplemental compounds, supportive care. The treatment is holding the transformation at bay, but it can't reverse it. Only the full cure can do that. Then we need to get to Prometheus. In this storm, that's suicide. Watching my brother die is worse. She turned away, unable to look at Marco's still form any longer. Around the way station's main room, the other survivors were huddled in small groups. 19 of them now, down from the 28 who'd left Red Rocks. Reeves and his remaining soldiers maintained a perimeter watch despite the impossibility of anyone approaching through the blizzard. Lisa was tending to the other injured, minor wounds, frostbite, exhaustion. Torres was inventorying their remaining supplies with an expression that suggested the count wasn't encouraging. Maya sat in a corner clutching Mr. Stamps, watching everything with eyes that had seen too much. And Rosa was pacing along the far wall, her fingers drumming against her thigh in that familiar, irregular rhythm. She'd been off her medication for 3 days now. The lithium they'd found in Morrison had run out, and there was no more to be found. Elena could see the mania building in her eyes, the feverish energy that came before the crash. 16 hours, Rosa said suddenly, her voice cutting through the room. That's the window. After that, your brother becomes one of them. After that, you'll have to put him down like a sick dog. Rosa, Lisa's voice was sharp. What? It's the truth. Everyone's thinking it. I'm just the one saying it. Rosa's pacing quickened. 16 hours. And Prometheus is 20 miles away through a blizzard that's not going to stop for at least another day. The math doesn't work. The patterns don't align. Then we wait for the storm to break. The storm won't break in time. I've been watching the pressure systems, the wind patterns, the temperature gradients. This is a 3-day event minimum. Rosa stopped suddenly, turning to face Elena. Your brother is going to die, or become something worse than dead. And there's nothing you can do about it. Elena felt something crack inside her. Get out. What? Get out of this room now. Rosa stared at her for a moment, something flickering in her eyes. Then she laughed. a harsh, broken sound, and walked toward the back of the station. Fine, I'll go watch the snowfall. Maybe the patterns there will make more sense than the patterns in here. She disappeared through a doorway. The room was silent. Elena stood in the center of it, her hands shaking, her vision blurring. She could feel everyone watching her, waiting for her to do something, to say something, to be the leader they needed her to be. She couldn't. She turned and walked toward the stairs, toward the second floor, toward anywhere that wasn't here. The upper level of the way station had been a ski rental shop before the outbreak. Racks of equipment still lined the walls, skis and poles and boots, winter gear that would never be used again. Elena moved through it blindly, not seeing any of it. Her mind caught in a loop she couldn't escape. Marco was dying. She'd known it since the moment he was bitten, had known it even as Omar administered the treatment, even as the symptoms slowed, even as she let herself hope. The treatment was temporary. The cure was in Prometheus, and Prometheus was unreachable. She'd failed him, just like she'd failed Hannah Kowalski, just like she'd failed all the people she'd left behind at the hospital, at Red Rocks, along every blood-soaked mile of the road that had led them here. She found a window that wasn't completely covered with frost and pressed her forehead against the cold glass. Outside, the blizzard raged, white on white on white, erasing everything. "Lena," she turned. Marco was standing in the doorway, supported by Lisa, his face pale and drawn, but his eyes clear. "You shouldn't be up. I heard what Rosa said." His voice was weak but steady. "I heard you sent her away. She was being cruel. She was being honest." Marco pulled away from Lisa, stumbling toward Elena on unsteady legs. "I know what's happening to me. I can feel it. The thing in my blood growing, spreading." He stopped a few feet away from her. "I'm not afraid, Lena. You should be. Maybe. But I'm not." He reached out, took her hand. His skin was cold, but his grip was firm. "I've been thinking about everything. About Mom, about Dad, about our fight 8 months ago, about all the things I wish I'd done differently. Marco, let me finish." He squeezed her hand. "When Dad died, I was a mess. You know that. I was drinking, partying, avoiding anything that felt real. And you were there every time I fell, picking me up, putting me back together." His voice cracked. "You gave up everything for me. Your time, your energy, your own grief. You carried me when I couldn't carry myself. That's what family does. No, that's what you do. That's who you are." He let go of her hand, reached up to touch her face. "You're not responsible for what's happening to me. You're not responsible for any of this. The outbreak, the infection, the impossible choices, none of that is on you. I brought us here. I led us into the mountains. If I'd chosen differently, then we'd be dead somewhere else." Marco's voice was fierce now, stronger than it had any right to be. "You made the best choices you could with the information you had. That's all anyone can do. It's not enough. It has to be." He swayed slightly, Lisa stepping forward to steady him. "I need you to do something for me, Lena. I need you to promise." "What?" "When the time comes, if the treatment fails, if I start to turn, I need you to be the one." His eyes met hers, clear and certain. "Not Reeves, not Torres, you. I want the last face I see to be someone who loves me." Elena felt tears streaming down her cheeks. "Marco, promise me." She looked at her brother, her baby brother, the boy she'd helped raise, the man she'd driven away and found again. She looked at the gray tinge of his skin, the dark lines spreading beneath it, the transformation that was slowly stealing him away. "I promise," he smiled, that crooked smile she'd known her whole life, and let Lisa lead him back toward the stairs. Elena watched him go. Then she sank to the floor and wept. She must have fallen asleep at some point. She woke to darkness, the temperature having dropped even further. her body stiff and aching from the cold floor. For a moment, she didn't remember where she was or what had happened. Then it all came crashing back. She stood slowly, her joints protesting. The window she'd been leaning against was completely frosted over now, blocking any view of the outside world. She could still hear the wind, though, a constant howl that seemed to shake the building itself. She needed to get back downstairs, needed to check on Marco, on the others, on everything she was supposed to be responsible for. Instead, she found herself walking toward the back of the building, toward a door she'd noticed earlier but hadn't explored. It was marked Emergency Exit, the kind of door you'd use if the main entrance was blocked. She pushed it open. The cold hit her like a physical blow. The door opened onto a small balcony, probably used for equipment access. The blizzard screamed around her, snow driving horizontally, visibility reduced to nothing. The temperature was well below zero. She could feel it burning her exposed skin, freezing the tears that still stained her cheeks. She stepped out onto the balcony. The cold was clarifying somehow. It cut through the fog in her mind, through the grief and the guilt and the despair. It was simple and honest and absolute. Stand here long enough, and nothing would matter anymore. She took another step forward. Elena! She turned. A figure was standing in the doorway. Not one of her team, not anyone she recognized. An old woman, small and weathered, with gray hair pulled back in a bun and dark eyes that seemed to see everything. Abuela? Her grandmother had been dead for 12 years. What are you doing out here, mija? The old woman's voice was exactly as Elena remembered it, warm and sharp at the same time, like a hug that was also a scolding. It's cold enough to kill. I know. Then come inside. I can't. Elena's voice cracked. I can't face them. Marco is dying and there's nothing I can do and everyone is counting on me and I can't. Can't what? I can't save them, any of them. I never could. The words poured out of her, years of guilt and shame and fear finally breaking free. Hannah Kowalski died because I froze. Dr. Chen almost died because I didn't act fast enough. Marco is dying because I led us into a trap we can't escape. Everyone who follows me ends up dead or worse. Her grandmother stepped onto the balcony, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Is that what you believe? It's what I know. No, the old woman's voice was sharp now. It's what you tell yourself so you don't have to try. It's what you hide behind so you don't have to lead. That's not... You think you're saving people by not making choices? By hanging back? Letting others decide? You think your hesitation protects anyone? Her grandmother moved closer, her dark eyes burning. Your hesitation costs lives, Elena. Every moment you spend doubting yourself is a moment someone needs you to act. But what if I'm wrong? What if I make the wrong choice? Then you're wrong. Then you make another choice and another until you get it right. The old woman reached up, touched Elena's face. Her fingers were warm despite the cold. Do you know what your abuelo used to say? He worked in the mines back in Mexico, dark tunnels, dangerous work. Men died all the time. I remember. He said the only way out is through. Not around, not over, through. Her grandmother's eyes held hers. You can't save everyone, mija. That's the truth. But you can save someone. You can save your brother. You can save those people down there who are counting on you. But only if you stop hiding. Hiding from what? From yourself. From what you could be if you weren't so afraid. Her grandmother stepped back. You save bodies, Elena. That's what you do. You fix flesh and bone, you treat symptoms and wounds, but you're afraid to save people, afraid to reach into their lives and take responsibility for what happens. I'm a doctor. That's what doctors do. That's what doctors hide behind. The old woman's voice was hard. You use medicine as a shield, not a weapon. You keep everyone at arm's length so you don't have to feel it when they die. That's not fair. No, it's not. But neither is anything else that's happened. Her grandmother turned back toward the door. You have a choice to make, Mija. You can stay out here and freeze. Let the cold take your guilt and your fear and everything else. Or you can go back inside and fight. Fight what? The blizzard, the infection, Hale and his army? All of it, none of it. The old woman paused at the door. Fight for your brother, fight for those people, fight for yourself. She looked back over her shoulder. The only way out is through. Remember that. She stepped through the door and was gone. Elena stood on the balcony, the wind screaming around her, the cold biting deeper with every passing second. Then she turned and followed. The door led to an empty hallway. There was no sign of her grandmother, of course there wasn't. Elena's hands were shaking, and not just from the cold. She'd been outside for... she didn't know how long. Long enough that her fingers were numb, her face burning, her thoughts sluggish and confused. Hypothermia. The first stage, if she'd stayed out there much longer. Elena! Footsteps pounding up the stairs. Reeves appeared around the corner, his face tight with concern that quickly shifted to anger. Where the hell have you been? We've been looking everywhere. He stopped, taking in her appearance. The frost in her hair, the bluish tinge of her lips, the way she was trembling. Jesus Christ, get her downstairs, now! More people appeared. Torres, Lisa, others. Elena let them guide her, too cold and confused to resist. The warmth of the main room hit her like a wave when they brought her down, the wood stove's heat almost painful against her frozen skin. What happened? Lisa was wrapping blankets around her, checking her vitals. You were gone for hours. Hours? Almost 3. We thought, Lisa's voice caught. We thought something had happened. I went outside. Elena's voice was distant, disconnected. There was a door. I just needed to think. In a blizzard? Without gear? Reeves's voice was harsh. That's suicide. You know better than that. I know. Something in her tone made him stop. He looked at her, really looked, and some of the anger drained from his face. What happened out there? I saw someone. My grandmother. Elena laughed weakly. She's been dead for 12 years. Hypothermia can cause hallucinations. I know what it was. Elena met his eyes. It doesn't matter if it was real. What matters is what she told me. Which was? Elena took a breath. Her hands were still shaking, but her mind was clearing. The fog that had surrounded her for days, the grief and guilt and paralysis, was lifting. That I've been hiding. That I've been using my fear of making wrong choices as an excuse not to make any choices at all. She looked around the room, at the faces of the people she'd led here. I've been treating the symptom instead of the disease, fixing bodies instead of saving people. That doesn't make sense. It does to me. Elena stood, the blankets falling away. She was still cold, still shaking, but she was also certain in a way she hadn't been in a very long time. I've been so afraid of failing that I stopped trying to succeed, and that ends now. Elena, Lisa reached for her. Where's Rosa? The room went quiet. Rosa, Elena's voice hardened. Where is she? Back room. Torres's voice was careful. She's been unstable. We thought it was best to give her space. I need to talk to her. Now. Elena walked toward the back of the station, her frozen limbs warming as she moved, her mind racing with possibilities she hadn't let herself consider before. Rosa was sitting in a storage closet, surrounded by maps and documents she'd apparently pulled from somewhere. Her eyes were bright with manic energy, her fingers tapping out patterns on the floor. You look like hell, Rosa said without looking up. So do you. Fair enough. Rosa finally met her eyes. I heard them panicking, heard them looking for you. Where'd you go? Outside. Had a conversation with my dead grandmother. Hallucination? Probably. What did she say? That I've been hiding, that I've been afraid to lead because I'm afraid to fail. Elena sat down across from Rosa. She was right. Rosa studied her for a long moment. Then she smiled. That broken smile, but somehow warmer than before. Welcome to the club. Took you long enough. I need your help. With what? Getting to Prometheus. Getting the cure, saving my brother. The blizzard will end eventually. When it does, we need to move fast. That means we need a plan. A real plan, not just hope and desperation. Elena leaned forward. You see patterns. You see things other people miss. I need you to see a way through this. Rosa was quiet for a moment. Her fingers had stopped tapping, her restless energy focusing into something sharper. You're serious. I've never been more serious about anything. The patterns. Rosa's eyes went distant, that calculating look Elena had learned to recognize. Prometheus is 20 miles northeast. The terrain is rough, mountain roads, elevation changes, potential for ambush. Hale has guards, defenses, probably early warning systems. So it's impossible. Nothing is impossible, it's just probability. Rosa stood, moving to one of the maps she'd spread across the floor. The storm is coming from the northwest. When it breaks, it will move east. That means the eastern approaches to Prometheus will be clear first. We'd be coming from the south. Exactly, the south approach will stay snowed in longer, but it will also be the route Hale least expects. His guards will be watching the main roads, the obvious paths. They won't expect anyone to come through the backcountry. Elena studied the map. That terrain is brutal. Deep snow, steep grades, no trails. It's impossible for vehicles, but not for people on foot. Rosa traced a route with her finger. If we leave as soon as the storm breaks, move fast, travel light, we could reach the facility in 12 hours. Marco has 16 hours, maybe less. Then we have a margin. Slim, but real. Rosa looked up. This isn't a plan for everyone, it's a plan for a small team, fast movers, people who can handle the conditions. The rest stay here, safe, until we secure the facility. How many? 6 maximum. Any more and we slow down too much. Elena thought about it. 6 people against Hale's army, his defenses, his technology. The odds were terrible. But the alternative was watching Marco die. Who do we take? You, obviously. You're the only one who can administer the cure if we get it. Rosa ticked off names on her fingers. Reeves for tactical, Torres for backup. Me because I can navigate in these conditions better than anyone else. She paused. 2 more. Your choice. Marco, he's dying. He's also motivated, and if we fail, I want him with me at the end. Not here. Waiting. Rosa considered this, then nodded. That's 5. 1 more. Elena thought about the people she'd brought this far. About their skills and weaknesses. About who could handle what they were about to attempt. Kenji, the tech guy? If we're going to infiltrate a high-security facility, we need someone who can bypass their systems. Kenji can do that. He's never been in combat. Neither had I before all this started. Elena stood. I'll talk to Reeves, get him on board. He's going to think you're crazy. Maybe I am. Elena moved toward the door, but crazy is better than paralyzed. Reeves did think she was crazy. You want to take 6 people on foot through a blizzard to assault a fortified facility defended by armed guards. His voice was flat, his expression stony. That's not a plan. That's suicide. It's a chance. The only chance we have. Your brother is 1 man. I'm not going to let you throw away more lives trying to save him. This isn't just about Marco. Elena's voice hardened. Prometheus has the cure. The real cure. The one that can actually reverse the transformation. Not the temporary treatment that's barely keeping Marco alive. A permanent solution. We don't know that. We know Hale has been researching the infection since before the outbreak. We know he has resources, technology, compounds we can't replicate. If there's a cure anywhere, it's there. And if there isn't, then we die trying. But at least we die doing something, not sitting here watching the people we love slip away. Reeves was quiet for a long moment. Elena could see him thinking, calculating, weighing the risks against the potential rewards. The storm needs to break first, he said finally. Rosa says maybe another 24 hours. That gives Marco, what, 16 hours less? We'll push as fast as we can. If we time it right, we might make it. Might? Reeves shook his head. A lot of mights in this plan. Everything is mights now. That's the world. Another long pause. Then Reeves sighed. If we're doing this, we do it my way. Tactical decisions, route choices, engagement protocols, those are mine. You handle the medical side. Rosa handles navigation. But when it comes to fighting, I'm in command. Agreed. And if it becomes clear we're not going to make it, if we're pinned down or the weather turns or anything else goes wrong, we pull back. I'm not going to lead people to their deaths for a hope and a prayer. Fair enough. Reeves held out his hand. Elena shook it. Get some sleep, he said. You look like death, and we're going to need you sharp when the time comes. I'm not sure I can sleep. Try anyway, that's an order. She didn't sleep, but she rested. The way station was quiet now, the survivors bedded down in whatever spaces they could find. Lisa had taken over Marco's care, monitoring his vitals, adjusting his position, doing all the small things that made the difference between comfort and suffering. Elena sat beside him, holding his hand, watching the rise and fall of his chest. I know you're awake, she said quietly. Marco's eyes opened. How? Your breathing changes when you sleep. It has since you were a kid. You always knew everything about me. He smiled weakly. It was annoying. Big sister's prerogative. They sat in silence for a while. The wind had quieted somewhat, not stopped but lessened. Elena hoped it was a sign that the storm was weakening. I heard you talking to Reeves, Marco said. You're going to try for Prometheus. Yes, that's crazy. That's what he said too. He's right. Marco shifted, trying to sit up. Elena helped him, propping pillows behind his back. But I'm glad you're doing it. I was starting to worry you'd given up. I almost did. Earlier when I went outside, she stopped. I wasn't thinking clearly. The hallucination, your grandmother. Lisa told you? Lisa tells me everything. She's terrible at keeping secrets. Marco's hand found hers. What did Abuela say? What made you change your mind? She told me I was hiding, using my fear of failure as an excuse not to try. Elena stared at their joined hands. She was right. Ever since Hannah, since that day at the hospital, I've been so afraid of making the wrong choice that I stopped making any choices at all. That's not true. It is. I've been letting other people lead, Chen, Reeves, Rodriguez, anyone but me. Because if they make the decisions, I don't have to be responsible when things go wrong. But things still go wrong. Yeah, they do. And people still die, and I still feel guilty, and nothing is any better for my hesitation. She met his eyes. I'm done hiding. Whatever happens at Prometheus, whether we succeed or fail, at least I'll know I tried, that I made a choice and followed through. Marco was quiet for a moment. Then he squeezed her hand. I'm proud of you, Lena. Don't be proud yet. We haven't done anything. I'm proud of who you're becoming. That's enough. He settled back against the pillows. Now let me sleep. I need to save my strength for tomorrow. For what? For coming with you. His eyes closed, but he was still smiling. You didn't think I was going to let you do this alone, did you? The storm broke at dawn on day 19. Elena was awake to see it. The wind dying, the snow slowing, the clouds beginning to tear apart and reveal glimpses of pale blue sky. It was still cold, brutally so, but the blizzard was over. She moved quickly, rousing the team she'd selected. Reeves was already up, checking weapons and gear. Torres was doing the same. Rosa was studying her maps one final time, muttering to herself about terrain features and timing. Kenji looked terrified but determined. I've never done anything like this before. Neither have most of us. You'll be fine. What if I freeze? What if I can't? Then you do it anyway. Elena put a hand on his shoulder. Fear is normal. Acting despite fear, that's courage. You have that in you, I've seen it. Marco was up, moving slowly but with purpose. Lisa had given him another dose of the treatment, the last one they had, which would buy him a few more hours. His skin was still gray, the dark lines still spreading, but his eyes were clear. You shouldn't be coming, Elena told him. You shouldn't be going. And yet here we are. Marco, don't. His voice was sharp. Don't treat me like a patient. Don't handle me. I'm your brother and I'm dying and I'm going to spend whatever time I have left fighting. Not lying in a bed waiting for it to end. Elena wanted to argue, wanted to insist that he stay, that he rest, that he let her handle this alone. But she remembered her grandmother's words, her hallucinations' words, about hiding behind medicine instead of engaging with people. Okay, she said, but you stay close to me. And if things go bad, you do what you promised. He held her gaze. No hesitation. No hesitation. The group that gathered at the way station's door was small but determined. Elena looked at each of them in turn. Reeves, armed and alert, his military training evident in every line of his body. Torres, younger but just as capable, her eyes scanning for threats. Rosa, manic energy channeled into focused intensity, clutching her maps like talismans. Kenji trying to hide his fear and mostly failing. Marco, pale and sick but standing on his own 2 feet. And behind them the rest of the survivors, Lisa, Maya, Peter, the others, watching with expressions that ranged from hope to resignation. We'll be back, Elena said. With the cure, with answers, with everything we need. And if you're not? Peter's voice was shaky, but he forced the words out. What do we do if you don't come back? Elena hesitated. It was a fair question, one she didn't have a good answer for. Then you survive, she said finally. That's what we do. That's what we've always done. You stay here, you conserve resources, you wait for the weather to clear completely. And then you decide together what comes next. You make it sound simple. It's not. Nothing is simple anymore, but simple doesn't mean impossible. She looked at Lisa. Keep everyone safe, keep them fed, keep them hoping. I will. Lisa stepped forward, hugged Elena tightly. Come back, promise me. I can't promise that. Promise me anyway. Elena held her close for a moment, then she pulled back. I'll try. That's the best I can do. The first hour of travel was the hardest. The snow was deep, thigh-high in places, chest-high in drifts. The temperature was well below zero, the kind of cold that burned exposed skin and turned breath to ice. They moved in single file, taking turns breaking trail, each step a struggle against the white world that tried to swallow them. Rosa led, navigating by compass and memory. She'd memorized the route she'd plotted, and she moved through the snow with a confidence that seemed impossible given the conditions. 2 miles to the first checkpoint, she called back. A rock formation that should be visible from the ridge ahead. How long? At this pace? Maybe an hour. They pushed on. Elena found herself falling into a rhythm, step, struggle, her mind going blank with the effort. She thought the cold was the enemy, but it was actually the exhaustion. Every movement required more energy than it should. Every breath was harder than the last. Marco was struggling worst of all. The infection was sapping his strength, and the deep snow required strength he didn't have. Twice he stumbled, nearly falling. Twice Elena caught him and helped him continue. "Leave me," he gasped after the second fall. "I'm slowing everyone down." "Not a chance. Elena, we move together or not at all. That's not negotiable." Reeves appeared at her side. "I'll take point with him, give you a break." "I'm fine. You're exhausted. We all are. But we need to pace ourselves." He took Marco's other arm, supporting part of his weight. "Trade off every quarter mile. It's the only way we'll make it." Elena wanted to argue, but she knew he was right. She fell back, letting Torres take her place in the rotation. They pushed on. The rock formation appeared around mid-morning. It was a distinctive outcropping, 3 spires of dark granite thrusting up from the snow like frozen fingers. Rosa stopped at its base, consulting her compass, muttering calculations. "We're on track. Next checkpoint is a creek bed, about 1.5 miles northeast." "Rest first," Reeves said. 5 minutes. They collapsed against the rocks, sheltered from the worst of the wind. Elena checked Marco's vitals. Pulse weak but steady, breathing labored, the gray tinge of his skin spreading. The treatment was holding, but barely. "How much longer?" she asked Omar's voice in her memory. She knew the answer, but she needed to hear it again. 12 hours now, maybe less. "We need to move faster," she said. "We're already moving as fast as we can." Reeves's voice was matter-of-fact. "The snow's too deep. The terrain's too rough. If we push harder, someone's going to collapse. If we don't push harder, Marco dies. And if we all collapse in a snowdrift, everyone dies." He met her eyes. "I know what's at stake, but rushing is how people make fatal mistakes. We stick to the plan, maintain the pace, and trust the route." Elena wanted to scream at him, to demand that he understand the urgency, but she forced herself to breathe, to think. Reeves wasn't wrong. Panic led to poor decisions led to death. 5 minutes, she agreed. "Then we move." The terrain changed as they climbed higher. The deep snow gave way to packed ice and bare rock, swept clean by winds at altitude. It was easier walking, but more treacherous. One wrong step could send someone sliding down a slope they'd never climb back up. Rosa moved more carefully now, testing each foothold before committing her weight. "Watch the dark patches. That's ice. Stick to the gray areas. That's rock." They picked their way across a frozen plateau, the mountains rising around them like walls. The sky was clear now, a brilliant blue that seemed to mock the danger they were in. Beautiful, Elena thought. It was almost beautiful. "Movement," Reeves said suddenly. Everyone froze. "Where?" Torres's voice was barely a whisper. "Northeast, maybe 1/2 mile." Reeves had unslung his rifle, was scanning through the scope. "Can't tell what it is. Could be wildlife, could be—" "Patrol," Rosa said. "Prometheus Security. They run patrols on the outer perimeter during good weather." "You didn't mention that." "I mentioned there would be defenses. This is a defense." "Can we go around?" "Maybe. Depends on which direction they're heading." Rosa studied the terrain. "If they're moving south, we can slip past to the east. If they're heading east, then we're in their path. Then we're in trouble." They waited, pressed against the rocks, watching the distant figures move across the white landscape. Elena counted 4 of them, armed, equipped for the conditions, clearly professional. "South," Reeves said after a moment. "They're heading south. We go east fast before they can loop around." They moved. The next few hours were a blur of terrain and exhaustion. They climbed ridges and descended into valleys. They crossed frozen streams and navigated through stands of snow-laden pines. They stopped twice more to rest, to eat, to check on Marco's condition. The infection was winning. Elena could see it in the way Marco moved, slower now, more unsteady. Could see it in the way his eyes unfocused, his attention drifting. The treatment was failing, the parasite adapting, the transformation accelerating. 4 hours, she muttered to herself, maybe 5. What? Kenji was beside her, struggling to keep pace. Nothing, just counting. Counting what? Time. It's always time. They pushed on. The facility came into view around mid-afternoon. They crested a ridge, and there it was. A complex of buildings carved into the mountainside, partially hidden by the terrain but unmistakably man-made. Elena could see the main structure, what looked like a converted mining complex with smaller buildings clustered around it, and what appeared to be vehicle bays near the entrance. And guards. Lots of guards. 30 at least, Reeves said, scanning with his scope. Probably more inside. They've got watchtowers, patrol routes, the works. Can we get in? Not through the front, but Rosa said there were other entrances. Service tunnels. Rosa had pulled out her maps again. Old mining access. Most of them collapsed or sealed, but the records show at least one that should still be passable. It comes up in the lower levels. The research areas, not the main complex. That's where the cure would be. Theoretically, then that's where we're going. The service tunnel entrance was a hole in the mountainside, half hidden by snow and debris. Rosa found it after an hour of searching, guided by her maps and some instinct Elena couldn't quite understand. The opening was barely large enough for a person to squeeze through, black and cold and uninviting. This leads to the facility? According to the geological surveys, the tunnel runs about a quarter mile before connecting to the lower levels. Rosa peered into the darkness. I don't know what condition it's in. Could be collapsed. Could be flooded. Could be our only option. Elena turned to the group. Reeves, Torres, you stay up here. If we're not back in 2 hours, assume the worst and get everyone out. You're going in alone? I'm taking Kenji for the technical work and Marco because... She stopped. Because he needs to be there. That's a terrible plan. It's the only plan we have. She met his eyes. If this doesn't work, if we don't come back, make sure Lisa and Maya are safe. Get them somewhere better than a ski lodge in the middle of nowhere. Reeves looked like he wanted to argue, but he just nodded. 2 hours. 2 hours. Elena turned to the tunnel entrance, took a breath, and went in. The darkness was absolute. Elena switched on her flashlight, the beam cutting through the black like a knife. The tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for one person, and the walls were rough stone, dripping with moisture that had frozen into icicles. Stay close, she said, and watch your footing. They moved in single file, Elena first, then Marco, then Kenji at the rear. The tunnel descended gradually, the temperature rising as they got deeper, the air growing thick with the smell of earth and something chemical. What is that? Kenji asked. Processing residue, from the mining days. Elena tried to remember what she knew about the facility's history. They were extracting rare earth elements before Prometheus bought the site. Is it dangerous? Probably not in small doses. Let's not stick around to find out. The tunnel branched after maybe 100 yards. Elena consulted the mental map she'd built from Rosa's briefing, chose the left fork. The passage narrowed further, forcing them to crouch, then to crawl. Marco was struggling. Elena could hear his labored breathing, could feel the heat radiating off him despite the cold tunnel. The fever was spiking, the transformation accelerating. How much further? His voice was strained. Not far. We're almost there. She hoped it was true. The tunnel ended at a metal grate. Elena pressed against it, peering through into what looked like a utility corridor, pipes and cables running along the walls, dim emergency lighting casting everything in red. "Kenji, can you get this open?" He squeezed past her, examined the grate. "It's bolted from the other side, but the frame is rusted. If we can apply enough force, stand back." Elena braced herself against the tunnel wall and kicked, once, twice, 3 times. The grate groaned, shifted, finally gave way with a screech of tearing metal. They were in. The lower levels of the Prometheus facility were a maze. They moved through corridors that all looked the same. Concrete walls, industrial lighting, doors marked with numbers and codes that meant nothing to Elena. She followed the signs toward what she hoped was the research wing, trusting her instincts, trusting Rosa's information. "Security cameras," Kenji whispered, pointing to a device mounted near the ceiling. "Can you disable them?" "I can loop the feed, make it show empty corridors, but I'll need access to the system." "Find a terminal, do it." While Kenji worked, Elena checked on Marco. He was leaning against the wall, his breathing shallow, his eyes half closed. "Stay with me," she said. "I'm trying." He managed a weak smile. "The thing inside me, it's getting stronger. I can feel it pushing at my thoughts, trying to take over." "You're stronger than it." "Am I?" He opened his eyes, met hers. "I don't know anymore. I don't know what's me and what's the other thing. You're still talking, you're still thinking, you're still you." Elena gripped his shoulders. "Hold on. Just a little longer, we're almost there." "Done." Kenji looked up from the terminal he'd found. "Cameras are looped. We've got maybe 20 minutes before someone notices the pattern repeating." "Then let's move." The research wing was behind a locked door. Kenji worked on the electronic lock while Elena kept watch, her borrowed pistol ready, every nerve straining for any sign of discovery. The facility seemed quiet, too quiet maybe, but she couldn't let herself think about that. The lock clicked open. Beyond was a laboratory unlike anything Elena had ever seen. It was massive, a cathedral of science, with equipment and workstations stretching off in all directions. Computer terminals blinked with data, freezers hummed with stored samples. And in the center, like an altar, stood a device that pulsed with soft blue light. "What is that?" Kenji asked. "I don't know, but look." Elena pointed to a rack of vials nearby. Clear liquid, carefully labeled, stored in a temperature-controlled unit. "That's the cure, it has to be." She moved toward it, reaching for the vials. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Elena froze. A man had appeared from behind one of the workstations. Silver hair, distinguished features, a lab coat over tactical gear. He was holding a tablet computer in one hand and a pistol in the other. Martin Hale. "Dr. Vasquez, I was wondering when you'd arrive. You knew we were coming. I knew someone would try eventually. The service tunnel is an obvious vulnerability. I've been meaning to have it sealed." Hale smiled pleasantly, as if they were discussing the weather. "I must admit I'm impressed you made it this far. The conditions outside are challenging. I want the cure. I'm sure you do. Your brother, if I'm not mistaken?" He glanced at Marco, who was slumped against a workstation, barely conscious. "Advanced stage infection, treatment is failing. You have what, 2 hours, maybe less? Just give me the cure." "And why would I do that?" Hale's voice hardened. "You broke into my facility, you assaulted my security systems, you came here to steal from me. Why would I reward that behavior? Because if you don't, I'll kill you." "Will you?" Hale raised an eyebrow. "Look around, Dr. Vasquez, my guards will be here in minutes. You're outnumbered, outgunned, and out of time. Killing me would accomplish nothing. It would make me feel better. Ah, the famous Vasquez temper. I've read about you, you know. Your file from Denver Health, your career, your accomplishments, your notable incidents. He paused meaningfully. Hannah Kowalski. Elena felt the name like a knife. Don't. 11 seconds. That's what the report says. 11 seconds of hesitation while a teenage girl died. Must be difficult carrying that weight. He shook his head sympathetically. And now here you are, watching another person you love slip away, unable to do anything about it. The pattern repeats. You don't know anything about me. I know everything about you. I know about your brother, your estrangement, your guilt. I know about Dr. Chen and his convenient confession. I know about all the people who've died following you since this started. Hale stepped closer. You're not a leader, Dr. Vasquez. You're a survivor. There's a difference. And what are you? I'm the future. He spread his hands. This outbreak, this catastrophe, it's not an ending. It's a beginning. The old world was broken, corrupt, unsustainable. The infection is simply accelerating the inevitable, clearing the ground so something better can grow. Something you control. Someone has to. The survivors need guidance, structure, purpose. Left to their own devices, they'll simply recreate the same broken systems that brought us here. He smiled. I'm offering something better, a new world, built on rational principles led by those with the vision to see beyond immediate crises to long-term solutions. And the millions who died? They were just acceptable losses? Regrettable but necessary. Every great transformation requires sacrifice. His voice was calm, reasonable, utterly certain. History will vindicate me, Dr. Vasquez. When humanity emerges from this crucible stronger, smarter, better, they'll thank me for having the courage to make the hard choices. Elena stared at him, at this man who had caused so much death and still thought he was the hero of the story. You're insane. I'm pragmatic. There's a difference. No, there isn't. She raised her pistol. Give me the cure. Now. Or what? You'll shoot me? Hale laughed. You can't pull that trigger. Not because you're not capable, but because you need me. I'm the only one who can explain the cure's proper dosage and administration. Kill me, and your brother dies anyway. You think I won't risk that? I think you've spent your whole life avoiding exactly these kinds of choices. He took another step closer. Put the gun down, Dr. Vasquez. Let's talk like reasonable people. I'm sure we can come to some arrangement. Elena's hand was steady. Her mind was clear. And in that moment, she thought about her grandmother, about the hallucination on the balcony, about the words that had cut through all her defenses. The only way out is through. You're wrong about me, she said. You think you know who I am because you read a file? You don't know anything. You don't know what I've done since the outbreak. You don't know what I'm capable of. Then enlighten me. I've killed people, not just infected people. I've made choices that got innocent people killed. I've led survivors into danger and watched them die. Her voice didn't waver. I've done all of that and I'm still standing, still fighting, still trying to save the people I love. That's who I am now. Not the woman in that file, not the surgeon who froze for 11 seconds. Someone new, someone harder. And you think that makes you dangerous? I think it makes me willing to do whatever's necessary. She moved the pistol slightly, aiming at his kneecap. You're right that I need you alive, but I don't need you mobile. How much does it hurt to walk on a shattered kneecap, Dr. Hale? How much harder is it to maintain your vision of the future when you're screaming in agony? Hale's smile faltered. You wouldn't. Try me. They stood like that for a long moment, the silence stretching between them. Elena could hear her own heartbeat, could feel the weight of the pistol in her hand, could see the calculations happening behind Hale's eyes. Fine. He stepped back, gesturing toward the cure storage. Take what you need, but know that this isn't over. You're not walking out of here with my research, my resources, my people's lives' work. I don't want your research. I just want my brother to live. She moved toward the storage unit, keeping her pistol trained on Hale. The vials were exactly where she'd expected, carefully labeled, temperature-controlled, ready for administration. Kenji, grab as many as you can carry. Don't. Hale's voice was sharp. The standard dose is 3 vials for full reversal. Any more than that and what? You'll stop us? Elena took 3 vials, tucking them carefully into her pack. Kenji, get 4 more, for the others at the way station. There are no others at the way station who are infected. Then we'll save them for the next emergency. She glanced at Marco, who was barely conscious now. Hold on. Just a few more minutes. Kenji gathered the vials. Elena backed toward the door, never taking her eyes off Hale. This isn't over, Hale said again. No, it isn't. She reached the doorway. But today I win, and that's enough for now. She pushed through the door and ran. The escape was chaos. Alarms were blaring now, guards swarming through the corridors. Elena led them through the maze of the lower levels, following the route they'd come in, praying she remembered it correctly. Contact left, Kenji shouted. Guards rounding a corner ahead. Elena fired without thinking, dropping the first one, sending the others scrambling for cover. Move! Move! They ran, Marco between them, his feet barely touching the ground. The tunnel entrance was ahead, the grate they'd kicked out, the darkness beyond. Get him through first, Elena ordered. Kenji helped Marco into the tunnel, then climbed in himself. Elena turned, firing at the guards who were closing in, covering their retreat. A bullet grazed her arm, a flash of pain, a spray of blood. But she kept firing until her magazine was empty. Then she threw herself into the tunnel and scrambled after the others. The climb back through the darkness was a nightmare. Marco was unconscious now, dead weight that had to be dragged through the narrow passages. Elena's arm was bleeding, her muscles screaming, her breath coming in ragged gasps. But they made it. They emerged into the harsh light of the mountain afternoon, and Reeves was there, waiting, his face tight with worry that shifted to relief when he saw them. You got it? We got it. Elena was already pulling out the vials. Help me with Marco. We need to administer the cure now. They laid him out on the snow, his skin more gray than pink, his breathing barely perceptible. Elena prepared the injection with hands that shook despite everything she'd been through. This should work, she said. It has to work. She administered the cure, and then they waited. The first sign was the color. Marco's skin began to shift, the gray pallor fading, healthy pink beginning to return. His breathing steadied, deepened, became something more like sleep than the edge of death. It's working, Lisa said, Lisa, who had appeared with the rescue party that came looking when they'd missed the 2-hour deadline. The infection markers are dropping. His neural patterns are stabilizing. Elena sat beside her brother, holding his hand, watching the miracle happen. The cure was working. After everything, the journey, the blizzard, the confrontation with Hale, Marco was going to live. Thank you, she whispered. To who, she wasn't sure. Her grandmother's ghost, the universe, herself, maybe all three. Marco woke at sunset. The sky was painted in shades of orange and gold, the mountains silhouetted against the light. They'd moved him back to the way station, surrounded him with warmth and care and all the things that survivors offered to one another. Hey, he said, his voice rough but clear. Hey, yourself. Elena squeezed his hand. How do you feel? Like I've been dead and came back. He managed a weak smile. Is that what happened? Close enough. Did it work? The cure? It worked. Omar's running tests, but everything looks good. The infection is gone. Marco closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, they were wet. I remember some of it. The other thing trying to take over, pushing at my thoughts. He shuddered. It was like drowning, like being erased. It's over now. Is it? He looked at her. Hale is still out there. The facility, the guards, all of it. It's all still there. I know. So what happens next? Elena thought about the question, about everything they'd been through, about everything that still lay ahead. We rest, we recover, and then... She paused. Then we go back, with more people, more weapons, more planning. We take the facility, the research, everything. We end this. And Hale? Hale faces justice, whatever that looks like now. Marco was quiet for a moment, then he nodded. Okay, I'm in. You almost died. Yeah, but I didn't. He squeezed her hand. Thanks to you. Thanks to whatever you did out there, whatever choices you made, I'm still here. You saved me, Lena. Again. Like you've always done. His voice was thick with emotion. I'm never going to be able to repay that. You don't have to. That's not what family is. Then what is it? Elena looked at her brother, at the color returning to his face, at the life in his eyes. It's being there. Through everything, no matter what. Okay, he smiled, that crooked smile she'd known her whole life. Then I'll be there. Through everything, no matter what. Deal. The next days were for healing. The group stayed at the way station while Marco recovered and the worst of the cold passed. Elena used the time to plan to coordinate with Red Rocks via radio to prepare for what came next. The cure they'd taken wasn't just for Marco. They had enough for a few others, enough to prove the compound worked, to convince people that Prometheus was worth the risk. Rodriguez is organizing reinforcements, Kenji reported after one of the radio sessions. She's sending everyone she can spare, maybe 30 people plus whatever weapons and supplies they can gather. When? 3 days. They need time to get everything together to make the journey. 3 days. Elena looked at the maps Rosa had spread across the table. That gives us time to scout the approaches, identify vulnerabilities, build a proper plan. Or it gives Hale time to shore up his defenses, Reeves pointed out. He'll do that anyway. Better we use the time productively than rush in unprepared. The planning sessions stretched into the nights, fueled by rationed coffee and sheer determination. Rosa's insights proved invaluable, her ability to see patterns, to identify weaknesses, to anticipate responses. Reeves contributed tactical expertise, Torres operational knowledge, Kenji technical understanding. And Elena led. She didn't think about it that way, not consciously. But somewhere in the past weeks, she'd stopped asking permission, stopped deferring to others, stopped waiting for someone else to make decisions. She'd become what she'd always had the potential to be. You're different, Lisa told her one evening. Since the blizzard, since whatever happened out there. Am I? You used to hesitate, question yourself. Now. Lisa paused, searching for words. Now you just act. Like you're not afraid of being wrong anymore. I'm still afraid, I just don't let it stop me. What changed? Elena thought about the balcony, about the cold and the darkness and the conversation with her grandmother's ghost. I realized that hesitation is a choice too, and usually the worst one. Peter came to her on the second night. He looked nervous, uncomfortable, his hands moving constantly. Touching his collar, his face, the hem of his jacket. Elena had noticed him hovering at the edges of conversations, wanting to speak but never quite finding the courage. Dr. Vasquez, I need to tell you something. What is it? Hale contacted me, before the blizzard, through a radio frequency I didn't know he had. Peter's voice was shaky. He offered me a deal, safety, supplies, a place in his organization, in exchange for information about the group. Elena felt her stomach clench. What did you tell him? Nothing. I swear, nothing. Peter's eyes were wet. I was tempted. God, I was so tempted. The fear of dying, the cold, the infected, it was all so much, and he made it sound so easy. Just a few pieces of information and I could be safe. But you didn't take the deal? No, I couldn't. He wiped his eyes. I thought about it, planned out what I would say, but when the moment came, I just couldn't do it. These people, you're the only good things left in my life. I couldn't betray that. Elena studied him. This man she dismissed as a coward, a liability, someone to be managed rather than trusted. Why are you telling me this now? Because you deserve to know. Because I've been carrying it and it's killing me, and because... He took a breath. Because if something happens in the assault, if I don't make it, I want you to know that I tried to be better. I tried to be the person you thought I could be. I never thought much of you at all, Peter. I know. That's fair. He met her eyes. But I'm hoping to change that, if you'll give me the chance. Elena looked at him for a long moment, then she nodded. Everyone gets chances. That's how we survive. What matters is what you do with them. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The assault is going to be dangerous. If you're coming, I'm coming. His voice was steadier now. I'm not much good in a fight, but I can help with logistics, coordination, whatever you need. I want to contribute. Then you will. Elena turned back to her maps. Now get some rest. We have a lot of work to do. Rosa found her later that night. The manic episode had passed, leaving her in that strange middle state. Not depressed, not elevated, just sharp and focused. It was when she was most reliable and also most vulnerable. The plan is solid, Rosa said, sitting down across from Elena. Better than I expected? It's your plan as much as mine. I gave you pieces. You assembled them. Rosa's fingers tapped against the table. That's leadership, taking fragments and making something whole. I'm just trying to give us a chance. That's what leaders do. Rosa was quiet for a moment. I wanted to apologize for what I said before about Marco, about the patterns not aligning. You were being honest. I was being cruel. There's a difference. She met Elena's eyes. The patterns told me he was going to die. They're usually right. But you changed the pattern. You found a way through when there shouldn't have been one. I got lucky. No, you got determined. You refused to accept the outcome the patterns predicted. Rosa's voice was thoughtful. That's something I've never been able to do. I see the patterns, I follow them, but I've never been able to change them. Maybe that's not your role. Maybe your role is to show others what the patterns are and let them find ways to break them. Rosa considered this. Then she smiled. Not the broken smile, but something softer. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. Think about it later. Right now I need you to show me the patrol schedules one more time. Always working. But Rosa pulled out her notes. Here's what I've figured out. The reinforcements arrived on day 22. 33 people, led by Lieutenant Harris and armed with everything Red Rocks could spare. They came by vehicle as far as the snow allowed, then on foot through the mountains following the route Elena's team had mapped. Colonel Rodriguez sends her regards, Harris said as they gathered in the way station. And her hopes that you'll make this count. We will. Elena looked at the assembled force, survivors and soldiers, volunteers and conscripts, all of them willing to risk their lives for a chance at something better. We have one shot at this. One chance to take the facility, secure the cure, end Hale's operation. If we fail, then we try again, Reeves interrupted. That's what we do. That's who we are. Elena nodded. That's who we are. The assault was planned for dawn on day 23. The night before, Elena couldn't sleep. She walked through the way station, checking preparations, talking to team leaders, making sure everyone understood their role. Maya found her near the window, staring out at the stars. "Can't sleep either?" Elena asked. "I wanted to see you before you go." Maya was clutching Mr. Stamps, as always. "I wanted to tell you something." "What?" "I was scared when you went to get the cure for Marco. I thought you might not come back. I thought I might lose you too." Maya's voice was small. "I already lost my daddy. I don't want to lose you." Elena knelt down, bringing herself to Maya's level. "I'm going to do everything I can to come back, I promise. You always say you'll try. You never say you'll definitely come back." "Because I can't promise that." "No one can." Elena touched Maya's face. "But I can promise that I'll fight, that I'll do everything in my power to survive and return to you." "Why?" "Because you need me. Because Lisa needs me. Because all these people need me." Elena paused. "And because I need you. You remind me of what we're fighting for." Maya was quiet for a moment. Then she hugged Elena tight and fierce. "Come back," she whispered. "Come back, come back, come back." "I'll try," Elena said. "I'll always try." Dawn came cold and clear. The group gathered in the way station's main room. 52 people, all of them armed, all of them ready. Elena stood before them, feeling the weight of their expectations, their hopes, their fears. "You all know why we're here," she began. "Prometheus has the cure, the real cure, the one that can reverse the infection completely. Hale has been hoarding it, using it as leverage, letting people die who could have been saved." Angry murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Today we change that. Today we take back what should belong to everyone. The cure, the research, the resources." Elena's voice strengthened. "Hale thinks he's building a new world. He's wrong. A new world isn't built on fear and control. It's built on cooperation, on sacrifice, on the belief that every human life has value." She looked at the faces before her, at the survivors of so many disasters, so many losses, so many impossible choices. "Some of us won't come back. I need you to understand that. I need you to accept it. Because if you're not prepared to risk everything, you shouldn't be here." No one moved. "I can't promise we'll win. I can't promise anyone will survive. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens today, we'll face it together, we'll fight together, and if we have to die, we'll die knowing we tried to make the world better." She let the words settle. "Anyone who wants to stay behind, anyone who can't make that commitment, speak now. There's no shame in it, no judgment. This is a choice each person has to make for themselves." Silence. Then Marco stepped forward. "I'm with you, Lena, to the end." "Me too," Lisa said, "and me." Reeves. One by one they spoke. Torres, Rosa, Kenji, Peter, his voice shaking but certain. All of them, every single one. Elena felt something swell in her chest, not quite pride, not quite hope, but something close to both. "Then let's go," she said. "We have a world to save." The approach to Prometheus was everything they'd planned and nothing like they'd expected. They came from 3 directions, main force from the south, flanking teams from the east and west. Elena led the main assault with Reeves at her side and their best fighters spread among the ranks. The first contact came at the outer perimeter. "Guards, 2 o'clock!" Torres shouted. Gunfire erupted, the sharp crack of rifles echoing off the mountainside. Elena dove for cover behind a rock outcropping, pulling her weapon, trying to get a clear line of sight. "Flanking left," Reeves commanded. "Suppressive fire now." They moved like they'd trained, like they'd practiced, like survivors who'd learned to fight through sheer necessity. The guards fell back, overwhelmed by numbers and determination. "Push forward," Elena shouted. "Don't give them time to regroup." They pushed. Through the outer perimeter, past the guard posts, toward the main facility entrance. Resistance was fierce but disorganized. Hale's forces hadn't expected an assault this large, this coordinated, this soon. "Kenji, get that door open." The tech was already working, his fingers flying across the access panel. "Give me 30 seconds. "We don't have 30 seconds. Elena turned, firing at guards who were converging on their position. Around her, her people fought with everything they had. Rifles and pistols and improvised weapons, anything that could kill. The door slid open. "Move!" They poured inside. The facility's interior was a maze of corridors and chambers. Elena's team split according to plan. Flanking units heading for the power systems and communication arrays, main force pushing toward the research levels where the cure was stored. "Contact front," someone shouted. More guards, these ones better equipped, better trained. The fighting was brutal, close quarters, the kind of combat that left no room for hesitation. Elena killed 3 of them in as many seconds, moving on instinct, not letting herself think about what she was doing. Later, she knew the weight of it would hit her. But not now. Not yet. "Clear!" Torres called out. "Keep moving!" They pushed deeper into the facility, following the route they'd mapped, closing in on the central laboratory where Hale had confronted Elena just days before. The door was sealed, reinforced. "Kenji! Already on it!" He was working the panel, but his face was tense. "They've upgraded the security. This is going to take longer than—" The door opened from the inside. Hale stood there, calm and composed, his silver hair perfect despite the chaos around him. Behind him, Elena could see banks of equipment and, crucially, racks of cure vials. "Dr. Vasquez, we meet again." "Stand aside." "I don't think so." He held up a device, some kind of remote. "This is connected to the facility's self-destruct system. One press and everything here is destroyed. The cure, the research, everyone inside these walls." Elena froze. "You wouldn't." "Wouldn't I?" Hale smiled. "You think I've spent years building this place, this vision, this future, only to hand it over to a mob of survivors with delusions of democracy? You'd kill yourself. I'd rather die than see everything I've worked for fall into the wrong hands." His thumb hovered over the button. "Now tell your people to stand down, or we all go together." Elena looked at him, at his certainty, at the absolute conviction in his eyes, and she thought about patterns, about hesitation, about the only way out being through. "No," she said, "no. You won't do it. You're too invested in your own survival, too certain of your own importance." She took a step forward. "You're bluffing. You want to test that theory? I don't have to." Another step. "I've met people like you before. People who think they're the center of everything, who can't imagine a world without them in it." She was close now, close enough to touch him. "You'll threaten, you'll posture, but you won't press that button, because deep down you believe you're too important to die." Hale's smile wavered. "You're gambling with everyone's lives. I'm making a choice, that's what leaders do." Elena held out her hand. "Give me the remote." "No. Give me the remote and I'll let you live. Let you face judgment, whatever that looks like. But if you don't—" She met his eyes. "If you don't, I'm going to take it from you. And that will be much more painful." They stood like that for a long moment. Then Hale's shoulders slumped. "You're making a mistake," he said. But he handed over the remote. Elena took it, stepped back, handed it to Kenji. "Disable it, and then start securing the cure." She turned back to Hale. "On your knees. Dr. Vasquez, on your knees." He knelt. Elena looked at him. This man who had caused so much death, so much suffering, so much destruction, she could kill him. Right here, right now, end his threat permanently, but she didn't. You'll face justice, she said. Real justice, not your kind. And what does that look like? I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. She turned away. Torres, secure the prisoner. Yes, ma'am. Elena walked toward the cure storage, toward the vials that represented hope for thousands of people, toward the future she was finally ready to build. The aftermath was chaotic but controlled. They secured the facility room by room, level by level. Resistance collapsed once word spread that Hale had been captured. Most of his people surrendered. Those who didn't were neutralized. The cure stockpile was massive, thousands of doses, enough to treat every known infected survivor multiple times over. The research data was even more valuable, containing everything Prometheus had learned about the infection, its origins, its weaknesses. We did it, Marco said, standing beside Elena in the main laboratory. We actually did it. This is just the beginning. Elena was already thinking ahead. We need to distribute the cure, share the research, build infrastructure for ongoing production. This is the start of something, not the end. It's a pretty good start. Yeah. She allowed herself a small smile. It is. The return to the way station was triumphant. The survivors who'd stayed behind emerged to greet them, cheering and crying and embracing their returning heroes. Maya ran straight to Elena, throwing her arms around her waist. You came back. I came back. Elena held her close. I told you I'd try. You did more than try. You saved everyone. Not everyone. Elena thought about the people they'd lost, in the assault, in the journey, in all the miles between here and the hospital where it had started. But some. Enough. That night they gathered around fires and shared food and told stories. Elena sat with her people, her family really, the family she'd built from strangers and survivors and the remnants of a broken world. Marco and Lisa, Reeves and Torres, Rosa and Kenji, Peter, who'd fought bravely and earned some measure of the respect he'd always wanted. Maya curled up against Elena's side, finally asleep. What now? Lisa asked. Now we build. We take what we've learned, what we've won, and we build something better. Elena looked at the stars, at the vast darkness that surrounded their small circle of light. The old world is gone, but the new one is just beginning. And Hale? Hale faces judgment, real judgment, a trial, witnesses, consequences. We're going to do this right. Some people would say he deserves worse. Maybe he does. But we're not going to become what we fought against. Elena's voice was firm. If we just execute people we don't like, we're no better than him. We have to be better. That's the whole point. The fire crackled. The night deepened. You know what I keep thinking about? Marco said. That conversation we had in the hospital, right before everything went crazy. We were fighting about money, about my life choices, about all this petty stuff that doesn't matter anymore. I remember. I never got to tell you I was sorry for being a burden, for making you worry, for all the times You don't have to apologize. Yeah, I do, because I've been thinking about it ever since, and I realized. He paused. I realized that all those arguments, all that tension, it was because we cared. Because you cared about me enough to get frustrated when I wasn't living up to my potential. I was too hard on you. Maybe. But you were also right. He met her eyes. I'm different now. Better. Because I finally understand what you were trying to tell me all those years. Which was that life is precious, that every day matters, that you can't waste the time you have. He smiled. It took the end of the world to teach me that. But I got there eventually. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. I'm proud of you, she said. I've always been proud of you, I just didn't know how to show it. You showed it every day, every time you picked me up, every time you believed in me, every time you refused to give up on me. He reached over, squeezed her hand. "That's love, Lena. That's what love looks like." "Yeah," she squeezed back. "I guess it is." The next morning, they began the journey back to Red Rocks. The convoy was larger now, survivors from both groups, plus some of Hale's former personnel who'd chosen to defect rather than face imprisonment. They traveled slowly, carefully, but with something they hadn't had before: purpose. Elena rode in the lead vehicle, watching the landscape unfold around them. The mountains were beautiful in the morning light, snow-covered peaks gleaming against a brilliant blue sky. Hard to believe that death and horror lurked in those beautiful vistas. But they did, and they would, for a long time yet. "What are you thinking about?" Lisa asked from the passenger seat. "Everything. Nothing." Elena shook her head. "I'm trying to figure out what comes next. How to take what we've won and turn it into something lasting." "You'll figure it out." "How do you know?" "Because that's what you do. You find a way through." Lisa smiled. "You always have." Elena thought about that, about all the ways through she'd found, through the hospital, through Denver, through the mountains and the blizzard and Hale's fortress, about all the ways through still to come. "I guess I do," she said. "I guess I do." Red Rocks appeared on the horizon in the early afternoon. The amphitheater rose against the sky, red rocks gleaming in the sunlight, a beacon of safety in a dangerous world. Elena felt something ease in her chest at the sight, something that had been tight for weeks, months, longer. Home. They were coming home. Colonel Rodriguez met them at the gate, her face showing the strain of holding everything together in their absence. But when she saw Elena, saw the convoy, saw the triumphant survivors returning with their prizes, something shifted in her expression. Relief. Pride. Hope. "You did it," she said. "We did it." Elena climbed out of the vehicle. "The facility is secure. The cure is ours. Hale is in custody." "How many did we lose?" 7 in the assault. 3 more wounded, but they'll recover." Elena paused. "Too many, but fewer than I feared." "That's something." "It's everything." Elena looked at the camp, the tents and buildings, the people going about their daily lives, the civilization they'd built from nothing. "This is what we were fighting for. This is what matters. And what comes next? We build. We grow. We share what we've learned with other settlements." Elena met the colonel's eyes. "We become something more than survivors. We become the foundation of whatever comes after." Rodriguez nodded slowly. "That's a big vision. It's the only one worth having." The celebration that night was unlike anything they'd had since the outbreak began. Food and music and dancing, people laughing and crying and holding each other. The weight of constant terror lifted just for a few hours, replaced by something like joy. Elena sat at the edge of it, watching her people celebrate. Maya was dancing with some of the other children, her laughter ringing out clear and bright. Marco was telling stories to a circle of admirers. Lisa was tending to minor injuries from the festivities. Nothing serious, just the normal scrapes and bumps of a community coming together. "You're not joining in?" Rosa appeared beside her. "I'm enjoying watching." "That's very leader-like of you." Rosa sat down. "Standing apart, observing, making sure everything runs smoothly." "Is that a criticism?" "An observation." Rosa was quiet for a moment. "The patterns have changed, you know, since the assault, since Hale's capture." "Changed how?" "The outcomes, the probabilities." Rosa's eyes were distant, seeing things Elena couldn't. "Before, the patterns pointed toward collapse, extinction, the end of everything. Now," she paused, "now they point toward something else, something I can't quite see yet. Something good, something different." Rosa turned to look at her. You changed the patterns, Elena. You and your choices, your refusal to accept the inevitable, that matters. I just did what I had to do. No, you did what you chose to do. There's a difference, Rosa stood. I'm going to go dance. I don't know how long this mood will last, and I want to enjoy it while I can. Rosa, Elena caught her arm. Thank you for everything. Thank me when the patterns settle, when we know for certain that we've won. But she smiled, that warm smile Elena had seen so rarely. Until then, try to enjoy the celebration. You've earned it. She walked away, leaving Elena alone with her thoughts. The night deepened. The celebration wound down, people drifting off to sleep, the fires burning low. Elena stayed up, walking the perimeter of the camp, checking on sentries, making sure everything was secure. It was a habit she'd developed, this constant vigilance, this refusal to fully relax. Maybe someday it would fade. Maybe someday she'd be able to sleep through the night without waking, without checking, without worrying. But not yet. She found herself at the amphitheater's rim, looking out at the darkness beyond. The stars were brilliant tonight, the sky clear and cold and infinite. Beautiful, isn't it? She turned. Reeves had appeared beside her, silent as always. It is. Hard to believe it's the same sky we looked at before all this started. Same stars, same moon, same everything. But we're different. Yeah. He was quiet for a moment. You know, I didn't think much of you when we first met. Thought you were soft, too focused on saving individuals when the group needed someone who could make hard choices. And now? Now I think I was an idiot. He almost smiled. You make hard choices all the time. You just don't let them turn you into something hard. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Take it how you want. He turned to leave. Get some sleep, Vasquez. Tomorrow's going to be another long day. They're all long days. Yeah, but some of them are worth it. He walked away, leaving her alone with the stars. Elena stayed at the rim until dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. She thought about everything that had happened. Everything that still needed to happen. The challenges ahead. Distributing the cure, building alliances, creating a world where people could live without constant fear. It was overwhelming when she let herself think about it. Impossible almost. But she'd done impossible things before. They all had. The first rays of sunlight broke over the mountains, painting the red rocks in shades of gold and fire. Elena watched it, feeling something she hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Real hope. Not the desperate kind that came from having no other options, but the genuine kind that came from believing, truly believing that things could get better. She heard footsteps behind her. Maya's voice. Dr. Elena, are you okay? I'm fine. Elena turned, smiled at the girl who had become so important to her. Just watching the sunrise. It's pretty. It is. Elena held out her hand. Come here. Watch with me. Maya climbed up beside her, small body warm against Elena's side. They sat together in silence as the sun rose higher, chasing the shadows away. Dr. Elena. Yes? What happens now? Elena thought about all the possible answers. The challenges, the dangers, the uncertainties. All the things that could still go wrong. But that wasn't what Maya needed to hear. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't what Elena needed to say. Now we build, she said. We take everything we've learned and everything we've won, and we build something worth living for. Something worth fighting for. That sounds hard. It will be. But we'll do it together. All of us. She squeezed Maya's hand. And we'll make it. I know we will. How do you know? Because we're still here. After everything, the outbreak, the hospital, the journey, the assault, We're still here, still fighting, still hoping. Elena looked at the sunrise, at the new day beginning. That has to mean something. Maya was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Okay, she said. I believe you. Good, Elena smiled. That's all any of us can do. Believe, try, keep moving forward. The sun rose higher. The day began. And Elena Vasquez, surgeon, survivor, leader, watched it come, ready for whatever it would bring. The council met at midday to plan the next steps. Elena presented her vision, a network of settlements, sharing resources and information, protected by the cure and united by common purpose. It would take time to build. It would face challenges and setbacks. But it was possible. More than possible now with the weapons they'd taken from Hale. We need to start with outreach, she said. Contact every settlement we know about, offer them the cure, share our knowledge, build alliances. And if they refuse? Rodriguez asked. Then we respect their decision and move on. We're not going to force anyone, that's not who we are. It might slow us down, it might, but it will also make us stronger in the long run. Communities that join willingly are more reliable than those that are coerced. The discussion continued for hours, working through details and contingencies. By the time they finished, the sun was setting and Elena was exhausted but satisfied. They had a plan. More importantly, they had a future. That night, Elena wrote in a journal for the first time since the outbreak began. She'd found a notebook in one of the salvage runs, blank pages that had been waiting for something to fill them. Now sitting by candlelight in her small room, she began to record everything that had happened. Day 23. We've won. Not everything. Not yet. But something. The facility is ours. The cure is ours. Hale is in custody, waiting for judgment. I don't know what comes next. None of us do. But for the first time since this started, I feel like we have a chance. A real chance at something more than just survival. Marco is alive. Maya is safe. The people I love are still with me. That has to be enough. For now, it has to be enough. She set down the pen, looked at the words she'd written. It wasn't much, but it was a beginning. And beginnings, she was learning, were the most important thing of all. The next morning, Elena gathered her team for the first outreach mission. They would travel to a settlement they'd made radio contact with weeks ago. A group of survivors near Colorado Springs who'd been hesitant to ally with Red Rocks before. Now, with the cure in hand, Elena hoped to change their minds. You sure about this? Reeves asked as they loaded the vehicles. Colorado Springs is a long way. Lots of territory we haven't scouted. That's why we're going. Elena checked her gear. We can't build alliances from a distance. We have to go to people, show them what we have, prove we can be trusted. It's risky. Everything worth doing is risky. She smiled. Besides, I thought you liked risk. Keeps things interesting. I like calculated risk. This is more like gambling. Then let's hope we're lucky. The journey to Colorado Springs took 2 days. They traveled through territory that had once been suburbs and highways, now abandoned and overgrown. The infected were sparse in this area. The cold had driven most of them south, but they stayed alert, watching for any sign of danger. On the second day, they reached the outskirts of the settlement. It was smaller than Red Rocks, maybe 200 people clustered in a fortified shopping complex. Guards watched from rooftops as Elena's convoy approached. Dr. Vasquez? A woman emerged from the main entrance, armed but not threatening. We've been expecting you. You received our message. We did, and we've been debating what to do about it. The woman gestured toward the building. Come inside. There's a lot we need to discuss. The negotiations took hours. The Colorado Springs survivors were cautious, understandably so. They'd been burned before by raiders, by false promises, by the simple cruelty of the new world. They wanted to believe in what Elena was offering, but belief was dangerous. "Show us the cure," their leader, a former army colonel named Martinez, demanded. Elena brought out the vials, explained how they worked, what they could do, offered to demonstrate on any infected they had in custody. They had 3. Elena administered the cure while Martinez and his people watched. The transformation was slow but visible, the gray pallor fading, the clouded eyes clearing, the human being underneath emerging like something rising from deep water. "My God," Martinez whispered. "It's real," Elena said, "and we're willing to share it. No conditions, no strings attached." "Why?" "Because it's the right thing to do. Because we're stronger together than apart. Because the world we want to build requires cooperation, not competition." Martinez was quiet for a long moment. Then he extended his hand. "Welcome to the Alliance, Dr. Vasquez. Let's talk about what comes next." The return to Red Rocks was triumphant. They'd secured the first alliance, a relationship that would grow and strengthen in the months to come. More would follow, Elena knew. Word would spread. Other settlements would see what was possible. The new world was beginning to take shape. "You look happy," Lisa observed as they drove through the gate. "I am happy." Elena realized it was true. For the first time in, I don't know, a long time. "It suits you." "What does?" "Happiness, hope, all those things you were so afraid of feeling." Lisa smiled. "Welcome back, Elena. I was starting to think we'd lost you forever." "I was starting to think that too." Elena looked at the camp, her people, her family. "But I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere." That night, standing at the amphitheater's rim, Elena watched the stars come out. Maya was beside her, as she often was now. The girl had become her shadow, her protege, her reminder of what they were fighting for. "Dr. Elena." "Yes? Do you think the world will ever go back to normal?" Elena thought about the question, about the hospitals and schools and airports, the civilization that had vanished in a matter of weeks, about everything that had been lost and everything that might still be built. "No," she said honestly. "I don't think it will go back to what it was, but I think we can create a new normal. Something different. Maybe even something better." "Better how?" "I don't know yet. We're still figuring it out." Elena put her arm around Maya's shoulders. "But we'll do it together. All of us. And whatever we build, it'll be ours." Maya was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. "Okay," she said. "I can work with that. So can I." They stood together in silence, watching the stars, waiting for whatever came next. The world had ended, but something new was beginning. And Elena Vasquez, surgeon, survivor, leader, was ready to help it grow. The mountains emerged from pre-dawn darkness like bones breaking through skin. Elena stood at the tree line, breath misting in air so cold it burned her lungs, and counted heads for the 3rd time. 19. Still 19. Behind her, the survivors huddled in small clusters, their faces pale smudges in the gray light. They'd left the way station 4 hours ago, moving through darkness and snow that had finally stopped falling sometime around midnight. Now the sky was clearing, stars fading into a bruised purple horizon, and the Prometheus biotech facility waited somewhere above them, carved into the mountain like a tumor. "Team set?" Reeves appeared at her elbow, his voice barely a whisper. Frost had formed on his stubble overnight. Elena nodded. They'd been over this a dozen times. Team Alpha, Assault, Elena, Reeves, Torres, Rosa, and 4 of the remaining guard members. Their job was distraction, drawing fire, creating chaos. Team Bravo, Infiltration. Marco, Kenji, and 2 others tasked with finding the ventilation access Omar had described and getting inside without detection. Team Charlie, Support. Lisa, Maya, Peter, Father Brennan, Omar, and the remaining survivors. They'd hold position at the rally point, ready to move in once the facility was secured, or evacuate if everything went wrong. If. When. The words felt interchangeable now. Marco. Elena's voice came out rough. She cleared her throat. You remember the layout? Her brother materialized from the shadows, still too thin, still fevered despite the second dose of treatment Omar had synthesized. But standing, walking, alive for now. The deadline hung over them all, another 36 hours before the treatment wore off completely. Maybe less. Level B2 has the main lab. Marco's voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. He'd stuffed them in his pockets to hide it. Ventilation runs through the old mining shafts on the north side. Kenji found a maintenance hatch about 200 yards up the slope. And if the hatch is locked, then we improvise. He almost smiled. Like always. Elena wanted to say something. Be careful. I love you. Don't die. But the words stuck in her throat. And then Lisa was there, pulling Maya along by the hand. V. Lisa's voice was soft. She looked exhausted. They all did. But there was something else in her face. A knowledge. An acceptance. We'll be at the rally point. Omar knows the treatment protocols if... When? Elena interrupted. When I get back. Lisa's smile didn't reach her eyes. When you get back. She squeezed Elena's arm once, then turned away, leading Maya toward the secondary position Omar had scouted the day before. Maya looked back once. Her dark eyes found Elena's in the growing light, and for a moment Elena thought the girl might speak. But she just raised one small hand, a wave, or maybe a benediction, and then she was gone, swallowed by the shadows between the pines. 2 minutes, Reeves said. We move on my mark. Elena checked her weapon for the 5th time. The hunting rifle felt wrong in her hands, too heavy, too unfamiliar, but she'd practiced with it until her shoulder was bruised and she could hit a target at 50 yards. Whether she could hit a person remained to be seen. She thought about Dr. Chen's glasses tucked in the inside pocket of her jacket. See clearly now. She thought about 11 seconds, about Hannah Kowalski, about all the choices she hadn't made that had led her here to this frozen mountainside, about to storm a fortress with 19 desperate people and pray that enough of them survived to matter. 1 minute. Torres appeared beside Reeves, her rifle already raised. The young corporal had been quiet since they'd left the way station, her jaw tight with something that looked like rage or grief or both. She hadn't talked about what she and Marco had become, about the future they might have been building in stolen moments between crises. Now wasn't the time. Maybe there would never be time. Rosa stood apart from the others, her head tilted at an angle that made Elena's stomach tighten. The lithium had run out 3 days ago. Since then, Rosa had been unpredictable. Brilliant one moment, speaking in riddles the next, her eyes tracking patterns no one else could see. During the planning sessions, she'd sketched the assault route with frightening precision. An hour later, she'd been weeping in a corner, convinced they were all already dead. 30 seconds. Elena's hands stopped shaking. It was strange. When everything depended on what happened next, when there was no more time for hesitation or second-guessing, her body remembered what it was supposed to do. Steady hands, clear mind, one step, then the next. Alpha team on me, Bravo, you know your window. Charlie, hold position until you get the signal. Reeves's voice cut through the darkness like a blade. If you don't hear from us in 4 hours, you run. Understood? Murmured a sense from the shadows. Move. The facility's outer perimeter was marked by chain-link fence topped with razor wire, but large sections had collapsed under the weight of accumulated snow. Elena's team moved along the tree line, staying low, using the scattered boulders and deadfall for cover. The sky was lightening by the minute now, gray giving way to pale gold at the horizon, and every second of growing visibility felt like a countdown. Omar's intelligence had been good. 2 patrol routes, predictable timing, guards who'd grown complacent in the weeks since the outbreak. Why wouldn't they? The facility was isolated, defensible, and Martin Hale had convinced his people that they were the future. The only ones smart enough and ruthless enough to survive. The first guard appeared right on schedule, trudging through the snow with his rifle slung across his back. He was young, maybe 25, with the bored expression of someone who'd walked this same route 100 times without incident. Reeves moved like smoke. One moment he was beside Elena, the next he was behind the guard, one hand covering the man's mouth while the other drove a knife into the base of his skull. The body dropped without a sound, already being dragged into the underbrush before Elena's next heartbeat. She should have felt something. Horror, maybe. Revulsion. But all she felt was cold calculation. 1 down. How many more? Patrol gap is 12 minutes, Torres whispered. We need to make the service entrance before the next one comes around. They ran. Elena's boots found purchase in the packed snow, her breath coming in sharp gasps that burned her chest. The facility loomed ahead, a sprawling complex that had once been a mining operation, its original structures now interwoven with modern additions. The main building rose from the mountainside like a concrete growth, windows dark, smoke rising from somewhere behind the eastern wing. The service entrance was exactly where Omar had described, a heavy metal door set into a concrete alcove, half hidden by a collapsed awning. Torres reached it first, pressing herself flat against the wall while Elena worked on the lock. Come on, she muttered, fingers numb inside her gloves. The lockpicks, scavenged from a sporting goods store back in Morrison, felt clumsy in her hands. She'd practiced this too, but practice was different from reality. Practice didn't involve guards with guns and the knowledge that her brother was counting on her, that Maya was waiting, that everyone she'd managed to keep alive for the past month would die if she failed. 60 seconds, Reeves warned. The lock clicked. The door swung open, revealing a corridor lit by emergency lights, red-tinged, pulsing like the inside of a wound. They were in. The service corridor smelled like diesel and old grease, remnants of the facility's mining heritage. Elena moved with her rifle raised, scanning the shadows, trying to remember the layout Omar had drawn in the snow. Left at the junction, then straight for 200 feet, then stairs down to level B1. Behind her, the team moved in practiced formation. Whatever else Reeves was, harsh, pragmatic, sometimes cruel. He'd trained these people well. Torres at his shoulder, Rosa drifting slightly to the left, her attention somewhere else, always somewhere else, and the 4 guard members bringing up the rear. Morrison, Chen, Davis's replacement whose name Elena had never learned, and Private Washington, a woman who'd barely spoken since her partner died in the blizzard. Contact left, Torres hissed. Elena froze. Ahead, at the junction she'd been approaching, a figure stepped into view. A woman in tactical gear, her weapon raised, her mouth opening to shout an alarm. Everything happened at once. Torres fired. The shot was deafening in the enclosed space, echoing off concrete walls like thunder. The woman dropped, but the damage was done. Somewhere deeper in the facility, voices were shouting. Boots were pounding on metal floors, and the element of surprise was gone. Move! Reeves grabbed Elena's arm, pulling her forward. Plan B, go, go, go! They ran. The corridor split ahead, and Elena took the left branch without thinking, trusting her body to remember what her conscious mind had forgotten. Stairs. She hit them hard, nearly losing her footing on the concrete treads, her rifle banging against the railing as she descended. Level B1. Administrative offices, Omar had said. Security center. Armory. If they could reach the armory, if they could cut off Hale's access to weapons. Down! Torres tackled her from behind, and Elena hit the ground just as bullets tore through the air where her head had been. 2 guards had appeared at the end of the corridor, their rifles spitting fire, and Elena could only curl into a ball behind a concrete pillar while her team returned fire. Moving! Reeves darted forward, his weapon tracking smooth and steady. 1 guard dropped. The other ducked behind a doorframe, and then Rosa was there, appearing from nowhere, her fire axe already swinging. The guard's scream was cut short, replaced by a wet, thudding sound that Elena forced herself not to picture. Clear, Rosa said. Her voice was flat, affectless. Her eyes were somewhere else entirely. She okay? Torres asked, and the answer was obviously no, but there wasn't time to worry about it. Keep moving. Elena pushed herself upright, ignoring the pain in her shoulder where she'd landed. The armory's this way. They found the security center first. 4 guards inside, caught off guard by the speed of the assault, managed only a few poorly aimed shots before Reeves's team cut them down. Elena stepped over the bodies without looking at their faces, her attention fixed on the bank of monitors that dominated the far wall. Shit, she whispered. The screens showed chaos. In one frame, Marco's team was pinned down near the ventilation shaft, taking fire from a position they couldn't see. In another, a horde of figures was moving through level B3, not guards, but something else. Something that moved with the jerking, uncoordinated gait that Elena had come to know too well. They have infected in containment, she said. Omar told us, but I didn't think. They're loose. Torres had joined her at the monitors, her face pale. Someone let them out. Or they got out on their own. Reeves was already at the armory door, working on the lock. Doesn't matter. We need to get to B2 before Hale destroys the research. We need to help Marco. Marco's team knows what to do. They have extraction routes. Our job is the objective. Reeves's voice was cold but not unkind. You want to save your brother? We take the lab, we get the treatment, everything else is secondary. Elena wanted to argue, wanted to grab a radio and call Marco, tell him to get out, to forget the mission, to survive. But Reeves was right. The treatment was the only thing that mattered. Without it, Marco would die anyway, along with anyone else who got bitten in the next 36 hours. Let's move. The stairwell to level B2 was narrow and dark, lit only by the red emergency lights that seemed to pulse in time with Elena's heartbeat. She descended with her rifle raised, every nerve screaming, waiting for the gunfire that would mean the end of everything. It came from above instead. Contact! Morrison shouted, and then the stairwell was full of thunder and muzzle flashes, bullets ricocheting off concrete walls with sounds like angry hornets. Elena pressed herself flat against the landing, firing upward at shadows she could barely see, and somewhere behind her, someone was screaming. Morrison's hit! Washington's voice, high and terrified. Oh God, Move down! Reeves was at Elena's shoulder, pulling her toward the next flight of stairs. We can't hold here, go! She went. The next landing, the door to B2. Her hands shaking as she worked the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. She fumbled for the lockpicks, dropped them, picked them up, and then Torres was beside her, a keycard in her hand. Took it off one of the guards. The door clicked open. They poured through into a corridor that gleamed under harsh fluorescent lights. A different world from the industrial spaces above. All white walls and polished floors and the antiseptic smell that Elena had once associated with safety. Now it just smelled like fear. The main lab is this way. She took the lead, her rifle tracking from doorway to doorway. Behind them, the sounds of gunfire were fading, but that didn't mean anything. Guards could be anywhere. The infected could be anywhere. Hale. Martin Hale was waiting for her. The laboratory doors slid open as she approached, revealing a vast space filled with equipment she recognized from medical school. Microscopes, centrifuges, gene sequencers, biosafety cabinets, and at the center of it all, standing beside a workstation like a king surveying his domain, was the man who had ended the world. He was older than Elena had expected. Mid-50s, silver hair swept back from a high forehead, blue eyes that caught the light with an intensity that was almost hypnotic. He was wearing a pristine lab coat over tactical gear, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Dr. Vasquez. His voice was cultured, controlled, the voice of someone who had never doubted himself in his life. I knew you'd come. Elena raised her rifle. On the ground, now. Hale didn't move. I don't think that's going to happen. He glanced at the shadows behind her, and Elena became aware of them at the same moment. Guards, at least 6 of them, stepping out of alcoves and adjoining rooms, their weapons trained on her team. Let me be clear about this. If you shoot me, my people will kill you. If your people try to fight, they'll die. And all of this, he gestured at the lab around them, will be destroyed. You're bluffing. Am I? Hale's smile didn't reach his eyes. I've spent 2 months building this place into a fortress. I've made difficult choices, choices that would horrify you, I'm sure, to protect the research that could save humanity. Do you really think I would let it fall into the hands of desperate survivors who couldn't possibly understand its significance? Elena's finger tightened on the trigger. She could feel Reeves beside her, coiled and ready. Torres had shifted position, her rifle tracking toward one of the guards. Rosa had vanished somewhere, slipped away in the chaos of entry, following patterns only she could see. What do you want? Elena asked. I want what you want, Dr. Vasquez. I want to cure this. Hale stepped forward, and Elena forced herself not to pull the trigger. I'm trying to fix my mistake. How many would you kill to cure this? Because I know the number. His voice dropped, became almost intimate. It's 97 so far. The negotiation lasted 7 minutes. Elena would remember every second of it later, playing it back in her mind like a recording, searching for the moment when everything went wrong. Hale wanted an alliance. That was the word he used, alliance, as if they were 2 nations deciding to end a war rather than a surgeon with a rifle and a madman who'd killed nearly 100 people in the name of science. He had a partial treatment, he said. It worked. Slowed the transformation, bought time, sometimes reversed the early symptoms entirely. But it wasn't a cure. The cure required more research, more testing, more subjects. Unwilling subjects, Elena said. Subjects who would have died anyway. Hale's voice was patient, reasonable. We intercepted survivors, yes. We brought them here, tested our treatments on them. Some died, others survived. The math is simple. 100 lives lost now could mean millions saved later. 1,000 lives lost could mean humanity's survival. That's not your choice to make. Then whose choice is it? Hale stepped closer, close enough that Elena could see the lines around his eyes, the slight tremor in his left hand. He wasn't as calm as he pretended. Yours? The military, which collapsed in 3 days? The government, which abandoned its people to die? Someone has to make the hard choices, Dr. Vasquez. Someone has to be willing to sacrifice. You're not sacrificing, you're murdering. I'm surviving, there's a difference. Hale tilted his head, studying her with the detached interest of a scientist examining a specimen. You understand, don't you? You've made impossible choices. The mass casualty event 3 years ago, I read about it. 7 patients, 5 surgeons, 1 teenage girl who died while you were deciding who to save. Elena's blood turned to ice. How do you... I know everything about you, Dr. Vasquez. I've been tracking your group since you left Denver. You're exactly the kind of person I need. Brilliant, driven, willing to do what's necessary even when it costs you. Join me. Help me finish this. Together we can... Rosa's axe caught the first guard in the shoulder. It happened so fast that Elena's mind couldn't process it. One moment, tense negotiation, the next, chaos. Rosa had appeared from somewhere, nowhere, her face twisted into something that wasn't quite sane. Her fire axe swinging in wide arcs that sent guards scrambling for cover. Reeves moved in the same instant, his rifle coming up, and then everyone was shooting. Elena hit the ground. Bullets tore through the air above her, shattering equipment, sending sparks cascading from destroyed monitors. Someone was screaming, Washington maybe, and somewhere in the chaos she heard Hale shouting orders. "Don't kill her, I need her alive!" She rolled behind a workstation, came up firing. One guard dropped, another. Torres was beside her now, bleeding from a gash on her forehead, but still fighting, her shots methodical and precise. Reeves had taken cover behind a biosafety cabinet, trading fire with 3 guards who'd barricaded themselves behind a doorway. Rosa was still swinging. The axe rose and fell, and the sounds it made were wet and final. 2 guards down, 3. But there were more coming, reinforcements from somewhere deeper in the facility, and the tide was turning. "Fall back," Reeves shouted. "Elena, move!" She moved. The corridor behind them was still clear, and they poured through it, Rosa bringing up the rear with her axe dripping red onto the white floor. Behind them, Hale's voice echoed through the chaos. "Find them, don't let them reach B4. B4. Hale's private quarters and the treatment synthesis lab. If they could get there, if they could secure the cure." The floor shook. A deep rumbling sound rolled through the corridor, and Elena stumbled, catching herself against the wall. Emergency lights flickered, went out, came back on in a different color, amber now, warning. "What was that?" Torres demanded. Elena's stomach dropped. The infected. Someone released them. Level B3 was a slaughterhouse. They reached the stairwell just as the first infected burst through a door ahead of them, and Elena had exactly half a second to register what she was seeing before muscle memory took over. The creature had been a woman once, lab technician judging by the shredded remains of her coat. But now she was something else entirely. Her skin had gone gray, mottled with the early stages of decay. Her jaw hung open, and from her throat came that sound, that awful sound that Elena had hoped never to hear again. The weeping. She fired. The woman's head snapped back and she dropped, but there were more behind her. 3, 5, a dozen pouring through the doorway in a tide of gray flesh and reaching hands. The corridor filled with the sound of them, wet sobs, hitching gasps, like a chorus of the grieving. And Elena found herself backing away even as she fired. "Up!" Reeves grabbed her arm. "We can't fight through them, up!" They ran for the stairs. Rosa was already there, holding the door, her axe ready. Torres went through first, then Reeves, then Elena, and Rosa slammed the door shut behind them just as the first infected reached it. The door shuddered. Hands pounded against metal. The weeping was louder now, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "That won't hold," Torres said. "It doesn't have to." Elena was already climbing, her lungs burning, her legs screaming with exhaustion. "We just need to reach B4. "Elena," Reeves's voice stopped her. He was looking at his radio, at the static hissing from the speaker. "I can't raise Charlie team." The cold in Elena's chest had nothing to do with the temperature. Lisa, Maya, Peter, Father Brennan, Omar. They might have retreated. They would have radioed. Then they're maintaining radio silence. "Elena." Reeves met her eyes, and what she saw there made her want to scream. "We don't know what happened to them. We can't help them from here. We have to finish this." He was right. She knew he was right. The mission was everything. The cure was everything. Marco's life, and the lives of everyone else who might be bitten in the days to come, that was what mattered. But Lisa, Maya, the little girl with the braids who'd lost everyone, who'd found something like a family in the group, who just started speaking again after weeks of silence. Move, Elena said, and her voice sounded like someone else's. We move now. Level B4 was quieter than Elena had expected. They emerged from the stairwell into a corridor that felt different from the others. Carpeted floors, wood paneling, soft lighting that spoke of comfort and luxury. Hale's private domain. The smell was different too. Clean, almost pleasant, like expensive cologne and old books. 2 guards, Torres whispered, pointing ahead. 2 figures stood at attention before a heavy wooden door, the entrance to Hale's quarters based on Omar's descriptions. I count 6, Rosa said, and when Elena looked at her in confusion, she pointed again. The pattern shows them. 4 more behind the alcoves. They think we can't see. Elena hesitated. Rosa's perception had been unreliable lately, colored by the cycling moods that came without medication. But she'd been right before, during the assault. She'd seen things no one else had seen. Trust her, Reeves said quietly. We don't have another play. They planned in whispers. 30 seconds to coordinate, then Reeves and Torres would draw the visible guards while Elena and Rosa flanked through an adjoining room. Simple, deadly. The kind of plan that worked in movies but usually fell apart in real life. It almost worked. The visible guards went down in the first exchange, caught off guard by the precision of Reeves's shooting. But Rosa had been right. There were more, emerging from alcoves and doorways, their weapons spitting fire. Elena pressed herself against a wall, returning fire blindly, and somewhere in the chaos, she heard a sound that would haunt her nightmares for years to come. Father Brennan's voice, raised in prayer. He appeared from somewhere. The stairwell, maybe, following the sounds of combat. And Elena had just enough time to see his face, peaceful despite the chaos, before the infected burst through the door behind him. Father! He turned. The infected was on him instantly. A man, or what had been a man, wearing the shredded remnants of a Prometheus lab coat. Father Brennan didn't move, didn't raise his hands to defend himself, just stood there, staring at the creature's face with an expression of terrible recognition. I know you, he said. Thomas Martinez. I was with you when you died. The infected paused. Elena had seen the recognition pause before, but never like this. The creature's face shifted, something almost human flickering behind its dead eyes, and for a moment, 2 seconds, 3, it stood frozen, its hands reaching but not grasping, its mouth open but silent. I couldn't save you, Father Brennan continued, his voice steady. I couldn't stop what they did to you, but I can pray for you now. I can... The pause broke. The infected lunged, and Father Brennan made no move to stop it. His mouth was still forming words, prayer or benediction or simply goodbye, when the creature's teeth found his throat. No! Elena's shot took the infected in the head, but it was too late. Father Brennan crumpled, his blood spreading across the carpet in a dark stain, and Elena could only watch as the light faded from his eyes. I couldn't, he whispered. God forgive me, I couldn't. They left him there. It was the hardest thing Elena had ever done, harder than killing Dr. Chen, harder than walking into the blizzard, harder than any of the 1,000 impossible choices she'd made since the world ended. But there was no time. More infected were coming, drawn by the sound of gunfire, and Hale was somewhere ahead, and the cure was somewhere ahead, and Father Brennan was dying, was already dead. His blood soaking into expensive carpet while the weeping echoed through the corridors. The door to Hale's quarters was unlocked. Elena pushed through it with her rifle raised, expecting guards, expecting Hale himself. Instead, she found something worse. The room beyond was a laboratory, smaller than the one on B2, more personal, filled with equipment that hummed and blinked with quiet purpose. And in the center of it all, suspended in tubes of clear fluid, were the test subjects. Jesus, Torres breathed. There were 6 of them. Men and women, their bodies connected to machines by a web of tubes and wires, their eyes open but unseeing. 3 were clearly dead. Their skin had taken on the gray pallor of the infected, and their mouths were frozen in silent screams. But 3 were still alive, their chests rising and falling with mechanical regularity, their eyes tracking the movement in the room with animal awareness. This is it. Elena approached the nearest workstation, her hands shaking. This is where he synthesizes the treatment. Then we take it and go. Reeves was at the door, his rifle trained on the corridor behind them. Grab what you can, we need to... Dr. Vasquez. Hale's voice came from speakers mounted in the ceiling. Elena spun, searching for him, but he wasn't in the room. A monitor on the far wall flickered to life, revealing his face, composed, controlled, watching them with the detached interest of a scientist observing an experiment. You've come so far, he continued, killed so many of my people. All for what? A treatment that you can't possibly understand how to synthesize? I'm a doctor, Elena said. I'll figure it out. Will you? Hale's smile was thin. The treatment requires 14 separate components, each of which must be synthesized in a specific sequence. The process takes 8 days. Do you have 8 days, Dr. Vasquez? Does your brother? Elena's heart clenched. Where are you? Somewhere safe, somewhere you won't find me before I finish what I've started. The monitor flickered and Hale's face was replaced by an image, a schematic, diagrams, chemical formulae. I'm transmitting the synthesis protocols to the workstation in front of you, everything you need to save your brother's life. Consider it a gift. I don't want your gifts. Then think of it as a trade. Hale's face returned to the screen. I'm leaving, Dr. Vasquez. You've made this facility untenable, and I have other resources, other locations. But the research must continue, the cure must be found, and you... His eyes found hers through the camera. You could help me find it. You understand sacrifice. You've made the hard choices. Join me, and together... No. The word came out flat, final. Elena's hands had stopped shaking. No, she repeated, I'm not joining you, I'm not helping you. The research stays here, the treatment stays here. And when I find you, and I will find you, you'll answer for what you've done. Hale's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. You're making a mistake, Dr. Vasquez. I'm the only one who can finish the cure. Without me, then I'll find someone else. Someone who doesn't see 97 murders as simple math. Elena raised her rifle, aimed at the monitor. Goodbye, Dr. Hale. She fired. The screen exploded in a shower of sparks, and Hale's voice cut off mid-word. Elena. Reeves was at her shoulder, his hand on her arm. We need to move. The infected are massing on B3. If they reach the stairs before we clear out... The data. Elena was already at the workstation, downloading everything she could find onto the portable drives Omar had given her. The treatment protocols, the research notes, everything, we take it all. And Hale? Elena paused. Through the facility's speakers, she could hear distant gunfire. Team Bravo, maybe, or the guards turning on each other, or just the random chaos of a facility falling apart. Hale was out there somewhere, fleeing into the night, taking his knowledge and his conscience with him. She thought about Dr. Chen, about Lisa, about Father Brennan dying with a prayer on his lips, about all the people she'd failed to save, all the choices she'd failed to make, all the seconds she'd wasted while the world burned around her. Let him run, she said. We have what we need. The extraction was worse than the assault. They descended through levels that had become battlegrounds, guards fighting infected, infected fighting each other, the whole facility dissolving into chaos. Elena led them through corridors she'd memorized from Omar's sketches, her rifle empty, her knife in her hand, fighting through sheer desperation when everything else failed. Morrison was dead. Private Chen was dead. The survivor whose name Elena had never learned was dead, torn apart by infected in a stairwell she'd thought was clear. Washington had vanished somewhere on B2, her screams echoing through the speakers until they suddenly terribly stopped. But Marco was alive. They found Team Bravo on level B1, pinned down behind an overturned desk, taking fire from guards who'd barricaded themselves in the security center. Kenji was bleeding from a wound in his leg, and Marco's face was gray with fever and exhaustion, but they were alive. "Lena," Marco's voice cracked. "I thought... later." Elena grabbed his arm, hauled him to his feet. "We need to get out. Now." The exit was 200 feet ahead, through the chaos, through the gunfire, through the weeping that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Elena didn't think, didn't plan, just moved, dragging her brother along, trusting Reeves and Torres and Rosa to cover their escape. They reached the service door at the same moment the sun broke over the mountains. The light was blinding after the red-tinged darkness of the facility, and Elena stumbled, her eyes streaming. Cold air hit her like a physical blow, so sharp it made her gasp. But she was outside. They were outside, alive. "Rally point," Reeves was saying. "We need to get to the rally point." Elena couldn't respond. Her legs were moving, carrying her through snow that had crusted over during the night, but her mind was somewhere else. Father Brennan dying. Morrison dying. All the people she hadn't been able to save. She stopped. The rally point was ahead, a cluster of boulders that provided shelter from the wind and sight lines in every direction. Omar was there, his face pale, his hands covered in blood. Peter was there, sitting with his back against a rock, his eyes vacant with shock. Kenji's team was there, what remained of them. But Lisa wasn't there. Maya wasn't there. "Where?" Elena's voice broke. "Where are they?" Omar looked at her, and Elena saw the answer in his eyes before he spoke. "They got separated," he said. "During the fighting, Lisa took Maya toward the secondary exit, tried to lead the guards away from us. We heard shooting, and then..." He stopped, swallowed. "I'm sorry, Elena, I'm so sorry." Elena found them in a maintenance corridor on the ground floor. She'd broken away from the group despite Reeves's protests, plunging back into the facility alone, following the blood trails and bullet casings like breadcrumbs through a nightmare. The infected had mostly dispersed by then, drawn away by sounds deeper in the facility, and the guards who hadn't fled or died were too busy trying to establish order to notice one more figure moving through the shadows. The corridor was narrow, lit by emergency lights that cast everything in shades of red. At the far end, a door stood open, some kind of supply closet based on the shelving visible inside, and in front of the door, sprawled on the concrete floor in a position that spoke of desperate last stands, was Lisa. Elena dropped to her knees beside her friend. Lisa was still alive, barely. Her breath came in shallow gasps, and blood bubbled at the corner of her mouth with each exhale. The wounds were too many to count, bullet holes in her chest, her stomach, her arms. Defensive wounds. She'd stood in front of that door and taken everything they threw at her. "V." Lisa's voice was barely a whisper. "You came. I'm here." Elena's hands moved automatically, checking wounds, assessing damage even as she knew it was hopeless. Too much blood loss. Too many injuries. Minutes, maybe. Less. "I'm here, Lisa. I've got you." "Maya." Lisa's hand found Elena's, her grip weak but insistent. "In the closet. I told her not to look. Is she..." "She's okay." Elena didn't know if it was true, didn't know anything except that she had to keep talking. Had to keep Lisa here, had to make these last moments count. "You saved her, Lisa. You saved her." Lisa's smile was a ghost of what it had once been. "Good." She coughed and more blood came up. That's good. Tell her. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't. Don't. Elena was crying now, tears streaming down her face, but her voice was steady. Don't say goodbye, Lisa. We're going to get you out of here. We're going to... V. Lisa's grip tightened, surprising strength in those weakening fingers. Listen, I need to tell you something. Anything. It wasn't 11 seconds. Lisa's eyes found Elena's, held them. That girl, Hannah, the one you couldn't save. It wasn't the 11 seconds that killed her, V. It was a whole life. She had a whole life before those 11 seconds, and she would have died anyway, and you... She coughed again, her body shuddering. You did everything you could. You always do everything you can. That's who you are. Elena couldn't speak, couldn't think, could only hold Lisa's hand and watch the light fading from her friend's eyes. Take care of Maya, Lisa whispered. And tell her it wasn't 11 seconds. Tell her it was a whole life and it was a good one. Her hand went slack. Elena knelt there for a long time, holding the body that had been her friend, listening to the silence that had replaced Lisa's breathing. Somewhere in the facility, infected were weeping. Somewhere outside, the sun was rising over the mountains. Somewhere, a sound from the closet, a shuffle, a whimper. Elena rose. Her legs felt like they belonged to someone else. She walked to the door, pushed it open, and found Maya huddled in the corner behind a shelf of cleaning supplies. Mr. Stamps clutched to her chest, her face streaked with tears. Maya, Elena's voice came out hoarse. Maya, honey, it's okay. It's me. The girl looked at her with eyes that had seen too much. 8 years old and she'd lost everything. Her father, her grandmother, and now Lisa, who'd held her through the worst nights, who'd braided her hair and told her stories and promised that everything would be okay. Elena held out her hand. Come on, she said. We need to go. Maya didn't move. Her lips parted, and for a moment Elena thought she might speak, might say something that would make sense of all this, might find words for the horror and the loss and the terrible necessity of survival. But she just nodded once and took Elena's hand. And together they walked past Lisa's body through the blood-soaked corridor toward the light. The sun was fully risen by the time they regrouped at the rally point. Elena moved through the aftermath like a ghost, her mind cataloging details without processing them. Dead. Father Brennan, Lisa Park, Private Morrison, Private Chen, Washington, the survivor whose name she'd never learned. Wounded, Torres, bullet grazed to the temple, minor concussion. Kenji, gunshot to the leg, clean through. Marco, fever worsening, treatment wearing off. Alive, Elena, Reeves, Rosa, Peter, Omar, Maya, and 4 others. 11 survivors. They'd gone in with 19. Elena. Omar was at her elbow, his voice urgent. I need to see the protocols, if the treatment is in there, if I can synthesize it. She handed him the drive without speaking. Her hands were covered in Lisa's blood. The facility is compromised, Reeves was saying to the others. But the upper levels are defensible. If we can secure B1 and the surface structures, we need the treatment first. Omar was already scrolling through files on a portable tablet, his eyes widening. This is remarkable. Hale was further along than we thought. The synthesis isn't complicated, it's just time-consuming. If I can get to a functional lab... There's one on B2, Elena heard herself say. Most of the equipment was damaged, but some of it... I'll need help. Someone with medical training. I'll help. The voice was quiet, unexpected. Everyone turned to look at Peter. He was sitting where Elena had last seen him, his back against the boulder, his face pale and streaked with tears. But he was meeting Omar's eyes, and there was something in his expression that Elena had never seen before. I know I'm not... Peter stopped, swallowed. I know I haven't been helpful. I've been scared. I'm still scared. But Lisa... His voice cracked. Lisa was kind to me. When everyone else thought I was useless, she treated me like I mattered, and I need to do something. To help. Omar hesitated, then nodded. I'll need supplies from the surface. Distilled water, specific chemicals, sterile containers. Can you get them? I can try. Good enough? Omar turned back to Elena. With the protocols and the equipment, I can have the first dose ready in 8 hours. Maybe 6 if nothing goes wrong. 8 hours. Marco had maybe 30 before the treatment wore off completely. It would be close, too close, but it was possible. For the first time since she'd found Lisa's body, Elena felt something other than numb grief. Do it, she said. The next 6 hours were a blur of activity and violence. Teams swept the facility level by level, clearing infected, searching for survivors among Hale's people. They found 12 guards who'd surrendered, too shell-shocked to fight. Omar put them to work hauling supplies and securing the perimeter. They found 3 researchers locked in a panic room on B2, who'd been hiding since the outbreak began. They knew the facility's systems, and Elena put them to work restoring power and ventilation. They found Hale's research notes. The story they told was worse than Elena had imagined. Prometheus had been working on life extension technology. Legitimate research at first, funded by tech billionaires who wanted to live forever. But the experiments had gone wrong. The treatment that was supposed to preserve neural function had done something else entirely. Rewriting the brain's basic programming, turning the body into a vessel for something that was neither alive nor dead. Patient 0 had been a volunteer, a woman named Sarah Chen, a former marketing executive who'd paid $2 million for the chance to be immortal. The notes included video of her transformation, the confusion, the pain, the moment when her eyes went dead and her mouth opened in the first weeping cry that would echo through cities and mountains and the remnants of human civilization. Hale had known within hours that something was wrong. He'd had a choice: sound the alarm, contain the infection, destroy his work. Or stay silent, hope he could fix it, let the world burn while he searched for a cure. He'd chosen wrong. He could have stopped it, Elena said, staring at the notes. Before it spread, before anyone else died. He could have, but he didn't. Reeves's voice was flat. And now we have to live with it. Marco's fever broke at the 18-hour mark. Elena was there when it happened, sitting beside the cot they'd set up in a cleared section of B1. She'd been there for hours, watching his face for any sign of change. For better or worse, while Omar worked in the lab below and the others secured the facility above. One moment Marco was thrashing, his skin hot and dry, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The next he went still. His eyes fluttered open, found Elena's, and focused. Lena, I'm here. She took his hand, felt the fever heat fading from his skin. I'm here, Marco. The treatment worked. You're going to be okay. He stared at her for a long moment, processing. Then, Torres, is she? She's alive, wounded, but she'll recover. Marco's eyes closed. When they opened again, they were wet. Lisa? Elena couldn't answer. The silence said everything. Oh, Lena. Marco's hand tightened around hers. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She saved Maya. The words came out rough. She held a door. She didn't hesitate, not for a second. That sounds like her. They sat in silence for a while. Brother and sister, survivor and survivor. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the mountains in shades of orange and gold. Inside, the facility hummed with the activity of people trying to build something from the ashes of the old world. What happens now? Marco asked eventually. Elena thought about the question. About Hale, somewhere out there, fleeing into the night. About the research they'd captured, the treatment that could save lives, the cure that might be possible if they could just hold on long enough. About the infected still roaming the mountains, the horde still massing in the valleys, the endless weeping that would haunt their dreams for as long as any of them survived. "We keep going," she said. "We figure out how to make more treatment. We find other survivors. We build something that lasts. And hail, when we're strong enough, when we can spare the people." Elena's voice hardened. "He'll answer for what he did, all of it." Marco nodded. "Okay." He squeezed her hand once, then let go. "Okay, Lena, let's get to work." They buried Lisa at sunset on the second day. The grave was on the slope above the facility, overlooking the valley where they'd made their approach. Elena had chosen the spot herself, far enough from the buildings to be peaceful, close enough to be visited. The others gathered around in a loose semicircle, Reeves, Torres leaning on a crutch, Omar with chemicals still staining his lab coat, Peter with dirt under his fingernails from digging. Rosa standing slightly apart from the group, her eyes tracking something no one else could see. Maya stood beside Elena, her hand wrapped around Elena's fingers. "Lisa Park was a nurse," Elena began, then stopped. The words felt wrong, too small for the person Lisa had been. She tried again. "Lisa was my friend. She knew about the worst thing I ever did, the choice I made that I couldn't take back, and she never judged me. She saw me when I couldn't see myself, and she loved Maya like—" Elena's voice cracked. "Like Maya was her own." She looked at the others, the tired faces, the bandaged wounds, the eyes that had seen too much death to be shocked by more. These were the people who had survived. These were the people who would have to keep surviving day after day until the world made sense again or they joined the dead. "Lisa died holding a door," Elena continued. "She didn't hesitate. She knew what it would cost, and she did it anyway because that's who she was. She was better than all of us." She bent down, scooped up a handful of frozen earth, and let it fall onto the grave. One by one, the others did the same. Maya was last. She stood at the edge of the grave for a long moment, staring at the fresh-turned soil, her face unreadable. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out Mr. Stamps, the stuffed elephant she'd carried since the first day, the last remnant of the life she'd had before. She placed it on the grave. "Goodbye, Lisa," she said. Her voice was small but clear, the first full sentence she'd spoken in weeks. "Thank you for being my friend." Elena felt something break inside her and something else begin to heal. The night after the burial, Elena found Peter in the laboratory. He was sitting at one of the workstations, surrounded by printouts of Hale's research, his forehead creased with concentration. He didn't look up when she entered, just kept reading, his lips moving silently as he worked through the technical language. "I didn't know you could read scientific notation," Elena said. Peter shrugged without looking up. "Neither did I until yesterday. Omar's been teaching me." He finally raised his eyes, and Elena was struck by how different he looked. The same soft features, the same expensive haircut growing out badly, but something in his expression had changed, hardened. "I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm trying. That's more than a lot of people would do. Maybe." Peter set down the printout, met her eyes directly. "Dr. Vasquez, Elena, I want to apologize." Elena blinked. "For what? For being useless, for hiding in closets while people died, for—" He stopped, shook his head. "For being a coward. You're not—" "I was." His voice was steady, unflinching. "I know what I was, I know what people thought of me, and they were right, but Lisa—" He swallowed. "Lisa treated me like I could be better. Like being afraid didn't mean I had to stay afraid, and I need to honor that." Elena studied him for a long moment. The administrator who'd signed her paychecks, who'd demanded evacuation routes for important patients when the outbreak began, who'd hidden and lied and taken the easy way out at every opportunity. He'd changed. They'd all changed. "Can you synthesize the treatment?" she asked. "Not yet, but Omar says I'm learning fast." Peter's jaw tightened. "I'm going to learn, Elena. I'm going to be useful. I'm going to make Lisa's faith in me mean something." Elena nodded slowly. "Then get back to work." The facility was secured by the end of the third day. It wasn't much, a handful of buildings clinging to a mountainside surrounded by dead and dying world, but it was defensible. The infected couldn't reach them easily. The approaches were too steep, too exposed. The supplies they'd captured would last weeks, maybe months if they were careful. And the research, the treatment protocols, the synthesis notes, the promise of an actual cure, gave them something they hadn't had in a long time: hope. On the morning of the fourth day, Reeves found Elena on the surface, watching the sun rise over the mountains. The sky was that impossible blue that only came after storms, and for a moment, standing there in the cold, clean air, Elena could almost forget what they'd lost. "Torres is going to make it," Reeves said, coming to stand beside her. "Omar says the concussion isn't as bad as he thought. She'll be up and moving in a few days." "Good. Your brother's fever is completely gone. The treatment held." "I know." Reeves was quiet for a moment, then, "You did good, Vasquez. The assault, the extraction, keeping people together afterward. Chen would be proud." Elena flinched at the name. Dr. Chen's glasses were still in her pocket, had been there through everything: the assault, Lisa's death, the burial. She hadn't put them on since she'd killed Hale's guards. She wasn't sure she deserved to. "I keep thinking about the people we lost," she said. "Father Brennan, Lisa, Morrison and Chen and Washington. If I'd made different choices, then different people would be dead." Reeves's voice was flat. "That's how this works. You make choices, people die, you make more choices. The only mistake is not choosing at all." "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" "No. It's supposed to make you ready for tomorrow." Reeves turned to face her. "There are more survivors out there, Elena, more infected. Hale's still alive, probably regrouping somewhere. The world didn't stop ending just because we took one building." "I know." "Good." He started to walk away, then paused. "For what it's worth, I was wrong about you. When we first met, I thought you were too soft for this, too stuck in the old rules, but you're not. You're exactly what these people need." He left before Elena could respond. The transmission came through on the fifth day. Omar had gotten the radio working, not the military frequencies, which had been silent for weeks, but civilian channels. Ham radio operators who'd survived by luck or skill or sheer stubborn refusal to die. The first voice they heard was a woman's, tired and desperate, broadcasting from somewhere in Colorado Springs. "If anyone can hear this, we're holed up at the Olympic Training Center. Maybe 60 of us. We have food and water, but we're running low on ammunition and there's a horde massing to the north. If anyone can help, please." The message repeated every 15 minutes for the next hour. Then it stopped, replaced by static. Elena sat in the communications room staring at the silent radio and thought about what Reeves had said. More survivors, more choices, more chances to save people or fail them. "We could reach them," Omar said quietly. He'd been there since the transmission started, his face drawn with exhaustion. "If the roads are clear, if we take the right route, we have the treatment now, we could help them." "We don't have enough." Elena's voice was rough. "The synthesis takes 8 days per dose. We have maybe 3 doses right now, and Marco might need another one if his symptoms return. Then we make more. We train more people to help. We build something bigger than just this facility." Elena looked at him, the scientist who'd helped create the end of the world, who'd spent weeks trying to atone for it, who was now proposing they risk everything to save people they'd never met. He'd changed too. They'd all changed. We'll talk about it tomorrow, she said. Right now, I need to check on Maya. Maya was in the common room, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a pile of papers in front of her. She'd been quiet since the burial. Quieter than usual, withdrawn, processing grief in the way that only children can. But she wasn't silent anymore. The words were coming back, slowly, one sentence at a time. "What are you working on?" Elena asked, settling onto the floor beside her. Maya didn't look up. "Drawing." Elena glanced at the papers. Most were what she'd expected. Stick figures, crude buildings, the universal language of childhood art. But one drawing stood out. Two figures, one tall and one small, standing in front of something that might have been a mountain or might have been a monster. "Is that us?" Maya nodded. "You and me." She pointed at a third figure, smaller than the others, hovering above the mountain. "And that's Lisa. She's watching over us." Elena's throat tightened. "That's beautiful, Maya. I miss her. I miss her too." Maya was quiet for a moment, her crayon moving across the paper in slow, deliberate strokes. Then, "Dr. Elena, are we going to be okay?" It was the same question she'd asked before the assault, before the burial, before everything. And Elena still didn't know the answer. "I don't know," she said honestly. "I really don't. But we're going to try. Every day. That's what surviving means." Maya considered this with the gravity of a child who'd seen too much. Then she nodded once and went back to her drawing. Elena stayed there for a long time, watching her work. On the 7th day, they took stock of what they had. The facility was theirs. 3 buildings on the surface, the old mill converted to barracks, the cafeteria that still had running water, the generator room that hummed with the steady rhythm of hydroelectric power. Below ground, 4 levels of laboratory space, storage, and now sealed containment areas. Supplies for months, equipment for research, and the protocols, Hale's gift, poisoned as it was, that could save lives. 11 survivors from Elena's group, 12 guards who'd surrendered, 3 researchers who knew the facility's systems, 26 people in total, most of them traumatized, all of them scared, waiting to see what came next. Elena gathered them in the cafeteria on the morning of the 7th day. "I'm not going to pretend things are okay," she said, standing at the front of the room with Reeves and Omar flanking her. "We've lost people, good people, Father Brennan, Lisa, Morrison, and Chen in Washington. We're going to lose more people before this is over, that's just the truth." She paused, letting the weight of the words settle. "But we're also alive. We have shelter, supplies, the beginnings of a treatment that might actually work. We have each other." She looked around the room, meeting eyes where she could. "Some of you know me. Some of you don't. Some of you worked for Hale, and you're probably wondering if we're going to punish you for what happened here." The guard shifted uncomfortably. Elena held up a hand. "What happened before, that's done. We can't change it. We can't bring back the people who died. All we can do is move forward, and we can only do that together." She took a breath. "So here's what I'm proposing. We build something, not just a shelter, but a community. A place where people can survive, heal, maybe even live. We make more treatment. We reach out to other survivors, and when we're strong enough, we start taking the world back, one piece at a time." The silence stretched. Then Peter, of all people, stood up. "I'm in," he said. His voice shook slightly, but he didn't look away. "Whatever you need me to do, Dr. Vasquez, I'm in." One by one, the others followed. Torres, her head bandaged but her eyes clear. Omar nodding with quiet determination. Marco, still pale but standing. Rosa, who'd been silent for 2 days, who now looked at Elena with something like recognition and said, "The pattern is shifting. We're becoming something new. Even the guards raised their hands one by one, choosing survival over uncertainty. "Okay," Elena said, feeling something loosen in her chest. "Okay, then let's get to work." The days that followed blurred into a rhythm of labor and recovery. Omar worked on the treatment, training Peter and two of the former Prometheus researchers in the synthesis protocols. Torres healed, her sharp tongue returning before her full strength. Marco grew stronger, his fever gone, but his hand still shaking from nerve damage that might never fully heal. Reeves ran security, integrating the former guards into patrol rotations, treating them as equals rather than prisoners. And Elena did what she'd spent her whole career doing. She kept people alive. There were injuries, minor cuts becoming infections, stress fractures from the assault, a case of food poisoning from expired supplies. There were psychological wounds, nightmares, panic attacks, the thousand small traumas of survival that accumulated into crushing weight. Elena treated them all, working 18-hour days in the medical bay she'd established on B1, because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering Lisa's blood on her hands. On the 10th day, Rosa disappeared. Elena found the note in the morning pinned to Rosa's pillow in the corner of the barracks she'd claimed as her own. The handwriting was shaky, the words almost illegible. "Going to find more lithium or a tall building. Either way, I'll be stable. Thank you for seeing me." She took the note to Reeves, who read it twice before folding it carefully and putting it in his pocket. "Should we send a search party?" Elena asked. Reeves shook his head. "She doesn't want to be found, and we can't spare the people. She's sick. She needs help." "She knows that better than anyone." Reeves met her eyes. "Sometimes help means letting people make their own choices, Elena, even the bad ones." Elena wanted to argue, wanted to organize a search, drag Rosa back, force her to take the treatment they were synthesizing, keep her safe whether she wanted it or not. But she thought about Lisa, who'd made a choice in a corridor that smelled like blood and cleaning supplies. About Father Brennan, who'd chosen mercy over survival. About all the choices that couldn't be unmade. "If we hear anything, we'll let you know." Reeves paused. "For what it's worth, I don't think she went looking for a tall building. Rosa's too stubborn to die. She's out there somewhere, probably scaring the hell out of some poor survivors who don't know what to make of her." Elena hoped he was right. The transmission from Catherine Park's group came through on the 12th day. 57 survivors organized into a loose confederation of camps spread across the foothills south of Denver. They'd heard about Prometheus. Rumors had spread faster than the infection. Stories about the place where the outbreak started, where the mad scientist had been creating monsters in his laboratory. When they learned that the facility had been taken, that someone was offering help, they'd been skeptical. Then they'd sent a scout. Catherine herself arrived on the 14th day. A tall woman in her 40s, gray-streaked hair pulled back in a practical bun, a hunting rifle slung across her back. She'd brought 10 people with her, a mixture of former soldiers and civilians who'd learned to fight, all of them watching Elena's group with wary, calculating eyes. "You're the doctor," Catherine said, standing in the cafeteria with her arms crossed. "The one who led the assault." "I'm Elena Vasquez, yes." "And you're offering what exactly? Shelter, treatment, or just another flavor of the same shit Hale was selling?" Elena took a breath. "We're offering a chance. The treatment works. We've tested it. We've synthesized more and we're getting better at making it. But we can't do this alone. We need more people, more supplies, more hands. If you're willing to help, we're willing to share." Catherine studied her for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed. "Christ, an honest one." She shook her head. "Do you have any idea how rare that is these days? Every group we've encountered has been out for themselves. Kill or be killed. Take what you can and let the rest die. That's not how we operate. No? Catherine's eyes narrowed. Then tell me about Hale. What happened to him? Elena's jaw tightened. He escaped. During the assault. He's out there somewhere, we don't know where. And if he comes back, then we deal with him. But right now he's not the priority. The priority is keeping people alive long enough to build something worth living for. Catherine was quiet for a long moment. Around her, her people shifted, waiting for a signal. Finally, she nodded. Okay, Dr. Vasquez, you've got yourself an alliance. She held out her hand. Let's see if we can make it stick. The integration was rocky. Catherine's people didn't trust Elena's group, and the feeling was mutual. There were arguments about resources, about territory, about who had authority over whom. Torres nearly came to blows with one of Catherine's lieutenants over a misunderstanding about patrol routes. Peter's administrative systems clashed with the informal hierarchy Catherine had established. But slowly, painfully, they made it work. By the 20th day, the facility had become something that almost resembled a community. Catherine's people had brought supplies, food, weapons, medical equipment scavenged from hospitals and clinics across the foothills. Omar had trained 3 more people in treatment synthesis, expanding their capacity to help survivors who'd been bitten. Reeves and Catherine's security chief had established a joint patrol system that covered twice the territory. And Elena had started planning for what came next. We can't stay here forever, she said, standing in front of a map of Colorado they'd hung in the conference room. The infected are still out there. Hale is still out there. And there are survivors all across the state who need help we can't provide from this facility. You're talking about expansion, Catherine said. I'm talking about survival. Real survival, not just hanging on until we run out of food or the infected figure out how to climb. Elena traced a line from the facility to Denver, to Colorado Springs, to the network of roads that crisscross the state. We have the treatment. We have the beginning of a cure. What we don't have is the infrastructure to distribute it. So what are you proposing? Contact. Elena tapped the radio equipment on the table beside her. We've been receiving transmissions from other groups, small ones, scattered but real. If we can coordinate with them, establish supply lines, share what we know, then we become a target, Reeves interrupted. Every raider group in the state will know where we are. Every lunatic with a grudge. They'll find us anyway. At least this way, we're building something strong enough to survive when they do. The room was silent. Elena could see the calculations happening behind everyone's eyes. The risks, the rewards, the 1,000 ways it could go wrong. Then Marco spoke up. I can do it. Everyone turned to look at him. He'd been quiet during the meeting, sitting in the corner with his damaged hand cradled in his lap. But his eyes were alert. The communications network, he continued. I've been talking to Kenji about it. With the equipment we have, we could establish contact with groups across the state. Maybe further. My music production background, it's not just about making sounds. It's about signal processing, frequencies, range optimization. I can build something. Elena stared at her brother. The irresponsible artist. The screw-up who'd borrowed money and made excuses and never followed through on anything. And now he was proposing to be the voice that connected survivors across hundreds of miles. Are you sure? She asked. Marco met her eyes. Lena, I've spent my whole life not being sure, not committing, not finishing things. He smiled a little sadly. But Lisa believed in me. Torres believed in me. You believed in me even when I didn't deserve it. Maybe it's time I started believing in myself. Elena's throat tightened. She nodded once. Do it. The 26th day dawned cold and clear. Elena stood on the surface, watching the sun rise over the mountains, and thought about everything that had brought her here. The hospital, burning, the journey through the snow, the assault that had cost them so much and gained them so much. Lisa dying in a corridor with a smile on her face. Father Brennan choosing mercy over survival. All the people she'd saved and all the people she hadn't. Behind her, the facility hummed with activity. Peter was in the lab, helping Omar synthesize the latest batch of treatment. Torres was running drills with the merged security teams. Catherine was meeting with her lieutenants, planning supply runs to abandoned towns in the foothills. And Marco was in the communications room, his voice going out across the airwaves, reaching survivors who'd thought they were alone. "This is Prometheus Settlement," he was saying. "If you can hear this, we have treatment, we have shelter, we have hope. Respond on this frequency and we'll find a way to help." Somewhere out there, Hale was alive. The infected were still roaming. The world was still broken in ways that might never be fixed. But here, on this mountainside, in this facility that had been built for horrors, people were building something else. Something that might survive. Maya appeared beside Elena, her small hand finding Elena's automatically. She didn't speak. She'd been quiet again since the burial, saving her words for moments that mattered. But her presence was enough. "Dr. Elena," she said finally. "Yes? What happens now?" Elena looked at the girl who'd lost everything, who'd found something like a family in the ashes, who'd watched Lisa die and still found the strength to keep going. She thought about the question, about all the questions she couldn't answer. "Now we work," she said. "We build, we survive, and we try to make sure that the people we lost, that their sacrifices mean something." Maya considered this with the gravity of someone who'd seen too much. Then she nodded once and held Elena's hand a little tighter. Together they watched the sun rise. The report came in on the 28th day. Torres was the one who found it, in a batch of data they'd recovered from Prometheus's servers. Hale's private files, encrypted and hidden, detailing everything he'd done and everything he'd planned. The human test subjects, the deliberate release of the infection when containment failed. The deals he'd made with other groups, trading treatment for resources, for loyalty, for silence. And one more thing. The location of his secondary facility. "Wyoming," Torres said, spreading the printouts across the conference table. "An old military installation near Cheyenne. He's been building it up for months. Supplies, equipment, personnel. He knew Prometheus might fall, so he had a backup." "How many people?" Elena asked. "Unknown, but he took most of his inner circle when he escaped. And he's been recruiting." Torres's jaw tightened. If he finishes what he started there, he could have an army. People desperate enough to follow him in exchange for treatment. The room was silent. Elena stared at the maps, at the lines connecting Prometheus to Cheyenne, at the distance that separated them from a man who'd killed nearly 100 people and called it simple math. "We're not ready," Reeves said quietly. "We're barely holding together here. If we go after him now..." "I know." Elena's voice was steady. "We're not going after him now, but we're going to need to eventually. He won't stop. He'll never stop, not until someone makes him. Then we prepare." Catherine's voice cut through the tension. "We build our strength. We gather our allies. And when the time comes..." Her eyes found Elena's. "We finish this." Elena nodded. She thought about choices, about the people she'd saved and the people she'd lost, about the weight of leadership that she'd tried so hard to avoid. The weight was still there. It would always be there. But she wasn't running from it anymore. "Okay," she said, "let's get to work." The transmission went out at sunset. Marco's voice, clear and strong, carried across the miles on frequencies that survivors had been monitoring since the world ended. Elena stood in the communications room listening, her hand resting on Dr. Chen's glasses in her pocket. This is Prometheus Settlement. We are a community of survivors in the Colorado mountains. We have treatment for the infection, we have shelter, we have hope. If you can hear this, you are not alone. We are building something here. Something worth fighting for, worth living for. We have lost people, good people. But we are still here and we are still fighting. If you need help, respond on this frequency. If you want to join us, we will find a way. If you're out there, surviving, holding on, know that there are others. Know that the darkness isn't forever. This is Prometheus Settlement. We will be here tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. We survived. Now we live. The transmission ended. Static filled the speakers, the endless white noise of a world that had fallen silent. Then, faintly, a response. Prometheus Settlement, this is Fort Collins Medical. We read you. We have 40 survivors. We need help. And another? Prometheus, this is the Boulder Collective. We've been trying to reach someone for weeks. Do you copy? And another, and another. Voices emerging from the static like stars appearing in a darkening sky. Elena closed her eyes. She thought about Lisa, holding a door, about Father Brennan choosing mercy, about all the people who died to give them this moment, this chance to reach out, to connect, to build something from the ruins. It wasn't 11 seconds, Lisa had said. It was a whole life, and it was a good one. Elena opened her eyes. Start logging the responses, she told Marco. We have work to do. The facility was quiet when Elena made her rounds that night. She walked through corridors that had once held horrors, past laboratories where people were now synthesizing hope, through common rooms where survivors huddled together for warmth and comfort. The work of the day was done. The work of tomorrow would begin soon enough. But for now, there was silence and peace and the weight of everything they'd accomplished. She found Maya asleep in the corner of the barracks, curled up on a cot that was too big for her face peaceful in the dim light. Elena stood there for a long moment, watching her breathe. Take care of Maya, Lisa had said, and tell her it wasn't 11 seconds. Elena knelt beside the cot. She brushed a strand of hair from Maya's face, careful not to wake her. I'll take care of her, she whispered. I promise. Maya stirred but didn't wake. Elena tucked the blanket more firmly around her, then stood and continued her rounds. The laboratory was empty except for Peter, who'd fallen asleep at his workstation, his head pillowed on a stack of printouts. The treatment synthesis was proceeding on schedule. 3 more doses would be ready by morning, enough to help the survivors they'd contacted, enough to keep building. Torres was in the security office, reviewing patrol reports with a focus that bordered on obsessive. She'd been like that since the assault, channeling her grief into work, refusing to slow down long enough to feel. Elena recognized the pattern. She'd used it herself before the blizzard, before the grandmother's voice in the snow, before she'd learned that running from pain just made it chase you faster. You should sleep, Elena said from the doorway. Torres looked up. Her eyes were red-rimmed, exhausted but clear. Can't. Too much to do. It'll still be there tomorrow. Will it? Torres's voice was flat. We don't know what tomorrow looks like, Elena. We don't know if there even is a tomorrow. All we can do is work while we can. Elena stepped into the office, pulled up a chair, sat down across from the young corporal. Tell me about Lisa. Torres went still. What? Lisa, tell me about her. You knew her better than I did. I knew part of her, the part she showed me. Elena leaned forward. But she was close to Maya. She was close to Marco before. She stopped, swallowed. I'm trying to understand who she was. All of who she was. Will you help me? Torres was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was rough. She used to sing to Maya, at night when the girl couldn't sleep. Old songs, lullabies, things her mother used to sing to her. Torres's jaw tightened. She told me once that she knew she wasn't going to make it, that she'd been giving blood, too much blood, and she was getting weaker. But she didn't stop because the people she was helping needed it more than she needed to live. That sounds like her? She was the best person I ever met. Torres's voice cracked. And she died in a corridor holding a door because she couldn't stand the thought of Maya dying alone. Elena reached out, put her hand on Torres's arm. She made a choice, the right choice, for her. I know. Torres met Elena's eyes. But it doesn't make it easier. No, it doesn't. Elena squeezed once, then let go. But we honor her by living, by building something worth her sacrifice. That's what she would have wanted. Torres nodded slowly. Okay. She took a breath, let it out. Okay, Dr. Vasquez, I'll get some sleep. Good, Elena stood. We have a lot of work ahead of us. The night stretched on. Elena climbed to the surface, found her usual spot overlooking the valley, and sat down with her back against a boulder that was still warm from the day's sun. The stars were out, more stars than she'd ever seen in the city, a sweep of light across the darkness that made her feel simultaneously small and infinite. She pulled Dr. Chen's glasses from her pocket, held them up to the starlight, turned them over in her hands. See clearly now. She'd spent so long not seeing her own worth, her own capability. Not seeing that the 11 seconds that haunted her weren't a failure. They were proof that she cared enough to agonize over the choice. Not seeing that the people around her needed her to lead, not because she was perfect, but because she was willing to try. Lisa had seen it. Dr. Chen had seen it. Even Hale had seen it, in his twisted way. It was time Elena saw it too. She put the glasses on. The world came into focus, the mountains, dark shapes against the darker sky. The facility below, lights glowing in a handful of windows. The trees, the rocks, the snow that still clung to the highest peaks. All of it real, all of it solid, all of it waiting for whatever came next. Tomorrow they would contact the survivors who'd responded to Marco's broadcast. They would plan supply runs, organize patrols, continue synthesizing treatment. They would train new people, build new systems, expand their reach. And somewhere in the back of Elena's mind, they would prepare for the day when they had to face Hale again. But that was tomorrow. Tonight there was this, the stars, the silence, the feeling of being alive in a world that had tried so hard to kill her. She thought about Lisa, about Father Brennan, about Morrison and Chen and Washington and all the others who died so that the rest of them could survive. It wasn't 11 seconds, it was a whole life. Elena smiled. It hurt, but it was real. Thank you, she whispered to the darkness. All of you. Thank you. The wind carried her words away, up into the mountains, into the night. And somewhere, maybe the dead were listening. The morning of the 29th day dawned cold and gray. Elena woke with Dr. Chen's glasses still on her face, her body stiff from sleeping against the boulder. She stood slowly, stretched, watched the sun struggle to break through the clouds that had gathered overnight. Snow was coming. She could feel it in the air, in the pressure building behind her temples. The first storm of December, Omar had predicted. Could be bad. Could be very bad. But they had shelter now. They had supplies. They had each other. She made her way down to the facility, found the others already awake and working. Peter in the lab, Omar beside him. Torres running morning drills with the security teams. Marco in the communications room responding to the flood of transmissions that had come in overnight. Catherine coordinating with her people, planning the supply runs that would begin as soon as the storm passed. Maya was in the cafeteria eating breakfast with some of the other children who joined Catherine's group. She looked up when Elena entered, her face breaking into a smile that still had shadows in it, but was real. "Dr. Elena," she waved, "come sit with us." Elena sat. She ate breakfast with the children, listened to their chatter, answered their questions about the infected and the treatment and what the world had been like before. Simple questions, with simple answers. The kind of questions that only children could ask, because adults had learned not to hope for simple things. When breakfast was done, she gathered her team in the conference room. "Status report," she said. "Omar, treatment synthesis is on schedule. We'll have 12 doses ready by the end of the week. Torres, perimeter is secure, no infected sightings in 3 days. Marco, 37 groups have responded to our broadcast. Most are small, 10 to 30 survivors, but there are a few larger ones. Fort Collins has 40, Boulder has over 100. Catherine, supply runs are planned for tomorrow, weather permitting. We've identified 3 abandoned towns within a day's travel that haven't been picked clean. Peter, administrative systems are in place. We're tracking resources, personnel, medical records. It's not perfect, but it's functional." Elena nodded. "Good. All of you." She looked around the room at the faces of the people who'd survived. Torres, scarred but standing. Omar, driven by guilt that had become purpose. Marco finally becoming the person he'd always had the potential to be. Catherine, tough and practical and exactly what they needed. Peter, transformed from coward to contributor. These were her people, her community, her family. "I want to say something," Elena continued, "before we get into the details of the day." The room went quiet. 3 weeks ago, we were dying in a blizzard, watching everything fall apart around us. We'd lost people, we were losing hope, and She stopped, swallowed. I was ready to give up. I walked into the storm because I didn't think I had anything left to give. She met their eyes one by one. But I was wrong. We all had more to give, we just didn't know it yet. She thought about Lisa, about Father Brennan, about the 11 seconds that had haunted her for 3 years. The people we've lost, they gave everything, their lives, their hope, their faith in us. We owe it to them to be worthy of that gift. She stood straighter. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to build this community. We're going to reach out to survivors, bring them in, keep them safe. We're going to synthesize enough treatment to help everyone who needs it. And when we're strong enough, we're going to find Hale. And we're going to make sure he can never hurt anyone again. She paused. I can't promise it'll be easy. I can't promise we won't lose more people. But I can promise you this. I'm not giving up. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. And as long as we're together, as long as we keep fighting, we have a chance. The room was silent. Then Torres stood. I'm with you, she said. All the way. One by one, the others stood. Omar, Marco, Catherine, Peter, even Maya, who'd slipped into the room at some point, her small face solemn. We're with you, Dr. Elena, Maya said. Always. Elena felt something loosen in her chest, something that had been tight for so long she'd forgotten what it felt like to breathe. Okay, she said. Then let's get to work. The snow began to fall at noon. Elena stood at the window of the medical bay, watching the flakes drift down, soft and silent and beautiful. Behind her, 3 patients waited for treatment, survivors from Catherine's group who'd been bitten weeks ago, clinging to life through sheer stubbornness while the infection slowly consumed them. They would live now. The treatment would hold, and maybe eventually they would be cured. She picked up the first syringe, walked to the first patient, and began. Outside, the snow kept falling. The world was white and cold and full of danger. But here, in this facility built for horrors, people were healing. People were hoping. People were surviving. Elena finished the injections, made notes in the files, checked on the patients one more time. Then she walked to the communications room where Marco was still sending out their message, still reaching out to survivors, still building the network that might one day save them all. "Any new responses?" she asked. Marco looked up, grinning. 12 more since this morning. We're going to need more radio operators. Train some. Already on it." He paused. "Lena, thank you." "For what?" "For believing in me. For not giving up on me even when I gave up on myself." His eyes were wet. "I know I've been a screw-up. I know I've let you down, but I'm going to make it right, I promise." Elena put her hand on his shoulder. "You already have, Marco. You already have." She left him to his work. The facility was quiet that night. Elena made her rounds one last time, checking on patients, reviewing reports, making sure everything was ready for whatever tomorrow would bring. The snow had stopped falling, leaving a blanket of white that glittered under the stars. She found Maya in the common room, sitting by the window, staring out at the snow. "Can't sleep?" Elena asked, settling onto the floor beside her. Maya shook her head. "I was thinking about Lisa." "Me too." She used to tell me stories about the world before, about her family, her friends, the places she used to go. Maya's voice was soft. "She said that when everything was over, she was going to take me to the ocean. She'd never seen it, but she'd always wanted to." Elena's throat tightened. "That sounds like a good dream." "It was?" Maya turned to look at her, and her eyes were old, too old for an 8-year-old face. "Do you think we'll ever see the ocean, Dr. Elena?" Elena thought about the question, about the miles of infected territory between them and the coast, about the dangers, the uncertainties, the 1,000 ways their plans could fall apart. "I don't know," she said honestly, "but I think we should try, when we're ready, when we've made it safe." Maya nodded slowly. Lisa would have liked that. Yes, she would have. They sat in silence for a while, watching the stars through the window. Then Maya leaned against Elena's side, her small body warm and solid. "Thank you, Dr. Elena," she said, "for taking care of me." "Thank you for letting me," Elena replied. Maya fell asleep like that, leaning against Elena, her breath slow and steady. Elena stayed awake, watching over her, thinking about the future. They had won. They had survived the assault, captured the treatment, built something that might last. So why did it taste like ashes? Because of Lisa. Because of Father Brennan, because of all the people they'd lost and all the people they would still lose, and the knowledge that victory in this world always came at a price. But the ashes were fading. The grief was still there, would always be there. But something else was growing alongside it. Hope. Purpose. The beginning of something that might eventually feel like life. Elena closed her eyes. Tomorrow there would be work. Tomorrow there would be challenges. Tomorrow the dead would still be walking and Hale would still be out there, and the world would still be broken in ways that might never heal. But tonight there was a child sleeping against her side. There was a community working together. There was a treatment that could save lives, and a broadcast reaching out to survivors and the first fragile threads of a future. They had won. It didn't taste like ashes anymore. It tasted like the beginning. The dead were laid out in rows on the concrete floor of the old mill building, their bodies covered with whatever could be found. Sheets, blankets, jackets stripped from the living who could spare them. Elena walked among them in the gray light of dawn, counting faces she recognized and faces she didn't, trying to make the numbers mean something. 17 dead from the assault. 11 from her group: Father Brennan, Lisa, Morrison, Chen, Washington, and 6 others whose names she was still learning when they died. 6 from Hale's forces who'd been caught in the crossfire or killed by the infected that had been released during the chaos. She stopped at Lisa's body. Someone had cleaned her face, wiped away the blood that had dried in dark streaks across her cheeks. Her eyes were closed, her expression peaceful in a way it hadn't been in life. Lisa had always been moving, thinking, caring for everyone around her. Now she was still. Elena knelt beside her friend. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm sorry I couldn't get there in time. I'm sorry I couldn't save you." The words felt inadequate. Everything felt inadequate. Lisa had held a door so that Maya could escape, had chosen death with the certainty of someone who'd already made peace with what was coming. There was no apology that could match that kind of sacrifice. "We're burying everyone today," Elena continued, her voice rough. "All of them together, ours and theirs. Father Brennan would have wanted it that way, I think. He believed that everyone deserved dignity in death, even the people who'd done terrible things." She reached out, touched Lisa's cold hand. "Maya's okay. She's not talking much, but she's eating, sleeping. The other survivors are looking out for her." Elena's throat tightened. "I'll take care of her, Lisa, I promise. I'll make sure she has a life worth living." She stayed there for a long time, kneeling beside the body of her friend, while the sun rose and the facility stirred to life around her. The surgery on Torres was the most difficult Elena had ever performed. The bullet hadn't grazed her temple as they'd initially thought. It had fragmented on impact, and a piece of shrapnel had lodged itself against her spine, C4 according to the imaging equipment Omar had managed to restore. Too high, too dangerous, too close to everything that kept Torres alive and moving. "You don't have to do this," Torres said, lying on the makeshift operating table they'd set up in the cleanest room on B2. Her voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed her fear. "If it's too risky. The alternative is paralysis within weeks as the fragment migrates." Elena was scrubbing her hands, watching the water turn pink as it carried away the remnants of other people's blood. "Or death, if it severs something critical. And the surgery? 70% chance of success. Maybe higher if everything goes perfectly." Torres laughed, a sound without humor. "When has anything gone perfectly?" Elena didn't answer. She dried her hands, pulled on sterile gloves, and approached the table where Torres lay face down, her back exposed, the entry wound an angry red against her brown skin. "I need you to count backward from 100, Elena said. 99, 98, 90... Torres's voice trailed off as the sedative took hold. Elena waited until her breathing steadied, then picked up her scalpel. "Okay," she said to Omar, who was assisting. "Let's begin." The surgery took 6 hours. Elena worked in a trance, her hands moving with a precision that felt borrowed from someone else. The fragment was smaller than she'd expected, barely a centimeter, but it was wedged against the spinal cord, and every movement risked catastrophic damage. She almost lost her 3 times. The first was when a blood vessel she hadn't seen tore under her forceps, flooding the surgical field with red. The second was when Torres's heart rate dropped without warning, forcing Omar to administer emergency medication while Elena stood frozen with her hands inside another person's body. The third was at the very end, when the fragment finally came loose and Torres convulsed on the table, her spine arching in a way that made Elena certain she'd killed her. But Torres survived. When it was over, when the wound was closed and the monitors showed stable vital signs, Elena stripped off her bloody gloves and walked out of the operating room without speaking. She made it to the bathroom before her knees gave out, and she knelt on the cold tile floor, shaking while the enormity of what she'd just done crashed over her like a wave. She'd saved Torres. Maybe. The fragment was out, but the swelling, the trauma, the thousand things that could still go wrong. Elena? Reeves was standing in the doorway, his face drawn with exhaustion and something that might have been fear. The sergeant who'd never shown fear, who'd killed without hesitation and made impossible choices look easy. He was afraid now. "She's alive," Elena said. Her voice sounded far away. "The surgery went well. She's stable. Will she walk? I don't know." Elena forced herself to stand, using the wall for support. "I don't know anything right now. We just have to wait." Reeves nodded once, then turned and walked away without another word. Elena stayed in the bathroom for a long time, staring at her reflection in the cracked mirror, wondering who the woman with the hollow eyes was supposed to be. The funeral was held at sunset. They dug graves in the frozen ground above the facility, working in shifts through the day, breaking through the layer of ice that had formed during the coldest nights. 17 holes in the earth arranged in a semicircle facing the mountains. 17 bodies wrapped in whatever shrouds could be fashioned from the supplies on hand. Elena stood at the head of the graves, the wind cutting through her jacket, the cold numbing her face. Behind her, the survivors had gathered. Her people and Hale's people and the new arrivals who'd already started trickling in from Catherine's group. 63 living souls, watching her with expressions that ranged from grief to suspicion, to fragile hope. "I don't know most of these people," Elena began. Her voice carried in the still air, amplified by the bowl of the mountainside. "I didn't have time to learn their names, their stories, who they were before the world ended. I know Lisa Park, who was my friend. I know Father Thomas Brennan, who was our conscience. I know Private Morrison and Private Chen, who died fighting for something they believed in. But the others?" She paused, searching for words. "The others died too. They died in this place, fighting on both sides of a conflict that never should have happened. Some of them chose to follow a man who did terrible things. Some of them had no choice at all. But they're all dead now, and the reasons don't matter anymore." She looked out at the faces before her. Marco, his arm still bandaged, his hand still missing 2 fingers from frostbite that had set in during the blizzard. Torres watching from a stretcher that Reeves had carried up the slope himself. Maya standing between Peter and Omar, her face a mask of grief that was too old for her years. What matters is what we do next. We can carry their deaths as a burden, let the weight of them crush us. Or we can carry their deaths as a gift, a reminder of what it costs to survive and what it means to keep going when everything tells us to stop. She bent down, scooped up a handful of frozen earth. "Lisa told me something before she died. She said it wasn't 11 seconds. She said it was a whole life, and it was a good one." Elena's voice cracked. "I think she was right. All of these people had whole lives, good ones and bad ones, brave ones and scared ones. And now those lives are over, and all we can do is make sure they meant something." She let the earth fall from her hand, scattering across Lisa's grave. "Rest now, all of you. We'll take it from here." One by one, the survivors came forward. Each took a handful of earth, let it fall. Some spoke words, prayers, memories, apologies. Others were silent, their grief too deep for language. The sun sank behind the mountains, painting the sky in shades of fire, and the graves filled slowly with frozen earth and human sorrow. When it was done, Elena stood alone at Lisa's grave, watching the first stars appear. "I'm going to build something," she said quietly. "Something worth your sacrifice. I promise." The wind answered her, cold and clean and empty. Torres woke on the morning of day 31. Elena was at her bedside when her eyes opened, watching the monitors for any sign of change. Torres blinked twice, her gaze unfocused, then turned her head and found Elena's face. "Did I make it?" "You made it." Elena managed to smile. "How do you feel?" "Like someone cut me open and poked around in my spine." Torres's voice was hoarse but steady. "Everything still attached?" "As far as I can tell." "Can you move your toes?" Torres concentrated. Elena watched her feet beneath the blanket, her heart pounding, every second stretching into eternity. The blanket twitched. "I felt that," Torres said. "Both feet, I felt them move." The relief that flooded through Elena was almost overwhelming. "Good, that's good. The surgery worked, the fragments out, and there doesn't seem to be any permanent damage. But you're going to need time to heal. Weeks, maybe months." "Weeks, maybe months." Torres tried to push herself up, then winced and fell back. "We don't have that kind of time. There's too much to do." "There's always too much to do. That doesn't change the fact that if you push yourself too hard, you could end up paralyzed for real." Elena's voice was firm. "You're on bed rest until I say otherwise. Non-negotiable." Torres glared at her, but there was no real heat in it. "You're enjoying this, aren't you? Having the scary soldier at your mercy." "I'm terrified," Elena admitted. "I've never done a spinal surgery in a makeshift operating room with improvised equipment. You should be dead right now." "But I'm not." Torres's expression softened. "Thank you, Elena, for taking the risk. Thank me when you're walking again." Rosa disappeared that same night. Elena found the note pinned to her pillow in the morning, just as she had in her previous life, the life before the assault, when Rosa had still been a presence they could count on, unpredictable as she was. "Going to find more lithium or a tall building? Either way, I'll be stable. Thank you for seeing me." The words were the same. The handwriting was shaky, the letters cramped and uneven. Elena read it 3 times, looking for some hidden meaning, some clue to where Rosa had gone or what she was planning to do. There was nothing. "Should we send someone after her?" Peter asked. He'd been the one to find the note, the one to bring it to Elena with a face pale with concern. The transformation in him was still strange to witness. The coward who'd hidden in closets now standing in front of her, offering to help search for a woman most people had been afraid of. "No." Elena folded the note carefully, put it in her pocket. "Rosa made her choice. We don't have the resources to track her, and even if we did, she doesn't want to be found. But she's sick. Without her medication—" "I know." Elena's voice was sharper than she intended. She took a breath, softened her tone. "I know, Peter, but we can't save everyone." Rosa understood that better than most. She walked to the window, looked out at the snow-covered mountains. Somewhere out there, Rosa was moving through the cold, following patterns only she could see. Maybe she'd find what she was looking for. Maybe she'd find peace, one way or another. "If we hear anything," Elena said, "we'll let her know she has a place here. That's all we can do." The radio crackled to life on day 32. Marco had been working on the communications equipment for days, coaxing it back to life with spare parts and determination. The first transmissions had been local, signals from the scattered survivors who'd already started responding to their broadcasts. But this one was different. "A Prometheus settlement. This is the Colorado Springs Coalition. Do you copy?" Marco's hands flew across the controls. "Colorado Springs, this is Prometheus. We copy. Go ahead." "We've received your broadcasts. We have a group of survivors, approximately 60 people, who've been holding out at the Olympic Training Center. We're interested in establishing contact." Elena arrived in the communications room just as the transmission ended. Marco was grinning, his eyes bright with a hope she hadn't seen since before the assault. "They're real," he said. "Colorado Springs, 60 survivors. They want to talk." "Did they say anything about their situation?" Resources, threats? Not yet, but they're willing to meet. They're proposing a rendezvous point halfway between us, a town called Woodland Park, day after tomorrow. Elena considered. 60 survivors was significant, more than their current population, more than Catherine's group. If they could establish an alliance, share resources, coordinate defense, but it could also be a trap. Every contact with other survivors carried that risk. "Tell them we're interested," she said finally. "But we choose the meeting place, and we come prepared for anything." Marco nodded, already turning back to the radio. Elena watched him work, thinking about all the ways this could go wrong and all the ways it could go right. Catherine Park arrived on day 33. The scouts spotted her group approaching from the south, 53 survivors, traveling in a convoy of vehicles that had been modified for winter conditions. They moved slowly, carefully, with outriders and scouts and all the discipline of people who'd learned the hard way what happened when you let your guard down. Elena met them at the facility's outer perimeter, flanked by Reeves and a half-dozen guards. The snow was falling again, soft flakes that caught in her hair and melted on her face. "Dr. Vasquez." Catherine stepped forward, her hand extended. She was taller than Elena had expected from the radio communications, with gray-streaked hair pulled back in a practical bun and eyes that missed nothing. "I'm glad to finally meet you in person." Elena took her hand. "Likewise, your people look tired." "We've been on the road for 3 weeks, lost a few along the way, infected raiders, weather." Catherine's jaw tightened. "We heard about this place through the broadcasts, figured it was worth the risk." "And if it wasn't?" Catherine smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Then we'd handle it. We've handled worse." Elena studied her for a long moment. The woman in front of her was a survivor. Not just someone who'd lived through the apocalypse, but someone who'd carved out a place for herself and her people through force of will and hard decisions. Elena recognized the look in her eyes. She'd seen it in her own mirror often enough. "Let's talk," she said, "inside where it's warm." The negotiation took most of the day. Catherine's group had resources Elena needed. Weapons, vehicles, medical supplies they'd scavenged from hospitals across the foothills. But they also had demands. A share of the facility, a voice in decision-making, assurances that they wouldn't be treated as second-class citizens in a community someone else had built. "We're not looking for charity," Catherine said. They were sitting in the conference room, maps and lists spread across the table between them. "We've survived this long on our own. We can keep surviving. What we're looking for is an alliance, real partnership, not just shelter in exchange for obedience." "I'm not asking for obedience." Elena leaned forward. "I'm asking for cooperation. We have the treatment, the cure that can stop the infection if it's administered in time. We have the research that might lead to something even better. But we can't manufacture it fast enough to help everyone who needs it. And we can't defend this facility against every threat that's out there. So you need our guns. I need your people, your skills, your willingness to work together for something bigger than any of us." Elena met Catherine's eyes. "The world ended 3 months ago, but it doesn't have to stay ended. We can rebuild. Not the way it was, but something new. Something better, maybe. But only if we stop treating every other group of survivors as a threat." Catherine was quiet for a long moment. Outside the window, her people were mingling with Elena's people, exchanging stories and supplies and the kind of wary trust that might eventually become real. "You really believe that?" she said finally. "That we can rebuild?" "I have to believe it. The alternative is surviving until we die, and that's not good enough anymore." Catherine nodded slowly. "Okay, Dr. Vasquez, you've got yourself a deal." The integration was harder than Elena had expected. Catherine's people didn't trust Elena's people, and the feeling was mutual. There were arguments about resource allocation, about sleeping quarters, about who had authority over whom. The former Prometheus guards were viewed with suspicion by everyone. Elena's group because they'd fought against them, Catherine's group because they'd worked for Hale. "This isn't working," Reeves said 3 days after Catherine's arrival. They were standing in the security office watching the monitors that showed small conflicts breaking out across the facility. "Your people and her people are going to kill each other before the infected get a chance. It's been 3 days. We can't expect everyone to become friends overnight." "I'm not expecting friends. I'm expecting not having to break up fistfights in the cafeteria." Reeves's jaw was tight. "Someone's going to get seriously hurt if we don't do something." Elena rubbed her temples, fighting a headache that had been building since morning. He was right, the tension was becoming dangerous. But how do you force people to trust each other when trust was the scarcest resource in the apocalypse? "Get Catherine," she said. "We need to talk." The solution came from an unexpected source. "Work details," Peter said. He was standing in front of Elena and Catherine, his nervousness evident, but his voice steady. "Mixed teams, assigned to critical tasks. Force people to work together, depend on each other. It's basic organizational psychology. Shared goals create shared identity." Catherine raised an eyebrow. "You're suggesting we treat everyone like they're at a corporate retreat." "I'm suggesting we give people a reason to see each other as allies instead of strangers." Peter held up a list he'd prepared. "We need to expand the water filtration system. We need to clear snow from the solar panels. We need to inventory supplies, repair equipment, reinforce the perimeter. None of these tasks can be done alone. If we assign mixed teams to each one, make people depend on each other to survive, they'll either learn to cooperate or kill each other trying," Reeves finished. "It's better than what we have now." Elena took the list, scanned it. The tasks were real, the logic was sound. And Peter had clearly put thought into which people should work together, pairing the most antagonistic individuals with ones who might serve as bridges, creating opportunities for cooperation without making it obvious. "When did you become a strategist?" she asked. Peter's smile was tired but genuine. "When I decided to stop being useless." Elena looked at Catherine. "What do you think?" Catherine studied Peter for a long moment, then nodded. "It might work. At the very least, it'll keep people busy enough that they don't have time to fight. Then we implement it tomorrow." Elena handed the list back to Peter. "Coordinate with both teams. Make sure everyone knows what they're supposed to do and who they're supposed to do it with." "Yes, Dr. Vasquez." Peter hesitated, then, "Thank you for giving me a chance. Thank me when it works." Torres collapsed on day 35. Elena was in the medical bay checking on other patients when the call came over the intercom. She ran to Torres's quarters, arriving to find the young corporal on the floor, her face pale and sheened with sweat, her breathing shallow and rapid. "Get her on the bed," Elena ordered. Omar and Reeves lifted Torres together, handling her as gently as they could. Elena was already checking vital signs, her hands moving with practiced efficiency while her mind raced through possibilities. Fever. High, 103, pulse rapid and weak. The surgical wound when she pulled back the bandage was red and swollen, streaked with angry lines that radiated outward toward healthy tissue. Infection. "No," Elena whispered. "No, no, no." "What is it?" Reeves's voice was sharp. "The wound's infected. The bacteria must have gotten in during the surgery or afterward. I don't know." Elena was already moving, pulling antibiotics from the cabinet, preparing an IV. "We need to fight this. Omar, get me." "Elena," Reeves's hand on her arm stopping her. "Tell me the truth." She looked at him, The sergeant who'd survived 3 tours in Afghanistan, who'd lost his children and kept going, who'd become the rock that everyone else leaned on. His face was calm, controlled, but his eyes betrayed him. "The infection is deep," Elena said. "The antibiotics might work, but the fever, the spread pattern..." She stopped, forced herself to continue. "I've seen this before, in the hospital before the outbreak. Patients with spinal surgeries who developed post-operative infections. What happened to them?" Elena's silence was answer enough. She fought for 2 days. Elena barely slept, barely ate, spending every waking moment at Torres's bedside. She administered antibiotics, changed dressings, monitored vital signs with an obsessive attention that drove everyone else from the room. The fever climbed and fell and climbed again, and the infection spread despite everything Elena did to stop it. On the morning of day 37, Torres woke. Her eyes were clear for the first time in days, the fever having broken temporarily. She looked at Elena, at Reeves, who sat vigil in the corner, at Marco, who'd appeared sometime during the night and hadn't left since. "It's not working, is it?" Her voice was a thread. Elena's hands clenched in her lap. "We're still fighting. The antibiotics." "Elena," Torres managed something that was almost a smile. "I can feel it. The infection. It's spreading." She paused, gathering strength. "I need you to tell me the truth." "How long?" The words stuck in Elena's throat. She looked at Reeves, at Marco, at the monitors that showed vital signs slowly declining despite every intervention. "Hours," she said finally. "Maybe a day, if we're lucky." Torres nodded, as if this was what she'd expected. "Okay." She turned her head, found Reeves. "Sergeant, I need to ask you something." Reeves moved to her bedside, his face a mask that hid everything and nothing. "Anything. When it happens, when I'm gone, I need you to burn me." Torres's voice was steady. "I don't want to come back. I don't want to be one of them walking around wearing my face. Promise me?" "I promise." "And after?" Torres reached for his hand, her fingers trembling. "Make it matter, okay? All of this, the fighting, the surviving, everything we've done, make it mean something." Reeves took her hand. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Then, "I will. I promise." Torres smiled, the first real smile Elena had seen from her in days. Then her gaze shifted to Marco. "Hey." Marco moved closer, his eyes wet. "Hey yourself." "I'm sorry I can't stay." Torres's voice was fading. "I would have liked to see what we could have been, you and me. In another world, maybe." Marco bent down, kissed her forehead. "In another world." Torres closed her eyes. Her breathing slowed, steadied, then grew shallow again. Elena watched the monitors, watched the numbers decline, watched her patient slip away despite everything she'd done to save her. At 3:47 p.m. on day 37, Corporal Jenny Torres died. Reeves carried her body outside himself. He wouldn't let anyone help, wouldn't let anyone touch her. He wrapped her in a clean sheet, lifted her in his arms, and walked out into the snow without speaking. Elena followed at a distance, giving him the privacy of his grief while making sure he didn't do anything that couldn't be undone. He took her to a spot on the slope above the facility, away from the mass graves where the assault dead were buried. A place that caught the afternoon sun that looked out over the valley and the mountains beyond. He laid her down in the snow, then began to gather wood. Elena approached when the pyre was built. "I can help," she said quietly. Reeves shook his head. "This is something I need to do alone." "You don't have to be alone. That's the whole point of what we're building here." He turned to look at her, and Elena saw the grief he'd been hiding, the raw, ragged edge of loss that he'd kept contained since she'd known him. His children dead before they'd even started this journey. Now Torres dead despite everything they'd done to save her. She believed in you, Reeves said. In what you're building. She said you were the first leader she'd met who actually deserved to lead. Elena's throat tightened. She was wrong about a lot of things. No, she wasn't. Reeves took a breath, let it out slowly. I'm going to stay. After this is done, I'm going to help you build whatever this is supposed to be. Because that's what she wanted, for all of this to mean something. He turned back to the pyre, produced a lighter from his pocket. Goodbye, Jenny, he said. I'm sorry I couldn't keep you safe. The fire caught. Elena stood beside him in silence, watching the flames rise, watching Torres's body disappear into light and heat and smoke. The sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky in colors that had no business being so beautiful on a day so full of loss. They stood vigil until the fire burned down to embers, until the stars came out, until there was nothing left but ashes and memory. Hale escaped during the night. Elena was in the medical bay trying to sleep when the alarm sounded. She ran to the security center, arriving to find chaos. Guards shouting, monitors showing empty corridors, Reeves already organizing search teams. What happened? Containment cell breach, Reeves said grimly. Someone helped him, one of the former Prometheus guards. They overpowered the night watch and went out through the service tunnels. How long ago? At least 2 hours. By the time we realized something was wrong, they were already gone. Elena's hands clenched into fists. Hale, the man who'd created the infection, who'd killed 97 people in pursuit of a cure, who'd negotiated in bad faith and fled when the tide turned against him. He'd been locked up for days, forced to continue his research under guard, supposedly contained and controlled. And now, he was gone. Do we pursue? Reeves asked. Elena stared at the monitors, at the empty corridors, at the darkness beyond the facility's walls. Hale was out there somewhere, fleeing into the night. If they went after him now with limited resources and a community still reeling from Torres's death. No, she said finally. Elena, let him run. The words tasted like ash, but she forced them out. We have what we need. The research, the protocols, the treatment synthesis. Hale's knowledge is in the notes he left behind. Omar can continue the work without him. He'll rebuild, Reeves said. Somewhere else. He'll start again and people will die. I know. Elena turned to face him. But if we chase him now, we leave this place vulnerable. We leave the people who are depending on us, and we might not catch him anyway. He knows this region better than we do, and he's had months to prepare for exactly this scenario. So we just let him go? For now. Elena's voice hardened. When we're stronger. When we can spare the resources, then we find him and we make him answer for what he's done, but not today. Reeves was quiet for a long moment, then he nodded once. Okay, Dr. Vasquez, we do it your way. The days that followed were filled with the hard work of recovery. Elena threw herself into it with a focus that bordered on obsessive. There were patients to treat, systems to organize, decisions to make. The integration with Catherine's group continued, slowly becoming smoother as Peter's work detail strategy began to pay off. The communications network expanded, with Marco coordinating contact with 6 other survivor groups across the state, and the treatment synthesis continued. Omar worked around the clock, training others in the complex protocols Hale had developed. They produced dose after dose, building a stockpile that could help survivors for months to come. It wasn't a cure, not yet, but it was hope. It was something to offer to the desperate people who heard their broadcasts and made the dangerous journey to find them. On day 39th, Elena performed another surgery. A woman from Catherine's group who'd been injured in the early days of the outbreak, whose wounds had healed badly and needed to be reopened and set correctly. The surgery went well without complications. And for the first time since Torres's death, Elena felt something other than grief. She felt useful. That night she found Marco in the communications room, still working despite the late hour. His right hand was bandaged. The frostbite had cost him his last 2 fingers, though he'd adapted to the loss with characteristic stubbornness. "You should sleep," she said. "Can't." Marco was adjusting something on the radio, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the equipment. "I keep thinking about Torres, about Lisa, about all the people we've lost. We've all been thinking about them. I know." He turned to face her, and Elena saw the shadows under his eyes, the weight that had settled on him since the assault. "But I keep wondering, are we doing enough? Is any of this worth the price we've paid?" Elena was quiet for a moment. "I don't know," she admitted. "I don't know if it's worth it, but I know that stopping wouldn't bring any of them back. And I know that Lisa would want us to keep going, to build something from all of this loss. Lisa would want a lot of things." Marco's voice was soft. "She'd want Torres to be alive. She'd want Father Brennan to still be telling us all that there's hope. She'd want—" He stopped, shook his head. "She'd want us to stop feeling sorry for ourselves and get back to work." "That does sound like her." Marco managed a smile. "Yeah, it does." He turned back to the radio. "I've been working on something. A message, not just for survivors nearby, but for anyone who might be listening. A statement of purpose, you could call it." "What kind of statement?" "A promise." Marco adjusted a dial and the radio crackled to life. "Listen." His voice filled the room, recorded earlier. "This is Prometheus Settlement. We are a community of survivors in the Colorado mountains. We have lost people, good people. Their names were Lisa Park, Jenny Torres, Thomas Brennan, and too many others to list. They died so that we could live, so that something could continue when everything else ended. We're not asking for tribute. We're not demanding obedience. We're offering a hand to anyone who needs it, shelter, treatment, a chance to be part of something larger than themselves. The world ended, but we're still here. And as long as we're still here, we're going to keep building, keep hoping, keep fighting for a future worth living. If you can hear this, you are not alone. We will be here tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Prometheus Settlement. Out." The recording ended. Elena stood in silence, letting the words settle around her. "It's good," she said finally. "It's really good. I wanted to honor them." Marco's voice was thick. "All of them. I wanted to make sure that anyone who heard our broadcast knew what we were fighting for. They would have been proud of you." "I hope so." Marco took a breath, let it out slowly. "I hope so." Dawn on day 40 found Elena on the surface, watching the sun rise over the mountains. The sky was that impossible blue that came after storms, clear and cold and infinite. Snow covered the slopes in a blanket of white, unmarked except for the trails that connected the facility's buildings. Smoke rose from the generator room, the cafeteria, the barracks where survivors were beginning to stir. Behind her, the settlement was waking up. She could hear voices, the clatter of breakfast being prepared, the distant sound of Marco's broadcast playing on a radio someone had left on. The ordinary sounds of people living, working, surviving. Maya appeared at her elbow. The girl was bundled in a coat that was too big for her, her braids hidden beneath a knitted cap someone had made. She'd been quiet since the funeral, quieter than usual, processing grief in the way that only children could. But she was here now, standing beside Elena, looking out at the same mountains with eyes that were too old for her face. "Dr. Elena?" "Yes?" "I've been thinking about what you said at the funeral." Maya's voice was soft but steady. "About making their deaths mean something." "What about it?" I think I know what I want to do. Maya turned to look at her, and Elena saw something new in her expression. Determination, purpose, the beginning of the person she might become. I want to learn to help people, like Lisa did, like you do. Elena's throat tightened. That's a hard thing to learn. I know, but Lisa said... Maya stopped, swallowed. Lisa said that the world needs people who care more about helping than about being safe. She said that was the most important thing you could be. She was right. So I want to learn. Maya's chin lifted, a gesture of defiance that reminded Elena painfully of Lisa. I want to be like her, like you. I want to matter. Elena knelt down, putting herself at Maya's eye level. She thought about all the things she should say. Warnings about the difficulty of medical training. Cautions about the emotional toll of caring for people you couldn't save. But when she looked at Maya's face, at the hope and determination there, the words died in her throat. Okay, she said instead. We'll start with the basics. Cleaning wounds, taking vital signs, recognizing symptoms. It's not glamorous work. I don't care about glamour. No, I don't suppose you do. Elena stood, offered Maya her hand. Come on then. We have patients to check on. Maya took her hand, and together they walked back toward the medical bay. Reeves found her later that morning. He was leading a group of teenagers through defensive drills in the cleared space behind the barracks. Basic combat training, adapted for a world where the enemy might be shambling corpses or desperate humans. His face was calm, controlled, but Elena could see the lines of grief that had settled around his eyes. How are you doing? She asked when he took a break. Working. He wiped sweat from his face despite the cold. Keeping busy. That's not an answer. No, it's not. Reeves was quiet for a moment. She's gone, and nothing I do is going to bring her back. So I'm doing the only thing I know how to do. Training people, keeping them safe, making sure they have a chance to survive. Is that enough? It has to be. He looked out at the teenagers who were practicing the drills he'd taught them. Torres would have wanted this. She believed in what we're building here. The least I can do is make sure it doesn't fall apart. Elena nodded slowly. I talked to Maya this morning. She wants to learn medicine. She's 8 years old. She's 8 years old who's seen more death than most people see in a lifetime. And she wants to do something about it. Elena watched Reeves's face. Lisa would have been proud. Lisa would have been proud of a lot of things. Reeves's jaw tightened. She'd have been proud of you, Elena, for keeping this together when everything was falling apart. I'm not sure I've kept anything together. Then you're not paying attention. Reeves turned to face her. When we started this, we were a group of scared people running from death. Now we're a community. We have a purpose, resources, allies. We have the beginning of something that might actually survive. And we've lost so many people to get here. We'll lose more. Reeves's voice was flat, unflinching. That's how this works, but the ones who survive, they'll carry the memory of the ones who didn't. They'll make it mean something. Elena thought about Lisa holding a door, about Torres asking Reeves to make it matter, about Father Brennan dying with a prayer on his lips. Okay, she said. Okay. The Colorado Springs Coalition arrived on day 40. 12 representatives traveling in a convoy of trucks that had been modified for the mountain roads. They came bearing gifts, medicine, weapons, food that had been scavenged from the ruins of the city. And they came looking for allies. Elena met them at the perimeter, flanked by Catherine and Reeves. The negotiations were tense but productive. The coalition had heard about the treatment, about the research, about the community that was being built in the mountains. They wanted to be part of it. We're not looking for a king, their leader said. A man named Jackson. tall and gray-bearded with the hard eyes of someone who'd survived by being harder than the world around him. We've had enough of people trying to control us. What we're looking for is a network. Communities that work together, share resources, watch each other's backs. That's what we're building, Elena said. Not a hierarchy, a partnership. Jackson studied her for a long moment. The broadcasts say you have a cure, a treatment. It's not perfect. It doesn't reverse the infection, just slows it down. But we're working on something better. And you're willing to share it? With everyone who needs it. Elena held his gaze. That's the whole point. We're not hoarding this for ourselves. We're trying to save as many people as we can. Jackson nodded slowly. Okay, Dr. Vasquez, you've got yourself another ally. That evening, Elena stood on the surface again, watching the sun set over the mountains. The day had been long. Negotiations, planning, the 1,000 small decisions that kept a community running. She was exhausted, bone deep, in a way that sleep alone wouldn't fix. But for the first time in days, she felt something other than grief. She felt hope. Maya appeared at her side, as she had that morning. The girl was carrying a notebook now, one of the medical texts Elena had given her, filled with diagrams of the human body that she'd been studying with obsessive focus. Dr. Elena? Yes? What happens now? It was the same question Maya had asked before on the morning after the assault, when everything was still raw and uncertain. But this time, Elena had an answer. Now we build, she said. We take what we have. The treatment, the research, the people, and we make something that lasts, something worth fighting for. Is it going to be hard? Yes, it's going to be very hard. Elena looked down at the girl beside her. But we're not alone. That makes it easier. Maya considered this with the gravity of someone who'd seen too much. Then she nodded once and turned back to her notebook. Elena watched her for a moment, then looked out at the mountains again. Somewhere out there, Hale was running. The infected were still roaming. The world was still broken in ways that might never be fixed. But here, on this mountainside, in this place that had been built for horrors, people were building something else. Something that might survive. Something that might grow. The sun sank below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of fire. The stars began to emerge one by one until the darkness was full of light. Elena thought about Lisa, about Torres, about all the people who died to give them this chance. Make it matter, Torres had said. It wasn't 11 seconds, Lisa had said. It was a whole life. Elena took a breath of cold mountain air, let it fill her lungs. Okay, she said quietly. Okay. The morning of day 41 dawned cold and clear. Elena woke to the sound of activity, voices, footsteps, the organized chaos of a community starting its day. She dressed quickly, made her way to the medical bay to check on patients, then to the cafeteria to grab a quick breakfast. The room was crowded. Catherine's people mixed with Elena's people, with the new arrivals from Colorado Springs. Conversations overlapped, laughter punctuated the serious discussions, and for a moment it almost felt like the world before. Marco caught her eye from across the room, gave her a thumbs up. Torres's death had hit him hard, but he was still working, still broadcasting, still building the network that connected them to survivors across the state. Reeves was at a table in the corner reviewing patrol schedules with Catherine's security chief. His face was calm, controlled, but there was something different in his posture. A sense of purpose that hadn't been there before. Peter was circulating through the room, clipboard in hand, checking on the various work details he'd organized. People actually stopped to talk to him now, asked his opinion, treated him like someone whose input mattered. And Maya was at Elena's usual table, bent over her medical texts, taking notes with a focus that belied her age. Elena got her food, sat down across from the girl. "How's the studying going?" Maya looked up, and there was something in her eyes that made Elena's breath catch. A light, a determination, the beginning of the person she might become. "I learned about wound care," Maya said. "How to clean a cut, how to bandage it, how to tell if it's getting infected." "That's good. That's important." "I want to learn more." Maya's chin lifted. "I want to learn everything." Elena smiled. It hurt the way all smiles did these days, but it was real. "Then we better get started." The radio crackled at midday. Elena was in the medical bay, checking on the woman she'd operated on 2 days before, when Marco's voice came over the intercom. "Elena, you need to come to the communications room now." She handed off the patient check to Omar, made her way quickly through the corridors. Marco was waiting when she arrived, his face a mixture of excitement and disbelief. "What is it?" "Listen." Marco pressed a button and the radio crackled to life. "This is FEMA emergency broadcast transmitting from the Wyoming safe zone. We are operational. Repeat, we are operational. If you can hear this transmission, we are accepting survivors. Location coordinates follow." Elena stared at the radio, her heart pounding. "FEMA," she breathed. They're real." Marco's voice was thick with emotion. "The government, or what's left of it, they're still out there. They've established a safe zone. They're accepting survivors." "How far?" "Wyoming. Maybe 300 miles, depending on the route." Marco's hands were shaking. "Elena, this could change everything. If we can establish contact, coordinate with them. We need to verify it's real." Elena's mind was racing. It could be a trap. It could be Hale, or someone else trying to lure survivors. "I know, but if it's real, then we have allies we didn't know about, resources, maybe even a chance to end this." Elena stared at the radio, at the coordinates that Marco had already written down. 300 miles of infected territory, hostile survivors, winter weather that could kill as surely as any zombie. But also, hope, real hope, for the first time since the outbreak began. "Keep monitoring the frequency," she said. "Try to establish contact, and don't tell anyone else yet, not until we know for sure." "Got it." Elena left the communications room, her mind spinning with possibilities. The world was bigger than she'd thought. The darkness wasn't total. And somewhere out there, other people were fighting the same fight they were. Building, surviving, refusing to let the end be the end. The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. Elena moved through the facility, checking on patients, coordinating with Catherine and Jackson, making the 1,000 small decisions that kept the community running. But her mind kept returning to the radio transmission, to the possibility that they weren't as alone as they'd thought. That evening, she gathered the leadership, Reeves, Catherine, Jackson, Omar, Marco, in the conference room. "We received a transmission today," she said. "FEMA, a safe zone in Wyoming." The room erupted. "FEMA?" Catherine's voice was sharp. "The government's still operating?" "We don't know for sure," Elena said. "It could be real or it could be a trap. But if it's real, then there's hope," Jackson finished. "Real hope. We need to verify," Reeves said. "Send scouts, make contact, confirm they're legitimate before we commit." "Agreed. But in the meantime, we keep building here. We don't put all our eggs in one basket." Elena looked around the room. This community, what we're creating, it has value. Whether FEMA is real or not, we've proven that survival is possible. That people can work together, rebuild, create something worth living for. "So what's the plan?" Catherine asked. "We send a team to Wyoming, volunteers only. People who understand the risks. They make contact, verify the safe zone is real, establish communication." Elena's voice hardened. But no matter what they find, we don't abandon this place. This is home now. This is ours. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Jackson spoke. I'll lead the scouting party. I know the route and I've got people who can handle the journey. I'll send some of my people too, Catherine added. Strength in numbers. Good. Elena looked at each of them in turn. We've come too far to give up now. Whatever happens next, we face it together. Night fell over the settlement. Elena made her final rounds, checking on patients, verifying that guards were in position, making sure everything was secure. The facility was quiet, peaceful, the kind of quiet that came from exhaustion and hope in equal measure. She found Maya asleep in the medical bay, curled up on a cot with her textbook open on her chest. Elena covered her with a blanket, turned off the light, and stood for a moment in the darkness, watching the girl breathe. Take care of Maya, Lisa had said. I am, Elena whispered. I will. She made her way to the surface, to the spot where she'd watched so many sunrises and sunsets since they'd taken the facility. The night was cold, the stars brilliant, the silence profound. Below her, the settlement glowed with scattered lights. Above her, the mountains rose like sleeping giants, patient and eternal. Elena thought about all the people she'd lost. Dr. Chen, who'd given her his glasses and told her to see clearly. Lisa, who'd held a door so a child could escape. Torres, who'd asked Reeves to make it matter. Father Brennan, who'd chosen mercy over survival. She thought about all the people she'd saved, the survivors who'd come to them desperate and broken, who were now part of something larger than themselves, the patients she'd healed, the wounds she'd closed, the lives she'd pulled back from the edge. She thought about the future, the FEMA safe zone in Wyoming, which might be real or might be a dream, the scouting party that would leave in a few days, venturing into the unknown, the community that would keep building, keep growing, keep fighting for survival. And she thought about herself, the woman who'd frozen for 11 seconds and blamed herself for years, the surgeon who'd hidden behind medicine because she was too afraid to lead, the leader who'd finally accepted the burden, finally stopped running from the weight of responsibility. She wasn't the same person she'd been when the outbreak started. None of them were. The world had broken them and remade them, stripped away everything that didn't matter and left only what was essential. Survival, community, hope. Elena took a breath of cold mountain air, let it fill her lungs. The sun would rise in a few hours. There would be work to do, decisions to make, people to care for. The endless struggle of survival would continue day after day until it didn't. But for now there was this, the stars, the silence, the knowledge that she wasn't alone. Okay, she said to the darkness. Okay. The morning of day 42 dawned gray and cold. Elena woke to find Maya already up, studying her textbooks by candlelight. The girl looked up when Elena stirred, her face bright with excitement. Dr. Elena, I learned about infection. The signs to watch for, how bacteria spread, why wounds need to be kept clean. That's good work. Elena sat up, rubbed her eyes. You're learning fast. I want to be ready. Maya's expression grew serious. Lisa said that being ready is the most important thing. You can't help anyone if you're not ready. She was right about that. Elena dressed, made her way to the cafeteria with Maya trailing behind. The room was already busy. The scouting party was preparing to leave, loading supplies and checking equipment. Jackson was coordinating with his people, barking orders in a voice that carried over the noise. They're going today? Maya asked, watching the preparations. Yes. They'll be gone for a while, weeks maybe, but if they find what they're looking for, it could change everything. What are they looking for? Elena considered how to explain. Hope, she said finally. They're looking for hope. Maya nodded as if this made perfect sense. The scouting party departed at noon. 12 people, including Jackson and 3 of Catherine's best fighters. They were loaded with supplies, weapons, radios that would let them stay in contact. The journey would be dangerous. 300 miles through territory they'd never seen, facing threats they couldn't predict. Elena stood at the perimeter watching them go. "You think they'll make it?" Reeves asked, appearing at her shoulder. "I don't know, but they have a better chance than most. And if they find FEMA, if the safe zone is real." Elena was quiet for a moment. "Then we have a decision to make, whether to stay here or join them or try to do both. That's a hard decision. They all are." Elena turned to face him. "But we've made harder ones." Reeves nodded slowly. "Yeah, we have." They stood in silence, watching the convoy disappear into the distance. The mountains swallowed them, gray shapes against a gray sky, and then they were gone. "Come on," Elena said. "We have work to do." The days that followed fell into a rhythm. Elena moved through the facility, caring for patients, coordinating with Catherine, training Maya in the basics of medicine. The community continued to grow. More survivors arrived each week, drawn by the broadcasts, seeking shelter and treatment and something to believe in. The scouting party checked in every 3 days, their reports crackling through the radio static. They were making progress. Slow, dangerous progress through territory that seemed determined to kill them. But they were alive, and they were moving. On day 50, Omar made a breakthrough. "I think I've found it," he said, his voice trembling with excitement. Elena had never seen him like this. The guilt that had haunted him since the outbreak seemed to lift, replaced by something that might have been hope. The cure. The real cure. Elena looked at the data he'd compiled, the formulae and diagrams that covered the workstation. "Are you sure?" "Not completely. We'll need to test it, verify the results, but the theory is sound." Omar's eyes were bright. "Elena, if this works, if we can actually cure the infection, not just slow it down, then everything changes. Everything changes." Elena stared at the data, her mind racing. A cure, an actual cure that could save everyone who'd been bitten, that could end the threat of the infected forever. It seemed too good to be true. But Omar was brilliant, had been brilliant even before he'd fled Prometheus, before guilt had driven him to help destroy the thing he'd helped create. "How long until we can test it?" "A few days, maybe. We need to synthesize the compound, prepare the trial protocols." Omar hesitated. "And we need a volunteer, someone who's been infected recently enough that the virus is still active." Elena's stomach tightened. "We don't have anyone like that." "I know, but we might." Omar's expression was pained. "The scouting party, if they encounter survivors who've been bitten, we're not using people as test subjects." "I know. I'm not suggesting that." Omar took a breath. "But if someone's going to die anyway, if the treatment is their only chance, wouldn't you want to know if it could save them?" Elena was quiet for a long moment. She thought about Hale, who'd killed 97 people in pursuit of a cure, about the line between necessary and monstrous, and how easy it was to cross without realizing. "We do this the right way," she said finally. "Volunteers only, full informed consent. We don't become what we're fighting against." "Agreed." Omar's relief was palpable. "Agreed, Elena. We do it the right way." Day 55 brought the cure's first test. The volunteer was a man named Marcus, a newcomer who'd arrived 2 days earlier with a bite on his arm. He was in the early stages of transformation. Fever, confusion, the beginnings of the gray pallor that marked the infected. Without treatment, he had maybe 3 days before he lost himself completely. "You understand the risks?" Elena asked, standing beside his bed. "This is experimental. We don't know if it will work. Marcus's laugh was weak. Doc, I'm going to die either way. At least this way I might be helping someone. You might also suffer. The compound is untested. We don't know the side effects. I've been suffering for weeks. Marcus's eyes found hers. Let me do something that matters. Elena looked at Omar, who nodded, at Reeves, who stood by the door with his hand on his weapon, at Maya, who'd insisted on being present, who was watching with eyes that missed nothing. Okay, Elena said, let's begin. The injection was quick. Marcus didn't flinch, didn't complain, just lay back and watched the ceiling with the calm of someone who'd accepted whatever came next. The first hour was quiet. The second brought fever spikes that made Elena's heart race. The third brought something they hadn't expected. He's stabilizing, Omar breathed, staring at the monitors. The infection markers, they're dropping, not just slowing, dropping. Elena checked the readings herself, then checked them again. The numbers were impossible. The virus retreating, the immune system rallying, the gray pallor fading from Marcus's skin. It's working, she said. It's actually working. The room erupted. Omar was crying, laughing, hugging anyone within reach. Reeves's face split into the first genuine smile Elena had seen from him since Torres's death. Maya was dancing, actually dancing, like the child she'd almost forgotten how to be. And Marcus opened his eyes, looked at Elena, and said, "Did it work?" "Yeah," Elena's voice was thick. "Yeah, it worked." The news spread through the settlement like wildfire. A cure, a real cure that could save people from the infection. It changed everything. The way survivors looked at the future, the way they talked about rebuilding, the way they dared to hope. Elena found herself at the center of it, fielding questions, coordinating with Omar to scale up production, managing the sudden flood of requests from other survivor groups who'd heard the broadcasts and wanted the cure for themselves. "We can't help everyone," she said in a meeting that included representatives from 3 different settlements. "The synthesis takes time, and we don't have the resources to produce enough for every survivor in Colorado." "So what do you suggest?" Catherine asked. "We share the knowledge. Train people at each settlement to produce the cure themselves. It'll take time, but eventually every community will be self-sufficient. And until then, we prioritize recent infections first, people who can still be saved. Then we build out from there." It wasn't a perfect solution. It meant making choices, deciding who got saved and who didn't. But it was better than the alternative. Hoarding the cure, letting people die while they had the power to save them. "Okay," Jackson's voice came through the radio, crackling with distance. "We'll spread the word. Let people know help is coming." "How's the journey going?" "Slow, dangerous, but we're getting close to Wyoming." A pause. "Elena, the FEMA zone, it's real. We've made contact. They're willing to talk." Elena closed her eyes. The world seemed to shift around her, possibilities opening up that hadn't existed before. "Tell them we're interested," she said. "Tell them we have a cure." The final days of the month were a blur. Elena worked 18-hour days caring for patients, coordinating with allies, training the next generation of medical workers. Maya was her constant shadow, absorbing everything, asking questions that showed a mind far sharper than her years. The cure worked. Again and again it worked, pulling people back from the edge, reversing transformations that would have been death sentences weeks before. The infected weren't gone, but the terror of being bitten was fading. Survival was becoming possible in a way it hadn't been since the outbreak began. On the last evening of the month, Elena made her way to the surface. The sun was setting, painting the mountains in shades of gold and crimson. The settlement spread below her, lights flickering to life in windows and doorways. The sounds of community drifted up. Voices, laughter, the clatter of shared meals. Maya found her, as she always did. "Dr. Elena?" "Yes?" "I've been thinking about what you said about making things matter." Maya's voice was soft but steady. "I think I understand now." "What do you understand?" "That it's not about winning. It's not about defeating all the bad things." Maya looked out at the mountains. "It's about building, creating something that lasts, even when everything else is falling apart." Elena smiled. "That's exactly right." They stood in silence, watching the colors fade from the sky. The first stars appeared, then more until the darkness was full of light. "Lisa would be proud of you," Elena said quietly. "Father Brennan, Torres, all of them. They'd be proud of what we're building." "I hope so." Maya's voice was thick. "I hope we're doing enough. We're doing everything we can." Elena put her arm around the girl's shoulders. "And sometimes that's all you can do." The sun sank below the horizon. The settlement grew quiet, its people settling into the routines that kept them alive. And above them the stars wheeled slowly across the sky, indifferent and eternal. Elena thought about the people she'd lost, the people she'd saved, the future that was taking shape, uncertain and terrifying and full of possibility. They had a cure. They had allies. They had the beginning of something that might actually survive. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough to bring back the dead, to heal the wounds the outbreak had left. But it was something. It was a start, and tomorrow they would keep building.